Hello there, my fellow potatoes. Your crew leader here is at his wit's end for the day, so let's get cosy, and let me tell you a story here tonight, where we walk the ancient paths of Britain, where the mist hangs low over forgotten meadows and the old stories still whisper through the trees. This isn't a journey of battles or conquests, but of quieter mysteries, the kind that live in the corners of old pubs, in the shadows of standing stones, and in the memory of grandmothers who remember when people still believed. If you're new here, as always, joining the community is super cool and easy. Just tap subscribe and like the video, and let me know where in the world you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now find that cold part of your pillow and let's begin. The British Isles have been collecting stories the way attics collect dust, gradually, persistently, until every corner holds something unexpected. But unlike dust, these stories served a purpose beyond just accumulating over time. They explained why certain wells never ran dry, why you should leave cream out on specific nights, and why some paths through the woods felt welcoming, while others made the hair on your neck stand up for reasons you couldn't quite articulate. Picture the landscape as it was 1,000 years ago, before motorways were carved through hillsides and suburbs sprawled across meadows. The islands were a patchwork of small communities separated by forests that seemed to stretch forever, connected by roads that were little more than mutual agreements about which direction to walk. In this world, stories weren't entertainment. They were the original GPS, warning system, and weather forecast all rolled into one. You'd learn from an early age that the standing stones in the upper field weren't for leaning against during lunch breaks, that the fairy ring of mushrooms near the old oak was best walked around rather than through, and that the lady who lived in the cottage by the stream could tell you when the rains would come by watching how her cat washed its face. Whether these things were literally true mattered less than the fact that they'd been true enough for long enough that people organised their lives around them. The genius of British folklore is that it's profoundly practical beneath its whimsical surface. Take the stories about fairies stealing unbaptised babies, terrifying on the surface, but also a way to ensure new parents didn't leave infants unattended in an era with open hearths and precious few safety standards. Or consider the tales of travellers being led astray by will-o'-the-wisps in marshlands, which conveniently kept people from wandering into bogs where they'd sink up to their necks in cold mud while contemplating their poor navigation choices. The British landscape itself seems designed for storytelling, with its abrupt transitions between gentle valleys and windswept moorlands, its tendency toward mist that transforms familiar fields into something from a half-remembered dream, and its weather patterns that can shift from sunny to drenching in the time it takes to finish a cup of tea. Even the light has a particular quality here, diffused through clouds, reflecting off water, creating that soft grey-green atmosphere that makes photographers pack extra memory cards and poets reach for their notebooks. Every region developed its own flavour of folklore, influenced by local geography, dialect, and presumably the varying levels of alcohol content in regional beverages. The Welsh valleys accumulated stories with a musical quality that reflected their language's rhythm. The Scottish Highlands bred tales as rugged and uncompromising as the terrain itself. Irish storytelling developed elaborate narrative structures that could turn a simple walk to the market into an epic journey involving 3 generations and a philosophical discourse on the nature of happiness. English folklore tended toward the practical and slightly domestic, as if the supernatural beings themselves had absorbed the national character and mostly wanted a quiet life with regular meals and minimal fuss. What united all these regional variations was a sense that the visible world was only part of the story. Beneath the surface of ordinary life ran deeper currents, not necessarily dangerous but requiring respect and awareness. The old stories taught you to notice things, changes in animal behaviour, unusual cloud formations, the first frost and the last harvest. They created a framework for paying attention to the world around you, which was probably the most valuable survival skill available before weather apps and Google Maps. This interconnection between land and story created something remarkable. A landscape where every feature had accumulated layers of meaning over centuries. That hill wasn't just a geological formation. It was where the sleeping king would wake when England needed him most, or where the fairies held their revels on Midsummer Eve, or where your great-great-grandmother had courted your great-great-grandfather while supposedly gathering blackberries. The land remembered, and the stories helped people remember to remember. British forests aren't like the vast wilderness areas you might find in other countries. They're more intimate, more domestic, the kind of woodlands where you're never more than a few miles from someone's sheep, or a pub with decent meat pies. Yet they maintained an atmosphere that suggested the trees were simply tolerating human presence rather than welcoming it, and might revoke that tolerance at any moment if you proved sufficiently annoying. The ancient woodlands that survived agricultural expansion, patches of forest that had stood since before the Norman conquest, developed reputations as complex as any human community. Locals knew which groves were friendly enough for berry picking and which required you to maintain a respectful attitude and avoid loud singing. This wasn't superstition so much as accumulated experience. Something about certain wooded areas made people uncomfortable, whether due to unusual acoustics, local predators, or the fact that the trees really were slightly judgmental. Oak trees are particularly featured in folklore as having stronger personalities than strictly necessary for organisms that spend their entire existence in one location. People believed the oldest oaks harboured spirits that witnessed centuries of human foolishness, and weren't particularly impressed by any of it. Sitting beneath a venerable oak you might receive wisdom, or you might just get hit on the head with an acorn. The tree's way of suggesting you think about something other than your petty concerns for a moment. Green men, those faces carved in medieval churches with foliage sprouting from their mouths, represented this odd British relationship with forests. Half human, half vegetation. They weren't quite nature spirits and not exactly human, but something in between that reflected how thoroughly human communities and woodlands had intermingled over millennia. They seemed to suggest that if you spent enough time among trees, some of that treeness would rub off on you, and you'd start to think in terms of seasons rather than schedules, routes rather than ambitions. British folklore includes remarkably few genuinely malevolent forest spirits compared to other European traditions. Mostly, the woods just wanted you to behave sensibly, stay on the paths, don't damage trees without good reason, and for heaven's sake don't start fires during dry weather. The consequences for violation weren't supernatural curses so much as natural consequences dressed up in story form. Get lost in the woods, and you might encounter the forest spirit leading you in circles, or you might simply have gotten turned around because you weren't paying attention, and all those oak trees look similar after a while. The idea of fairy paths or spirit roads through forests encoded practical wisdom about animal trails and natural routes through difficult terrain. These paths supposedly shouldn't be blocked, because fairies needed them for their travels, but practically speaking, they were often the easiest ways through dense woodland, used by everything from deer to wolves to humans trying to avoid the really thick underbrush. Respecting fairy paths meant maintaining useful navigation routes, which benefited everyone except possibly the brambles. Certain trees acquired specific reputations based on species characteristics amplified through story. Hawthorn trees, with their vicious thorns and sweet-smelling blossoms, became associated with boundaries and protection. Plant one near your cottage to keep away malevolent influences, but never bring the flowers inside because that was inviting trouble. Practically, hawthorns made excellent natural fencing that livestock wouldn't casually push through, and the superstition about indoor flowers might have originated from someone noticing that hawthorn blossoms in enclosed spaces can smell distinctly unpleasant after a while, with a scent sometimes compared to decay. Elder trees earned special respect bordering on nervousness. Folklore held that the elder mother lived within each tree and would take offence at careless cutting. Before trimming an elder, you were supposed to ask permission and explain your need. This might sound excessive until you learn that elder wood, when burned, produces toxic smoke, and the trees often grow near water sources where you'd particularly want to avoid contamination. The folkloric respect for elders was practical safety protocol wrapped in mythology. The British forest experience differs markedly from deep wilderness encounters. These are woodlands shaped by human use over thousands of years. coppiced hazels providing materials for fences and wattle, cleared areas where pigs once foraged, and trees marked by generations of lovers carving initials that have since stretched into illegible scars. The forest spirits, if they existed, had long since learned to coexist with human activity, developing the same mild exasperation that neighbours feel when someone's music is slightly too loud but not quite worth complaining about. Walking through ancient British woodlands even today, you can understand why stories accumulated in these spaces. The quality of light filtering through leaves creates ever-shifting patterns. Sounds behave oddly, muffled by vegetation in ways that make it hard to judge distances. The air smells of decomposition and growth simultaneously, that rich earth and green scent that suggests things are dying and being born in the same breath. It's the kind of environment that encourages reflection, and reflection in turn encourages story. British folklore's approach to magic was refreshingly mundane compared to the elaborate ritual systems found in other traditions. Most magical practices involve materials readily available in any kitchen or garden. Bread, salt, iron, rowan berries, and water from specific wells. If you needed magical protection, you didn't require rare ingredients harvested under specific moon phases. You just needed to remember what your grandmother told you, and where you'd put the horseshoes. The concept of cold iron as protection against supernatural beings makes perfect practical sense when you consider that in pre-industrial Britain, iron tools represented significant investments that you definitely didn't want supernatural entities borrowing. Hanging iron scissors over a baby's cradle protected against fairy abduction, but also served as a constant reminder not to leave sharp objects where infants could reach them. Magic and common sense occupied the same mental space. Wells and springs accumulated folklore, with the dedication of modern websites accumulating user-generated content. Each named spring had its specialties. One cured eye problems, another helped with romantic difficulties, and a third was excellent for livestock health. The ritual for accessing these benefits typically involved leaving a small offering, taking water at a specific time, and ideally believing quite firmly that it would work. Modern medicine would point to the placebo effect, but folklore would shrug and note that if it works, does the mechanism really matter? Healing charms and remedies occupied that interesting space between medicine and magic where they actually sometimes worked, even if not for the reasons people thought. Dock leaves for nettle stings, genuinely helpful due to their alkaline properties. Cobwebs pressed into cuts to stop bleeding, accidentally effective because cobwebs contain antiseptic properties and help clotting. Telling someone their warts would disappear if they rubbed them with a particular stone during a new moon. The power of suggestion is remarkable when combined with the fact that many warts resolve spontaneously anyway. British magical traditions showed a particular fondness for protective rituals that cost nothing except remembering to perform them. Crossing your fingers, touching wood, not walking under ladders. These gestures persisted because they required minimal effort while providing psychological comfort. Whether they actually prevented bad luck was less important than the sense of agency they provided, the feeling that you had some small control over an unpredictable world. The Church's relationship with folk magic was complicated and often hypocritical. Officially, such practices were condemned as superstition or worse. Unofficially, priests frequently incorporated local traditions into Christian practice, which is why British churches have green men carved into their architecture and holy wells dedicated to saints, conveniently located at the same springs where pre-Christian peoples had left offerings. The result was a rich blend where you might pray to St. Bridget for protection, while also hanging rowan branches over your door, hedging your bets across belief systems with admirable pragmatism. Household magic was deeply domestic, concerned with ensuring bread rose properly, milk didn't sour, and butter churned successfully. All matters of genuine economic importance when your food supply depended on these processes working reliably. You'd place certain herbs in specific locations, recite particular phrases while working, and maintain good relationships with the house spirits believed to influence domestic productivity. Whether these spirits existed, or whether the rituals simply helped people maintain attention to detail during important tasks remained pleasantly ambiguous. Love magic tended toward the botanical and slightly awkward. Carrying certain flowers, eating apples in specific ways, and divination using cabbage stalks or egg whites. British romance apparently required impressive determination and a high tolerance for looking slightly ridiculous. Young women would perform elaborate rituals on specific nights to dream of their future husbands, involving backwards activities and unusual food combinations that probably caused dreams through indigestion as much as prophecy. The magical calendar aligned with agricultural cycles, which made perfect sense in societies whose survival depended on successful farming. May Day, Midsummer, Harvest Home and Yuletide each brought their own rituals and superstitions, most of which boiled down to encouraging fertility, protecting against misfortune, and marking the passage of time in communities where seasons mattered more than any other calendar system. These weren't elaborate mystical practices, but acknowledgements of the natural world's rhythms dressed in enough ceremony to make them memorable. Weather magic occupied an important niche, given Britain's notoriously unpredictable climate. People watched animal behaviour, cloud formations and plant growth for signs of coming weather, then attributed this knowledge to magical insight rather than careful observation. The person who could predict rain wasn't necessarily magical. They just noticed that cows lie down before storms, birds fly lower in heavy air, and certain flowers close their petals when humidity rises. But calling it magic made the knowledge sound more authoritative than admitting you'd spent 40 years watching cows. The British relationship with the sea combines dependence, respect, and the kind of cautious affection you'd show a large, unpredictable animal that occasionally provides dinner, but might also drown you without warning. Coastal communities developed their own rich folklore traditions, distinct from inland stories, shaped by the rhythm of tides, the unpredictability of fishing, and the isolation of islands scattered around the mainland like afterthoughts. Seal folk feature prominently in northern tales, particularly around Scotland and Ireland. These were seals that could shed their skins and walk on land as beautiful humans, usually with romantic complications ensuing. The stories typically involved a human hiding the seal person's skin to prevent their return to the sea, which sounds romantic until you think about it for more than 30 seconds and realise it's basically kidnapping. The better versions of these tales acknowledge this problem, with the seal person eventually finding their skin and returning to the ocean, choosing freedom over captured domesticity. The Selkies' appeal makes sense when you understand how isolated coastal communities could be, especially on smaller islands. Strangers rarely appeared, and genetic diversity was a genuine concern, even if people didn't have those exact terms for it. Stories about mysterious, attractive outsiders who arrive from the sea and might eventually return there reflected both fantasy and practical acknowledgement that new blood in the community gene pool was generally positive, even if the circumstances were unusual. Mermaids in British folklore rarely resembled the friendly creatures from children's stories. They were more often omens. Seeing one meant storms, shipwrecks, or other maritime disasters. This made sense given that unusual marine sightings often correlated with strange weather patterns or ocean conditions that also happened to be dangerous for fishing. Whether you actually saw a mermaid or a combination of seal, driftwood and wishful thinking mattered less than the warning to stay close to harbour. Coastal villages developed elaborate rituals around fishing boats and the sea's temperament. You never whistled on a boat because that called up wind, which sounds superstitious until you remember that whistling carries across water remarkably well and could confuse verbal commands in critical moments. Women weren't allowed on fishing boats, supposedly due to bad luck, though the practical explanation might involve limiting the number of people on working vessels, where space was at a premium and everyone needed specific skills. Sometimes superstition was just tradition explaining itself badly. Islands accumulated folklore with particular intensity, perhaps because isolation amplifies storytelling in the same way that small spaces amplify sound. The Orkney and Shetland Islands developed rich traditions about trows and selkies, while the Isle of Man claimed its own fairy traditions distinct from either Ireland or Britain. Each island community, separated by water that could turn impassable during storms, became its own cultural laboratory, where stories evolved in slightly different directions from their mainland cousins. Lighthouses, though relatively recent additions to the landscape, quickly accumulated their own folklore. Lighthouse keepers reported seeing impossible things, ships that vanished, lights where no lights should be, and sounds that had no source. Whether these experiences reflected genuine supernatural encounters, isolation-induced hallucinations, or just the strange behaviour of light and sound around coastal rocks remains debatable. What's certain is that spending months in a small room surrounded by rocks and water does interesting things to human perception. Coastal weather forecasting relied on reading subtle signs, the colour of the sunset, the behaviour of seabirds, and the feel of the wind. This knowledge was so valuable that it often got framed as magical sight or supernatural sensitivity rather than accumulated empirical observation. The old man who knew when storms were coming wasn't magical. He'd simply survived 70 years of watching the sea and had learned to recognise patterns that preceded dangerous weather. But attributing his accuracy to second sight rather than experience made the knowledge seem more special, worth preserving and passing down. Smuggling operations naturally generated their own folklore, often deliberately. Tales of ghost ships, supernatural guardians, and cursed coves helped keep curious locals away from beaches where illegal goods were being landed. If people believed a particular stretch of coast was haunted, they'd avoid it after dark, which was exactly when smugglers wanted privacy. Some of the most persistent coastal ghost stories might have originated as deliberately crafted misdirection that outlived the smuggling operations they were meant to protect. The tide's rhythm structured coastal life so completely that it influenced folklore in subtle ways. You learned to work with the tide rather than against it, to recognise that some things could only happen during specific windows of opportunity, and that patience was less a virtue than a survival requirement. Stories reflected this reality. The fisherman who respected the sea's timing prospered, while the one who tried to force things on his own schedule met disaster. It was folklore as applied to tidal mechanics. The British village, that collection of cottages arranged around a church and pub with perhaps a shop and post office if you were lucky, served as folklore's primary breeding ground. These were small enough that everyone knew everyone else's business, isolated enough that the wider world seemed distant and slightly theoretical, and stable enough that traditions could persist for generations with only minor variations. The village green, that patch of common land at the community's heart, witnessed most communal celebrations and many folktale events. May Day celebrations with dancing around the maypole, harvest festivals and bonfires on specific calendar dates. These weren't just entertainment, but vital social glue that reinforced community bonds and marked time's passage. The stories told at these gatherings transmitted cultural values more effectively than any lecture, teaching through entertainment what behaviour was expected, what was tolerated, and what would get you discussed in disapproving tones for the next decade. Every village had its characters: the wise woman who knew herbal remedies, the blacksmith whose forge was the centre of male social life, the publican who heard all gossip, and the vicar who pretended not to know about folk practices while quietly incorporating them into parish life. These individuals served as living libraries, repositories of local knowledge about everything from weather patterns to family histories to which mushrooms would kill you, and which merely tasted terrible. The cottage hearth was where most stories actually lived, told during long winter evenings when darkness fell by mid-afternoon, and there wasn't much to do except sit by the fire, work on manual tasks that didn't require much light, and talk. Grandparents told grandchildren about local legends. Parents warned children about dangerous places through tales of supernatural guardians, and everyone shared stories that had been shared with them, each telling adding small variations that would eventually become part of the tradition. British folk tales from this domestic setting rarely involved grand adventures or epic quests. They were more likely about the farmer who outsmarted the devil, the clever servant who outwitted a difficult employer, and the youngest daughter whose kindness brought unexpected rewards. These were aspirational stories for people whose lives involved more practical concerns than dragon slaying, getting crops to grow, keeping livestock healthy, and maintaining good relationships with neighbours you'd be seeing daily for the rest of your life. The village well or pump served as an informal news centre where people gathered, gossiped, and inevitably told stories. In an era before mass media, this was how information spread, slowly, through personal contact, accumulating embellishments with each retelling. By the time news travelled from one end of the village to the other, it might have gained considerable creative detail, which is probably why so much folklore involves exaggeration and unlikely coincidences. Reality was bland. Retellings added the necessary seasoning. Seasonal celebrations structured village life with reassuring predictability. Each had its own traditions, foods, and associated folklore. Harvest suppers celebrated successful crops with communal feasting that reinforced social bonds while allowing people to relax after months of intense labour. Christmas incorporated so many pre-Christian traditions that the church eventually gave up trying to sort out which parts were properly religious and which were just people wanting an excuse to bring greenery indoors and eat special foods during the darkest part of winter. Village craftspeople, the thatcher, the hedge layer, and the hurdle maker, possessed knowledge that bordered on folklore itself. They understood their materials with an intimacy that came from years of experience, knowing which wood worked best for specific purposes, how different thatching materials weathered, and which hedge plants made the most impenetrable barriers. This practical wisdom often got mixed with folk beliefs about appropriate times for harvesting materials and proper techniques that might or might not have rational bases but definitely had tradition backing them. The relationship between neighbouring villages could be surprisingly competitive, with each claiming superior traditions, more authentic folklore, or more impressive local legends. This rivalry was generally good-natured but persistent, expressing itself through competing celebrations, proud assertions about local ghost stories being more frightening than neighbouring ones, and the kind of petty disagreements about correct procedure that can only arise between communities that are fundamentally very similar but determined to emphasise their differences. The village pub served multiple functions: social club, informal court for minor disputes, marriage market, news exchange, and archive for local memory. The publican often knew more about village affairs than the vicar, having heard confessions of a less spiritual but equally revealing nature. Stories told in pubs tended toward the humorous, the slightly bawdy, and the cautionary tales about people who'd done foolish things, often while drunk in that same pub, creating a self-referential loop of entertainment and warning. By the 19th century, British folklore was already beginning its long fade into nostalgia and preservation rather than living practice. The Industrial Revolution drew people from villages to cities, disrupting the continuity of oral tradition. Railways connected previously isolated communities, homogenizing regional variations. Education became standardized, teaching official history rather than local legend. The old stories didn't disappear overnight, but they began their transformation from functional community knowledge into quaint remnants of a simpler time. Folklorists like Cecil Sharp and Francis James Child scrambled to record traditions before they vanished completely, creating archives that preserve texts while inevitably losing context. You can write down the words to a folk song, but you can't quite capture the way it sounded when sung by someone whose grandmother had taught it to them, or the specific occasion when it would traditionally be performed, or the small variations that different villages considered correct. What survived was often a kind of folklore preserved in amber, technically accurate but missing the living quality that made it meaningful. The Romantic movement complicated folklore preservation by deciding that rural traditions were picturesque and noble rather than simply practical. Artists painted idealized versions of village life where everyone looked healthy and happy, conveniently omitting the harsh poverty, limited medical care, and minimal options that characterized actual rural existence. This romanticization created a strange situation where actual rural people were abandoning their traditions as quickly as possible to pursue better opportunities, while urban intellectuals were frantically trying to preserve those same traditions as authentic cultural heritage. Some traditions adapted rather than died. May Day celebrations shrank but persisted in schools, transformed into cute performances for parents rather than community fertility rituals. Harvest festivals moved from fields into churches, becoming Thanksgiving services rather than agricultural celebrations. Ghost stories transitioned from cautionary community tales into entertainment for children, losing their original purpose while gaining new life as seasonal scary fun. The World Wars further disrupted traditional life, pulling young men from villages and introducing survivors to experiences that made local folklore seem parochial and inadequate. How do you return to worrying about fairy rings after experiencing trench warfare? The psychological distance travelled by those who served made it difficult to re-engage with the slower rhythms and smaller concerns of rural life. Many never returned at all, their absence creating gaps in the transmission of traditional knowledge that could never be fully bridged. Television and radio delivered national culture directly into homes that had previously relied on local entertainment. Why listen to your grandfather's stories when you could watch professional performers with much better production values? Why learn traditional songs when you could hear the latest hits from London? The homogenisation of British culture through mass media wasn't malicious or even consciously planned. It was simply the inevitable result of technology that made shared national experiences possible for the first time. Yet folklore proved remarkably resilient in unexpected ways. Customs that seemed dead would suddenly reappear when communities wanted to assert local identity. Villages would revive traditional celebrations as tourist attractions, which felt inauthentic until you remembered that many traditions had always been performative, intended for audiences as much as participants. If the audience changed from fellow villagers to visitors from Birmingham, did that necessarily invalidate the performance? Academic folklorists preserved enormous amounts of material, but their efforts created their own problems. Traditions that had existed as flexible, living practices became fixed in authoritative versions. Regional variations were documented but also implicitly ranked, with some designated authentic and others as corruptions. The project of preservation sometimes contradicted the nature of folklore itself, which had always evolved, adapted, and changed with each generation rather than maintaining rigid adherence to original forms. The British folk revival of the mid-20th century attempted to resurrect traditional music and customs with mixed results. Some revivalists approached the material with respect and genuine love for the traditions. Others cherry-picked elements they found appealing while ignoring the broader cultural context that had made those traditions meaningful. Folk music clubs sprouted in urban areas where performers sang songs about agricultural labour to audiences who'd never held a scythe, creating a strange disconnect between content and context that somehow worked anyway, because the music itself remained powerful. Immigration and cultural exchange introduced new folklore traditions to British communities, while British folklore travelled globally with emigrants. The result was a complex web of influence where Irish traditions in Boston influenced how Irish Americans thought about Irish culture, which in turn influenced how modern Irish people conceived of their heritage. British folklore became simultaneously more global and more fragmented, existing in multiple versions that all claimed authenticity while being demonstrably different from each other. As you settle deeper into your blankets, consider what survives of British folklore in the 21st century. The answer is both less and more than you might expect. The old traditions are gone in their original forms. Nobody seriously avoids fairy paths or leaves offerings at wells except as conscious recreation. Yet the patterns those traditions established continue influencing how British people think about landscape, community, and the natural world. Environmental consciousness in Britain often carries echoes of folklore's fundamental message: pay attention to the land, respect natural systems, and recognise that human convenience isn't the only consideration. The modern conservation movement sounds remarkably like traditional folklore when it argues for preserving ancient woodlands and protecting wildlife habitats. just with scientific rationale replacing supernatural justification. The impulse remains the same, understanding that we're part of systems larger than ourselves that we ignore at our peril. British children still grow up with attenuated versions of folk traditions, tooth fairies, Father Christmas, Easter bunnies, that preserve the structure of folklore while updating the content for contemporary contexts. These simplified traditions teach the same lessons as their more complex predecessors. Actions have consequences, kindness gets rewarded, and there's more to the world than meets the eye. Whether these modern versions carry the same weight as traditional folklore remains debatable, but they demonstrate that the human need for story continues regardless of cultural changes. Place-based storytelling persists in surprising ways. Tourist boards promote local legends as attractions, communities celebrate historical connections to folklore figures, and property values can be affected by proximity to supposedly haunted sites. The stories may no longer be believed in literal ways, but they still shape how people perceive and value particular locations. A house with a ghost story attached might be hard to sell, or might command a premium from buyers who find the idea appealing. Folklore continues exerting economic influence even when nobody treats it as factual. The British tendency toward mild self-mockery owes something to folklore traditions that celebrated clever tricksters, and the little guy outwitting authority. That slightly irreverent attitude toward power and pomposity, the willingness to tell stories that make fun of one's own communities, and the comfort with ambiguity and contradiction. These traits were all present in traditional folklore and remain characteristic of British culture today. The stories changed medium, but retained their essential functions. Fantasy literature provides modern folklore its most obvious continuation. Writers from Tolkien through Gaiman have drawn deeply on British folk traditions, translating them into forms that contemporary audiences can engage with. These aren't pure preservations, they're creative adaptations that keep core ideas alive while updating contexts. When modern readers encounter Ents or Brownies or Selkies in fantasy novels, they're experiencing evolved versions of traditional folklore adapted for audiences who wouldn't necessarily read actual folktale collections. British folk music experienced an unexpected renaissance, with contemporary musicians discovering rich material in traditional songs and tunes. What makes this revival interesting is that modern performers often treat traditional music as raw material for innovation, rather than as museum pieces requiring faithful reproduction. The result is folklore that continues evolving rather than freezing into authorised versions, which is arguably closer to how traditions actually functioned before folklorists started documenting everything. The psychological functions that folklore served haven't disappeared just because the stories changed. People still need narratives that help make sense of inexplicable experiences, frameworks for understanding their relationships with nature and community, and stories that transmit values without heavy-handed preaching. Modern urban legends serve many of the same functions as traditional folklore, warning about dangers, often technological rather than natural, explaining unusual phenomena and reinforcing social norms through cautionary tales. Regional identity in Britain still draws heavily on folklore associations. Cornwall claims its piskies, Wales its dragons, and Scotland its various water spirits and Highland legends. These connections might be marketed to tourists, but they also matter to locals as markers of distinctiveness in an increasingly homogeneous world. When someone from Yorkshire insists their region has the best folklore, they're participating in the same kind of local pride that animated traditional storytelling, just expressed through different contexts. The British relationship with landscape remains fundamentally storied. Ancient sites attract visitors not just because they're archaeologically interesting, but because they're associated with legends, whether Stonehenge with Merlin, Glastonbury with Arthur, or countless local sites with their own smaller tales. The land and its stories are still inseparable, even if modern visitors are more likely to access those stories through phone apps than oral tradition. Perhaps most significantly, British folklore established patterns for how rural and natural environments should feel. When people describe woods as magical or coastlines as mysterious, They're often responding to subliminal cultural programming established through centuries of stories. Folklore trained people to see certain landscapes in certain ways and to experience specific emotional responses to particular environments. Those patterns persist even when their original context has faded, shaping how people relate to the natural world in ways they're often not conscious of. As your eyes grow heavy and the day's concerns begin fading into that pleasant pre-sleep haze, consider this. The British Isles' folklore traditions never really died so much as they transformed, adapted, and found new expressions for timeless human needs. The specific stories about fairies and selkies might have faded into historical curiosity, but the impulse behind them, to understand our place in natural systems, to create meaning from landscape, to connect with something larger than individual experience, that impulse remains as strong as ever. When you walk through the British countryside today, you're still moving through storied space. Even if you don't know the specific tales associated with particular locations, the land remembers, even when people forget. Those ancient oaks have stood through centuries of cultural change, weathering shifts from pagan to Christian to secular, while remaining fundamentally unchanged. The wells still rise from the same aquifers that nourished them when people left offerings. The coastlines continue their eternal conversation with the sea, indifferent to whether humans interpret that interaction through folklore, poetry, or marine biology. What we've lost in literal belief, we've perhaps gained in appreciation for the psychology behind folklore. Understanding that traditional stories served practical purposes, teaching environmental awareness, encoding safety knowledge, maintaining social cohesion, doesn't diminish them so much as deepen our appreciation for their elegance. The old stories were multitasking before that was even a word, simultaneously entertaining, educating, and binding communities together. The gentleness of British folklore compared to many traditions reflects something essential about the culture that created it. These are stories from people who valued practicality, humour, and getting along with neighbours you couldn't easily escape. The supernatural beings in British tales are rarely purely evil or purely good. They're complicated, somewhat unpredictable, and best handled with courtesy and common sense, which describes most human relationships fairly well. Your own relationship with folklore might be mostly unconscious. A hesitation about walking under ladders, a fondness for stories set in misty landscapes, a sense that certain places feel special without quite knowing why. These small influences demonstrate how thoroughly traditional culture has woven itself into modern consciousness, creating patterns that persist long after their origins have been forgotten. As you drift towards sleep, you might find yourself imagining those ancient British landscapes, the oak forests where dappled light shifts between leaves, the coastlines where waves have smoothed stones for millennia, and the village greens where generations gathered for celebrations that marked time's passage. These places exist both in physical reality and in collective imagination, shaped by centuries of stories that made them more than just geography. The legacy of British folklore isn't primarily in preserved texts or recorded customs, valuable as those archives are. Its real legacy lives in the ongoing human need for wonder, for stories that connect us to place and each other, and for frameworks that help us understand our small lives in the context of much larger patterns. The specific forms change, but the fundamental human practices that created folklore, storytelling, meaning-making, and community bonding continue in new guises. Perhaps that's enough. Perhaps the point was never the literal truth of any particular story, but the way those stories taught attention, respect, and connection. The fairies might not steal babies, but new parents still benefit from vigilance. Wells might not have healing magic, but taking time to seek natural sources of water teaches observation of landscape. Walking carefully through forests might not prevent supernatural offence, but it prevents twisted ankles, which arguably matters more. Sleep well, knowing that you're part of a continuous human story that stretches back through countless generations and will continue long after we're all just names and genealogies. The British Isles will keep generating stories because that's what happens when land, water and human imagination interact across centuries. The specific tales will evolve, but the underlying wonder, that sense that the world contains more mystery than we can fully comprehend, that wonder persists. Tomorrow, when you see an ancient tree or notice mist settling into a valley, you might find yourself thinking about the layers of human experience those scenes have witnessed. You might wonder what stories previous generations told about those same places, what meanings they constructed, and what patterns they saw. That curiosity, that willingness to imagine deeper connections, is itself a form of folklore continuing, not as a fixed tradition, but as a living practice of engagement with the world around you. The British tradition of gentle folklore, of stories that more often amused than terrified, that taught practical wisdom while entertaining, that connected communities while respecting individual experience. This tradition offers a particular gift to the modern world. It suggests that relating to nature doesn't require grand mystical experiences or dramatic revelations. Sometimes it's enough to simply pay attention, to notice patterns, to remember that the land has been here much longer than we have and will be here long after we've gone. As your breathing slows and consciousness begins its nightly journey into dreams, you might imagine yourself walking those old paths through British landscapes. Not as they exist now, with their car parks and signage and carefully maintained trails, but as they existed in those centuries when every hill had a name, every spring a story, and every ancient tree a personality attributed to it by people who saw them daily and wove them into the fabric of community life. In those imagined walks, you're not alone. You're accompanied by all the people who walk those same paths before, farmers heading to fields, lovers seeking privacy, children playing games whose rules have been forgotten, and elderly folks taking constitutional strolls while mentally reviewing decades of local history. The paths remember all those footsteps, even if individual memories have faded into the general story of human passage through landscape. The folklore of the British Isles, in its gentlest and most enduring form, taught a simple lesson. The world is worth noticing, not just in dramatic moments of natural beauty or crisis, but in the daily ordinary interactions between humans and their environment. The way light falls through trees, the pattern of ripples on water, the feeling of walking through mist, the smell of earth after rain. These experiences connected people to something larger than themselves without requiring elaborate theology or mystical frameworks. Perhaps this is folklore's final gift. Not answers, but attention. Not certainty, but wonder. Not dogma, but the gentle suggestion that the world contains more than we can see, and that's perfectly fine. You don't need to believe in fairies to appreciate ancient woodlands, don't need to credit supernatural beings to respect natural systems, and don't need literal magic to find the world magical in its complexity and beauty. The stories persist because they were never really about the supernatural elements anyway. They were always about how humans relate to place, to each other, and to the mystery of existence in a world that's both familiar and strange, both comfortable and challenging. The fairies and selkies and spirits were just convenient frameworks for discussing those relationships. Memorable characters in stories whose real subject was always how to live well in a particular landscape with particular people. So as you finally let go of waking consciousness and allow sleep to take you into its own mysterious territory, that nightly journey we all make but never quite remember, you carry with you the accumulated wisdom of centuries of storytelling. Not as a burden or obligation, but as a gift freely given by generations who cared enough about their experiences to shape them into stories, to polish them through repeated telling, and to pass them along in hope that future people might find value in their observations. The British Isles sleep now as you sleep, their landscapes dark under stars or clouds, their forests silent except for nocturnal creatures going about their business, their coastlines continuing their eternal negotiation with the sea. The land endures, patient and persistent, waiting for morning when people will once again move across its surface, creating new stories from new experiences while unconsciously echoing patterns established by countless predecessors. Your dreams tonight might feature mist-shrouded valleys, ancient trees with opinions, coastal paths leading to uncertain destinations, or simply the comfortable interior of a cottage where stories are being shared around a warm hearth. Or your dreams might be entirely different, drawn from your own experiences and concerns. Either way, you're participating in the same basic human practice that generated all those folk tales, making sense of experience through narrative, connecting disparate elements into meaningful patterns, and finding significance in the intersection of self and world. The folklore traditions we've wandered through tonight, from forest spirits to coastal legends, from village customs to fading traditions, all emerge from that fundamental human capacity to story ourselves into understanding. We tell tales not because we know the answers, but because stories help us live with uncertainty, find meaning in randomness, and maintain connection with each other and the world we inhabit. As the last threads of waking thought dissolve into proper sleep, let yourself rest in the knowledge that you're part of something much larger than individual existence. Not in any mystical sense necessarily, but in the simple fact that you share this planet with billions of other humans, all trying to make sense of similar experiences, all connected through the ongoing project of being conscious creatures trying to understand our place in an incomprehensible universe. The gentle legends of the British Isles never promised easy answers or dramatic solutions. They offered instead a way of being in the world, attentive, respectful, humble, and occasionally amused by the absurdity of human pretensions. That way of being remains available regardless of whether you believe any particular story or practice any specific tradition. Sweet dreams. May they be as gentle as British folklore at its best, as mysterious as morning mist in ancient valleys, and as comforting as stories told by firesides in small cottages, where the outside world seems very far away, and the immediate circle of warmth and companionship feels sufficient unto itself. The stories continue, the land endures, and somewhere in the British Isles an ancient oak stands in darkness, having survived another day of the endless succession of days it has witnessed, content in its treeness, indifferent to human concerns, a silent reminder that some things persist simply because they are what they are, unchanged by our stories about them, yet somehow enriched by the attention those stories encouraged. Rest well in that knowledge. Tomorrow brings its own concerns, its own small wonders, and its own opportunities to notice and appreciate. But tonight, you've wandered through centuries of gentle folklore, encountered traditions shaped by ordinary people trying to live well in extraordinary landscapes, and connected, however briefly, with patterns of human experience that transcend individual lifetimes. That connection is folklore's deepest magic. Not supernatural intervention, but human continuity. The recognition that our experiences echo those of countless others, that our questions have been asked before, and that we're part of an ongoing conversation about what it means to be human in a world we didn't create and don't control, but must somehow navigate with grace, humour, and occasional wonder. Sleep now. The British Isles will be there tomorrow, still accumulating stories, still bearing the weight of human meaning while remaining fundamentally themselves. The folklore traditions may have faded, but the landscapes that inspired them endure, waiting for new generations to notice their particular magic and create new stories appropriate to new times. And in that continuity, the eternal dance between human imagination and the natural world, between story and stone, between meaning-making and simple existence, lies the true legacy of British folklore. Not in any particular tale or tradition, but in the ongoing practice of paying attention, finding wonder, and connecting through story to something larger than ourselves. You know that feeling when you're making dinner and you realise you've forgotten to defrost the chicken? Well, imagine if I told you that back in 1851, someone invented a machine that could have solved that problem, and about 50 others you didn't even know you had. Pull up your favourite chair and let me tell you about some inventions that were so close to changing everything, they practically had their bags packed for fame. Dr. John Gorrie was sweating bullets in Florida, literally. Not because he was nervous, but because it was 1842 and air conditioning was still a pipe dream. This person was watching yellow fever patients suffer in the humid heat, and he thought, there's got to be a better way. So he built the first ice-making machine. This was not the type of machine that simply drops ice cubes into your glass with a satisfying plunk. Instead, it was an actual ice factory capable of cooling entire buildings. Picture this. Gorry's contraption looked like someone had crossed a steam engine with a grandfather clock and fed it too much coffee. It compressed air, let it expand, and voila. Ice appeared like magic. He was basically performing miracles with thermodynamics, yet somehow nobody cared. The timing was all wrong. People thought ice was supposed to come from frozen ponds in winter, not from some mechanical beast that made suspicious noises. The really heartbreaking part. Gorry died broken forgotten in 1855, just as the world was starting to figure out that maybe, just maybe, controlling temperature might be useful. If he'd invented his machine 50 years later, he'd have been richer than a chocolate fountain at a weight loss convention. Instead, we had to wait until 1902 for Willis Carrier to essentially reinvent the same thing and become the father of modern air conditioning. But here's where it gets interesting. Gorry's ice machine could have changed everything about where people lived, how cities developed, and even what we ate. Imagine the American South becoming a population centre decades earlier, or fresh food being available year-round everywhere. Instead of the Great Migration north, maybe we'd have seen the Great Migration to Florida, and not just for retirement. The patent office didn't help matters. Back then, getting a patent was like trying to convince your teenager to clean their room. Technically possible, but requiring supernatural patience. Gorry got his patent in 1851, but by then he was too exhausted and too poor to manufacture his machines. It is akin to finally obtaining the recipe for the ideal chocolate chip cookie, only to discover that you lack the means to purchase the necessary ingredients. What makes this scenario even more frustrating is that ice was already a big business. Frederick Tudor, the Ice King, was shipping ice from Massachusetts to the Caribbean and making a fortune. People knew ice was valuable, they just couldn't imagine making it themselves. It was like having a money tree in your backyard but insisting on walking to the bank instead. The ripple effects of Gorry's failure touch everything around us today. Hospital design, food storage, urban planning, all of it had to wait another half-century to evolve. Did the scorching southern summers force people to migrate north? They could have been solved before the Civil War. Did the seasonal food shortages that plagued humanity for millennia ever get resolved? Gorry had the key, but the world wasn't ready to turn the lock. Sometimes the best inventions arrive like party guests. Either too early when you're still in your pyjamas, or too late when you've already eaten all the delicious snacks. Gorry's ice machine was definitely the pyjamas scenario. It was brilliant, practical, and absolutely ahead of its time, which in the world of inventions is sometimes the cruelest fate of all. Speaking of timing, let's drift over to 1838, when Samuel Morse was tapping out his famous "What hath God wrought" message. But here's something that'll keep you up at night. Another telegraph system was already working perfectly, and it might have prevented some of the bloodiest conflicts in human history. Claude Chappe had built something called the optical telegraph across France in the 1790s. Picture a network of towers stretching across the countryside, each one topped with mechanical arms that moved like a person doing semaphore. These weren't just quaint windmill decorations. They could send a message from Paris to the Mediterranean faster than a horse could gallop to the next village. The entire system functioned akin to a highly advanced version of the childhood telephone game, but instead of mutilating whispered words, these tower operators utilized telescopes to interpret arm positions and transmit coded messages. A communication that would take weeks on horseback could travel the length of France in hours. It was like having the internet, except it ran on human eyeballs and mechanical precision. Now, here's where your heart might break a little. The Chappe telegraph was so effective that Napoleon used it to coordinate his military campaigns. However, the French government kept the telegraph technology secret from other countries because they believed it provided them with too significant an advantage. Imagine if they'd shared the technology instead. The Crimean War might have been settled over a cup of tea rather than fought in trenches. The American Civil War could have been a series of strongly worded telegrams instead of a 4-year bloodbath. The optical telegraph faced a minor issue that ultimately led to its demise. It required favourable weather conditions and daylight hours to function. Fog, rain or nighttime turned the most sophisticated communication network in the world into an expensive collection of wooden towers. It was like having a sports car that only worked on Tuesdays when it wasn't cloudy. When Morse's electrical telegraph came along, it worked in any weather, day or night. The optical system became as obsolete as a sundial in a smartphone world. But here's the thing that should make you sit up in bed. If someone had figured out how to make the optical system work in the dark, we might have had instant global communication decades earlier. The French had over 5,000 kilometres of optical telegraph lines by the 1840s. They could have connected every major city in Europe if other countries had adopted the system instead of treating it like a military secret. Imagine the Congress of Vienna in 1815, with delegates actually able to communicate with their home countries in real time. Diplomatic crises that escalated due to slow instructions for ambassadors might have been resolved over lunch. But the real tragedy is what happened to Claude Chappe himself. He watched his life's work get overtaken by electrical systems and fell into such despair that he took his life in 1805. He never got to see how his optical network inspired the development of modern telecommunications. His towers were the direct ancestors of every cell phone tower, every fibre optic cable, and every satellite dish that keeps our world connected today. The optical telegraph was like a bridge between the ancient world of signal fires and smoke signals, and our modern world of instant global communication. It proved that with enough clever engineering and human cooperation, you could shrink the world down to a manageable size. It took a century for that lesson to sink in, and by then, we'd fought wars that better communication might have prevented. Now recline into your pillows, as the upcoming story may inspire you to rewrite history books. Everyone knows the Wright brothers flew first at Kitty Hawk in 1903, right? Well, grab your favourite warm drink because I'm about to tell you about Gustav Whitehead, a guy who might have been soaring through the Connecticut sky 2 years before Orville and Wilbur even got their famous 12 seconds off the ground. Whitehead was one of those inventors who looked like he'd escaped from a steampunk novel. Born in Bavaria, he immigrated to America with nothing but big dreams and an obsession with anything that could fly. While the Wright brothers were methodically testing gliders and keeping detailed notes, Whitehead was building flying machines in his backyard like he was assembling furniture from a very complicated catalogue. On August 14th, 1901, witnesses claimed they saw Whitehead's No. 21 aircraft fly for about half a mile at 50 feet above the ground near Bridgeport. The local newspaper reported it the next day with the kind of casual enthusiasm you might use to describe a particularly excellent barbecue. Gustav Whitehead flew yesterday, they essentially said, as if people took to the air every Tuesday. Here's where it gets frustrating enough to make you kick your blankets. Unlike the Wright brothers, who documented everything like they were preparing for a patent lawsuit, Whitehead was more of a, let's see what happens if I attach this engine to these wings kind of guy. No photographs, no official records, just eyewitness accounts and one very enthusiastic newspaper article. The aircraft itself was a marvel of early 20th century engineering optimism. It had a lightweight motor that Whitehead built himself, silk wings, and a control system that required the pilot to basically become one with the machine. Flying it was less like driving a car and more like riding a very cooperative dragon. The whole contraption weighed about 800 pounds, and looked like it had been designed by someone who'd seen birds flying but had never actually met one personally. What makes this story even more intriguing is that several aviation pioneers visited Whitehead and came away convinced he'd achieved powered flight. These individuals were not mere passers-by, but rather serious engineers and aviation enthusiasts who understood the distinction between mere flight and true flight. However, the Wright brothers' publicity overshadowed their testimonies. The problem was that Whitehead couldn't repeat his success consistently. Whitehead's engines exhibited temperamental behaviour, his aircraft designs underwent constant changes, and his business acumen was akin to that of a golden retriever. While the Wright brothers were building a sustainable flying program, Whitehead was having what you might charitably call adventure flights. Impressive when they worked, spectacular when they didn't. Imagine if Whitehead had been a better record keeper, or if someone with a camera had been there that August morning. We might be talking about Whitehead Field instead of Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. The whole mythology of American aviation might have started in Connecticut rather than North Carolina. Beach tourism might have developed very differently. But here's the thing that might keep you staring at the ceiling. Even if Whitehead did fly first, the Wright brothers still deserved their fame. They didn't just achieve flight, they made it reproducible, improvable, and eventually practical. Whitehead was like the person who accidentally discovers a great recipe but forgets to write it down. The Wright brothers were the ones who turned flying into something more than a spectacular accident. The aviation world probably needed both approaches, Whitehead's fearless experimentation and the Wright brothers' methodical development. One pushed the limits of what was possible, the other made sure those boundaries stayed pushed. It's just a shame that history tends to remember the finishers better than the pioneers who cleared the path. Let's pull the covers up a bit higher and discuss something that might change how you think about World War II entirely. While everyone was focused on radar and rockets, a brilliant German engineer named Konrad Zuse was quietly building the world's first programmable computer in his parents' living room. Indeed, he was building the world's first programmable computer in his parents' living room. Imagine trying to explain that to your homeowner's insurance. The Z3, completed in 1941, was like someone had taken a pocket calculator and fed it steroids for 2 years. It could perform floating-point arithmetic, handle conditional operations, and even run programs stored on punched film. This wasn't some glorified adding machine. This was a genuine computer, complete with memory, processing power, and the ability to solve complex mathematical problems that would have taken human calculators weeks to figure out. Zuse built this marvel using telephone relays, the kind of switches that connected your long-distance calls back when operators asked, "Number, please?" The Z3 had about 2,600 relays clicking away like a mechanical orchestra, each one making tiny decisions that added up to genuine computational power. The sound it made while working was probably like being inside a huge, very busy typewriter. Here's where your mind might start racing. If the German military had recognised what Zuse had created and funded it properly, they could have had computational advantages that might have changed the entire war. Code breaking, ballistics calculations, logistics optimization, all the number-crunching nightmares that bogged down military operations could have been solved by machines instead of rooms full of mathematicians with slide rules. But the German authorities looked at Zuse's computer and essentially shrugged. They were more interested in bigger tanks and faster planes than in some clicking contraption that solved math problems. It was like being offered a magic wand and asking if it came in a different colour. The military applications were so obvious they were invisible. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Atlantic, similar computational needs were driving the development of machines like ENIAC and Colossus. The difference was that the Allies understood they were fighting a war that would be won by whoever could process information faster and more accurately. The Germans had the technology first, but couldn't see past their traditional military thinking. Zuse's workshop was eventually destroyed in an Allied bombing raid in 1943, taking the Z3 with it. By then, he'd already started work on the Z4, which was even more advanced. But imagine if that bombing raid had never happened, or if Zuse had been working in a properly funded, well-protected government facility instead of his parents' living room. The computational revolution might have started in the 1940s, Germany instead of the 1950s America. The real tragedy is that Zuse understood exactly what he'd built. He wrote the first algorithmic programming language, developed floating-point arithmetic, and even theorized about artificial intelligence decades before anyone else was thinking seriously about machine thinking. He was like a time traveller who'd brought back blueprints from the future, except nobody believed the future was worth visiting. After the war, when the world finally caught up to what Zuse had been doing, the computer revolution exploded. But those crucial years from 1941 to 1945 represented a lost opportunity that might have reshaped everything. Not just the war, but the entire development of computational technology could have been accelerated by a decade or more. This is one of those historical scenarios that can keep you awake at night. What if the side with the moral high ground also had the best tech? What if the computational revolution had started earlier and developed differently? The most important battles in history are sometimes fought with ideas that don't get the attention they deserve. Now let's talk about something that might make you grateful for modern medicine in a whole new way. Picture this. It's 1847, and women are dying in childbirth at horrifying rates. Not from complications during delivery, but from something called childbed fever that strikes afterward. In Vienna's General Hospital, one maternity ward has a death rate of 18%, while another ward right down the hall has a death rate of only 2%. Same hospital, same city, same year, but somehow one hallway is a death trap while the other is relatively safe. Enter Ignaz Semmelweis, a Hungarian doctor who looked at this situation and thought, something is very wrong here. He was like a medical detective in an era when most doctors thought disease was caused by bad air or moral failings. Semmelweis noticed something that should have been obvious, but somehow wasn't. The deadly ward was staffed by doctors and medical students, while the safe ward was run by midwives. Here's where it gets intriguing enough to make you sit up in bed. The doctors and medical students spent their mornings performing autopsies on women who had died from childbed fever, then walked directly to the maternity ward to deliver babies, without washing their hands. The midwives, on the other hand, didn't do autopsies. Semmelweis put two and two together and got an answer that nobody wanted to hear. He instituted a simple policy. Everyone had to wash their hands with chlorinated lime solution before examining patients. The death rate in the doctor's ward immediately dropped from 18% to less than 2%. You'd think the change would have made Semmelweis the hero of Vienna General Hospital, maybe even gotten him a statue in the courtyard. Instead, it made him the most hated man in the medical establishment. The other doctors were furious. The idea that gentlemen's hands could be unclean was insulting to their social status. Doctors were supposed to be learned men of science, not common workers who needed to scrub up like servants. The concept that invisible particles on their hands could cause disease was so absurd, it was practically offensive. They essentially told Semmelweis that his germ theory was crazy talk. What makes this even more heartbreaking is that Semmelweis could prove his point with numbers. Every month that hand-washing was enforced, fewer women died. Every time the policy was relaxed, the death rate shot back up. It was cause and effect so clear you could teach it to a child, yet the medical establishment treated it like dangerous nonsense. The pushback against Semmelweis was so intense that he eventually suffered what we'd now probably call a nervous breakdown. He became increasingly frustrated and confrontational, writing bitter letters to prominent doctors calling them murderers. Technically, he was correct. They were killing patients due to ignorance, but he never excelled in tact. In 1865, he was committed to an asylum where he died just 2 weeks later, possibly from the same kind of infection he'd spent his career fighting. Here's the part that might keep you staring at the ceiling. If the medical world had accepted Semmelweis's hand-washing protocol in 1847, millions of lives could have been saved. The concept of antiseptic surgery wouldn't have had to wait for Joseph Lister in the 1860s. Germ theory wouldn't have needed Louis Pasteur to make it respectable. The entire development of modern medicine could have accelerated by decades. Imagine Civil War field hospitals where doctors washed their hands between patients. Imagine surgery becoming safer 20 years earlier than it actually did. Imagine all the mothers and babies who could have lived if the medical establishment had been willing to consider that maybe, just maybe, a Hungarian doctor had figured out something important about invisible killers. Instead, Semmelweis became a tragic footnote, vindicated only after his death when Pasteur and Lister made germ theory fashionable. Occasionally the most important discoveries aren't rejected because they're wrong, but because they're so right they threaten everything people think they know about how the world works. Let's shift gears again and talk about something that could have made your daily commute look very different. While everyone was getting excited about cars and airplanes in the early 1900s, there was another transportation revolution brewing that most people have never heard of. It involved pneumatic tubes, basically shooting capsules through pressurized air systems like you were mailing yourself across the city. The beach pneumatic transit system in New York was like something out of a Jules Verne novel, except it actually worked. In 1870, Alfred Ely Beach built a 312-foot demonstration tunnel under Broadway and shot a cylindrical car carrying passengers through it using nothing but air pressure. The car was plushly appointed with upholstered seats and elegant lighting, making it feel more like riding in a Victorian parlour than being shot through an underground tube. Passengers described the experience as surprisingly smooth and quiet. The car would whoosh through the tunnel, carried along by a giant fan that created air pressure behind it and suction in front. At the end of the line, the process reversed, and the car would slide gently back to the starting point. It was like being inside a huge, very comfortable pneumatic message system. Beach envisioned a network of these pneumatic railways crisscrossing Manhattan, transporting passengers at speeds that would rival those of modern subway systems. No noise, no smoke, no horses dropping inconvenient packages on the street. Just clean, quiet, efficient transportation powered by compressed air. The whole system could have been running on renewable energy if they'd connected the fans to windmills or water wheels. But here's where the story takes a turn that might make you want to throw your pillow across the room. Boss Tweed and Tammany Hall, New York's notoriously corrupt political machine, were heavily invested in street-level transportation systems, horse-drawn omnibuses, elevated railways, and eventually streetcars. A pneumatic system that bypassed street-level corruption and kickback opportunities was about as welcome as a tax audit. The political opposition to Beech's system was so intense that he had to build his demonstration tunnel in secret, working at night and disposing of excavated dirt through a basement in a nearby building. He was literally conducting an underground transportation revolution underground, in both the physical and political sense. When Beech finally revealed his system to the public, it was an instant sensation. Over 400,000 people paid to ride the demonstration line in its first year of operation. The public loved it, the press praised it, and engineering experts confirmed it was completely feasible. Everything was perfect except for the small matter of political approval for expansion. Tweed and his cronies made sure that Beech's request for permits and funding got buried deeper than his tunnel. They wanted transportation systems they could control, profit from, and use as sources of political patronage. A pneumatic system that could be built quickly and operated efficiently offered too few opportunities for the kind of creative accounting that kept political machines running. The Beech tunnel eventually closed, not because the technology didn't work, but because the politics didn't work. The demonstration tunnel was sealed up and forgotten until it was accidentally rediscovered during subway construction in 1912. By then, the window for pneumatic transit had closed, and New York was committed to the electric subway system we know today. Imagine if Beech had succeeded. Manhattan might have had a transportation network that was faster, quieter, and cleaner than what we ended up with. The whole development of urban transportation could have taken an entirely different path. Instead of noisy elevated trains and crowded subways, cities might have developed silent, smooth pneumatic networks that shot people around like packages in a delivery system. The technology wasn't the problem. Pneumatic tube systems were already being used successfully for mail delivery in major cities. The problem was that beneficial technology isn't enough if the political and economic systems aren't ready to support it. Sometimes the best inventions fail not because they don't work, but because they work too well for the wrong people. Now, as we settle in for the final part of our journey through forgotten inventions, let's talk about something that could have changed the entire course of the 20th century. While Thomas Edison and Nikola Tesla were having their famous war of currents, another inventor was quietly working on something that could have made both of their electrical systems look like child's toys. Nikola Tesla, yes, the same Tesla who won the AC/DC battle, had an even bigger idea brewing in his brilliant, slightly obsessive mind. He believed he could transmit electrical power wirelessly, through the Earth itself, making power lines as obsolete as carrier pigeons. His Wardenclyffe Tower on Long Island wasn't just an experimental radio station, it was supposed to be the prototype for a global wireless power system. Picture this. Instead of cities crisscrossed with power lines, you'd have elegant towers spaced across the landscape, beaming electricity through the ground to receivers anywhere in the world. No more power outages from fallen lines, no more unsightly electrical infrastructure, and no more limitations on where you could build things based on how close they were to power sources. The whole planet would become one giant electrical grid. Tesla's system worked on the principle that the Earth itself could act as a conductor. By pumping electrical energy into the ground at specific frequencies, he believed he could create standing waves that would allow power to be extracted anywhere on the planet. It sounds like science fiction, but Tesla had already demonstrated wireless power transmission on a smaller scale, lighting bulbs from miles away without any connecting wires. The financial backing for Wardenclyffe came from J.P. Morgan, who initially thought he was funding an improved wireless communication system. When Tesla revealed his true intention, free wireless power for everyone, Morgan's enthusiasm cooled faster than coffee left on a porch in January. Free power meant no metered usage, which meant no way to charge customers, which meant no profit. Morgan pulled his funding in 1906, and Tesla's wireless power dreams died with it. Here's where you might want to pull the blankets over your head and contemplate alternative timelines. If Tesla's wireless power system had worked as intended, the entire 20th century could have unfolded differently. There would have been no necessity for large-scale power plants in each region. the system would have been immune to attacks on infrastructure during wartime. There would be no environmental issues associated with power transmission lines passing through wilderness areas. Rural electrification, which didn't reach many parts of America until the 1930s and 1940s, could have happened immediately. Developing countries wouldn't have needed to build expensive power infrastructure to modernise. Electric vehicles might have become practical decades earlier, since you could power them anywhere without needing charging stations. But Tesla's wireless power system had one crucial flaw that probably doomed it from the start. It would have been almost impossible to control who used the power. Unlike electrical lines that could be metered and disconnected, wireless power beamed through the earth would have been available to anyone with the right receiving equipment. It was socialism through physics, which was never going to fly with the business community. The irony is that Tesla's wireless power transmission actually worked on a small scale. His Colorado Springs laboratory successfully transmitted power wirelessly across significant distances. The problem wasn't the technology, it was the economics and politics of giving away something that people were used to paying for. After Wardenclyffe failed, Tesla spent the rest of his life as a brilliant but increasingly eccentric figure, living in hotel rooms and feeding pigeons while the world moved on to more conventional electrical systems. He died in 1943, just as the world was discovering that many of his seemingly impossible ideas, like radar and robotics, were not only possible but essential. As you drift off to sleep tonight, think about all these inventors who are so close to changing everything. They remind us that history isn't just about what happened, but about all the fascinating things that almost happened. Sometimes the most important stories are the ones about the roads not taken, the inventions that were too early, too radical, or too threatening to the way things were. These forgotten pioneers prove that the future is always closer than we think. It's just waiting for the right combination of technology, timing, and the courage to believe that impossible things might not be impossible after all. Sweet dreams, and remember, tomorrow's impossibility might just be tonight's bedtime story waiting to come true. Picture yourself stepping off a time machine into ancient Rome, circa 100 AD. The first thing that hits you isn't the grandeur of the Colosseum or the marble majesty of the Forum, it's the smell. That peculiar cocktail of unwashed bodies, fermented fish sauce, and something you can't quite identify but suspect involves bodily functions, mingles with incense and olive oil in ways that would make a modern nose surrender immediately. You'd think a civilization that built aqueducts spanning hundreds of miles and invented concrete that still puzzles engineers today would have figured out basic hygiene. Well, they did. Sort of. The Romans had their own ideas about cleanliness, and some of them would make you grateful for antibacterial soap and indoor plumbing. Take their approach to bathing, for instance. The Romans not only bathed, but also transformed it into a social gathering that could rival any local book club. The public baths, or thermae, weren't just places to get clean. They were community centres, gossip hubs, business meeting spots, and occasionally places where you might actually encounter water and soap. Think of them as ancient shopping malls, except instead of Orange Julius, you had pools of varying temperatures, and instead of Spencer's, you had rooms where people scraped oil and dirt off each other with metal tools. But here's where it becomes interesting. Romans believed that hot water opened your pores to let the bad spirits out, while cold water snapped them shut to keep the good spirits in. This wasn't just folklore, it was medical theory endorsed by their most respected physicians. So your typical Roman bath experience involved a carefully choreographed dance between the caldarium, hot room, tepidarium, warm room, and frigidarium, cold room, like some ancient version of a Swedish sauna routine designed by committee. The wealthy Romans had their private baths at home, complete with hypocaust heating systems that channeled hot air through the walls and floors. Imagine having heated floors in 100 AD while most of the world was still figuring out how to make fire reliably. Yet these same innovative people thought that sharing bath water with dozens of strangers was perfectly hygienic. The water in public baths was changed infrequently, sometimes only once a day, sometimes less. By afternoon, you weren't so much bathing as marinating in a human soup that would horrify any modern health inspector, and then there were the slaves whose job it was to help with the bathing process. These weren't just attendants handing out towels, they were skilled craftspeople of cleanliness, wielding strigils, curved metal scrapers that remove the oil, dirt and dead skin that accumulated on Roman bodies. The wealthy would coat themselves in olive oil, then have slaves scrape it all off, taking the grime with it. It was effective, sure, but imagine explaining to your modern dermatologist that your skincare routine involves having someone scrape you down with what amounts to a medieval back scratcher. The Romans also had some fascinating ideas about dental hygiene. They brushed their teeth with twigs. Specifically, they chewed on aromatic twigs until one end frayed into a brush-like texture, then used that to clean their teeth. The good news is that the technique actually worked reasonably well. The troubling news is that their favourite toothpaste was made from powdered mouse brains, crushed bones, and sometimes human urine. Portuguese urine was considered particularly effective, which raises all sorts of questions about ancient trade routes and quality control standards. But perhaps most puzzling of all was their relationship with perfume. Romans doused themselves in scented oils and perfumes with the enthusiasm of teenagers discovering body spray for the first time. They had different scents for their hair, arms and feet. Walking through ancient Rome must have been like navigating a cosmetic section in a department store, except with more togas and considerably more creative interpretations of what constituted pleasant fragrance. Now let's talk about something that every Roman had to deal with, but no one particularly wanted to discuss at dinner parties: using the bathroom. If you found Roman bathing habits to be communal, you might be interested in learning about their approach to toilets. Roman public latrines combined engineering marvels with social awkwardness. Picture a long marble bench with round holes cut into it, positioned over flowing water that carried waste away. So far, so good. It's basically an ancient sewage system. But here's the catch. There were no dividers, no doors, and no privacy screens. There was just a row of holes where Romans would sit side by side, conducting business, and presumably discussing the weather or the latest gladiator match. The arrangement wasn't considered strange or embarrassing. In fact, it was another social activity. Romans would chat, conduct business deals, and catch up on gossip while attending to their bodily needs. Imagine trying to negotiate a grain shipment contract while sitting on a communal toilet with your neighbour. It puts a whole new spin on the phrase, getting down to business. The most interesting part is that they used something other than toilet paper, which was invented a millennium later. Romans used a communal sponge on a stick called a xylospongium. Yes, you read that correctly, a shared sponge. After use, it was rinsed in the flowing water channel that ran in front of the toilets, then left for the next person. This system worked well enough from a hygiene standpoint, since the flowing water kept things relatively clean, but the social implications are staggering. You had to time your bathroom visits not just based on your needs, but on when you could psychologically handle using the community sponge. Wealthy Romans had their own private toilets, often beautifully decorated affairs with mosaics and frescoes. Some featured images of Fortuna, the goddess of luck, because apparently even bathroom humour was a thing in ancient Rome. These private facilities usually emptied into the same sewer system as the public ones, flowing eventually into the Cloaca Maxima, the Great Sewer, which was one of Rome's genuine engineering marvels and still functions today. But Romans had some peculiar superstitions about bathroom activities. They believed that evil spirits lurked in sewers and might emerge through toilet holes to cause mischief. To ward them off, many Romans wore amulets or muttered protective charms before sitting down. There's something endearing about a civilization that conquered most of the known world, but still worried about sewer demons sneaking up on them during vulnerable moments. The really wealthy took bathroom security seriously. Some installed elaborate wind chimes and bells near their toilets, believing the noise would frighten away any supernatural toilet lurkers. Others hired slaves whose job was essentially to be professional bathroom attendants, not just for cleanliness, but for spiritual protection. Imagine having toilet bodyguard on your ancient Roman resume. Personal hygiene after using the facilities was handled with scented oils and perfumes. Romans would clean themselves and then apply various aromatic substances to mask any lingering odours. These practices led to some interesting combinations. You might encounter someone who smelled like a mixture of rose oil, myrrh, and whatever had happened in the latrine 20 minutes earlier. Ancient Rome captivated the senses, often in unexpected ways. The Romans also had public urinals called foracae, positioned throughout the city. These were simple stone or ceramic vessels where men could relieve themselves. The urine wasn't wasted, it was collected and sold to fullers, dry ancient cleaners, who used it to clean clothing and whiten togas. Urine contains ammonia, which is actually quite effective for cleaning, so the collection wasn't just gross recycling, it was practical chemistry. Still, imagine the job interview process for becoming a professional urine collector. Women had their own challenges with Roman bathroom culture. They were generally excluded from public toilets and had to rely on private facilities or chamber pots at home. This meant that Roman women rarely ventured far from home without carefully planning their routes around available bathroom facilities. It was an early form of urban planning that took biological needs into account, though not equally for all citizens. Roman society was built on rigid class distinctions, and nowhere was this more apparent than in their hygiene practices. Your cleanliness level wasn't just about personal preference, it was an advertisement of your social status, broadcast through scent, skin condition, and the quality of oil glistening on your freshly scraped body. At the top of the hygiene pyramid sat the wealthy patricians, who treated cleanliness like a competitive sport. These folks didn't just bathe, they orchestrated elaborate cleansing rituals that would make modern spa treatments look like a quick rinse in the garden sprinkler. A wealthy Roman's day might begin with slaves applying various oils and unguents, followed by a leisurely trip to their private baths, then more oils, a visit to the public baths for socialising, then even more oils and perfumes for the evening's entertainment. The oils themselves were a hierarchy of their own. The cheapest bath oil was made from olives, functional but hardly luxurious. Moving up the social ladder, you'd find oils infused with roses, violets, or other flowers. At the very top were exotic imported oils from India and the Far East, scented with spices that cost more than most Romans earned in a year. These premium oils weren't just applied randomly. Wealthy Romans had personal cosmete, slaves who specialised in the application of cosmetics and scented oils with the precision of ancient perfumers. But here's where Roman hygiene becomes really interesting. They believed that different scents could affect your personality and health. Lavender oil was thought to promote wisdom, while rose oil enhanced beauty and charm. Myrrh was considered especially powerful for warding off diseases, which led to some Romans smelling like they'd been embalmed. The really paranoid wealthy would layer multiple protective scents, creating personal aromatic signatures that you could smell coming from 3 blocks away. Middle-class Romans, the plebeians with decent jobs, had their hygiene strategies. They couldn't afford the exotic oils, but they made do with olive oil and local herbs. Many grew their own aromatic plants specifically for bathing. Mint, rosemary and thyme were popular choices. These Romans typically visited public baths several times a week, timing their visits for the hours when the water was freshest and the crowds were thinnest. They developed their own social codes around bath etiquette, including elaborate systems for sharing the limited supply of strigils and determining who got to use the best spots in each room. The working poor had the most creative approaches to hygiene. Many couldn't afford regular trips to the public baths, so they developed alternatives that ranged from clever to desperate. Some would collect rainwater for washing, heating it over small fires in their cramped apartments. Others would visit the baths during the cheapest hours, usually late in the day when the water was questionable but the prices were reduced. Many simply made do with quick washes at public fountains, using whatever soap they could afford or make themselves from animal fat and ash. Slaves occupied the most complex position in the Roman hygiene hierarchy. The house slaves of wealthy families often had better access to bathing facilities than free Romans of lower classes, but only because cleanliness was part of their job requirements. Nobody wanted a smelly slave serving dinner or handling expensive clothing. These slaves often knew more about cosmetics and hygiene techniques than their masters, having learned through daily practice. Some earned their freedom by becoming professional bath attendants or cosmeti, turning their enforced expertise into economic opportunity. The military had its own hygiene culture. Roman soldiers were required to maintain certain cleanliness standards, not just for health, but for discipline. Military camps included bathing facilities and latrine systems that were often more advanced than those found in civilian settlements. Soldiers developed efficient group bathing techniques and shared resources for soap and oil. But they also had to adapt to campaign conditions where proper bathing might be impossible for weeks at a time. Military hygiene was about functionality over luxury, though successful generals often celebrated victories with elaborate communal baths for their troops. Even gladiators had their place in the hygiene hierarchy. These professional fighters were valuable property, so their owners invested in keeping them clean and healthy. Gladiator schools included sophisticated bathing facilities, and gladiators often had access to medical care and specialised oils for treating training injuries. But the irony wasn't lost on Romans. Here were slaves and criminals who had better hygiene facilities than many free citizens, simply because they were profitable entertainment. Roman medical theory regarding hygiene was a fascinating blend of practical observation, philosophical speculation, and what can only be described as enthusiastic guesswork. Roman physicians, trained in Greek traditions but adding their own cultural interpretations, developed hygiene practices that were simultaneously advanced and utterly baffling. The foundation of Roman medical hygiene rested on the theory of humours, the belief that human health depended on balancing 4 bodily fluids: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. According to this system, different types of dirt and contamination could upset your humoral balance, leading to illness, madness, or worse. This meant that how you cleaned yourself wasn't just about removing grime, it was about maintaining cosmic harmony within your body. Roman doctors prescribed specific bathing temperatures for different ailments and personality types. If you were naturally choleric, hot-tempered, you needed cool baths to balance your excess yellow bile. Melancholic people required hot baths to counteract their cold, dry nature. But here's where it gets complicated. The same doctor might prescribe hot baths in the morning and cold baths in the evening, depending on the phase of the moon, the season, and what you'd eaten for lunch. Roman bath prescriptions could be more complex than modern chemotherapy protocols. The medical establishment also had strong opinions about sweating. Roman physicians believed that sweat carried away harmful vapours and corrupted humours, making it essential for health. This perspective led to some interesting treatments. Patients with certain conditions were prescribed sessions in the hottest rooms of the baths, sometimes for hours at a time, sweating out their illness. Others were given exercises designed to produce specific types of sweat: gentle perspiration for delicate constitutions, vigorous sweating for robust patients. There were even specialists who claimed they could diagnose diseases by examining and smelling a patient's sweat patterns. Oil played a central role in Roman medical hygiene theory. Different oils were thought to have specific therapeutic properties that went beyond mere cleanliness. Olive oil was considered warming and moistening, beneficial for dry skin conditions and cold humours. Rose oil was cooling and beautifying, prescribed for hot-natured individuals and skin inflammations. But the real medical stars were the exotic imported oils. Balsam from Judea was believed to cure headaches and promote wisdom. Nard from India was prescribed for depression and anxiety. These weren't just pleasant scents. They were considered legitimate medicines. Roman doctors also had elaborate theories about when and how to bathe for optimal health. Most believed that bathing immediately after eating was dangerous, as it could disrupt digestion and cause the food to corrupt in your stomach. The recommended waiting period varied from 2 to 4 hours, depending on what you'd eaten and your constitutional type. Some physicians prescribed pre-bath exercises to open the pores properly, while others recommended specific breathing techniques during bathing to ensure proper circulation of vital spirits. The relationship between diet and hygiene was considered crucial. Roman medical texts are full of warnings about foods that could make your sweat smell foul or cause your skin to break out. Garlic and onions were thought to produce corrupt humour that emerged through the skin. Fish sauce, beloved by Romans but notorious for its pungent smell, was believed to cause marine humours that required special cleansing techniques involving sea salt and specific aromatic herbs. Women's hygiene was subject to especially complex medical theories. Roman physicians believed that women's monthly cycles created special cleansing needs and opportunities. Certain herbs and oils were prescribed specifically for female patients, often with the goal of regulating their supposedly unstable humoral balance. Pregnancy brought its own set of hygiene rules, with detailed prescriptions for bathing temperatures, oil applications, and cleansing schedules designed to ensure healthy babies and safe deliveries. Perhaps most fascinating were the Roman medical beliefs about mental illness and hygiene. Doctors genuinely believed that certain types of madness were caused by corrupted vapours rising from unclean bodies to affect the brain. This led to hygiene-based treatments for depression, anxiety, and what we might now recognise as psychological conditions. Patients were prescribed elaborate bathing regimens, specific oil treatments, and sometimes even therapeutic massages with aromatic substances designed to restore mental balance. The wealthy could afford personal physicians who would create customised hygiene protocols based on detailed examinations of their patients' constitutions, lifestyles, and health histories. These medical hygiene plans were very detailed, specifying when and how to bathe, what to think about, what prayers to recite, and how to breathe during cleansing rituals. Money talks in any civilization, and in ancient Rome, it spoke with a distinctly soapy accent. The hygiene industry, employing thousands of people in jobs ranging from respectable to eyebrow-raising, created economic opportunities that would not resurface until the emergence of the modern beauty industry. Let's start with the public baths themselves, which were massive commercial enterprises. A typical Roman bathhouse employed dozens of workers, furnace operators who kept the hypocaust heating systems running, water managers who maintained the complex plumbing, attendants who helped customers navigate the facilities, masseurs who worked out the kinks in Roman muscles, and security personnel who kept order among naked, relaxed, and sometimes intoxicated patrons. The larger thermae were like ancient shopping malls, with vendors selling everything from snacks to jewellery to good luck charms designed to protect you from sewer demons. The oil trade was particularly lucrative. Olive oil was the foundation of the Roman hygiene industry, and controlling olive groves could make you wealthy beyond imagination. But the real money was in specialty oils and perfumes. A single amphora of high-quality rose oil from Egypt could cost more than a skilled craftsman earned in 6 months. The perfume merchants who dealt in these luxury goods often became powerful political figures, using their wealth to buy influence and status. Import businesses thrived on Roman hygiene obsessions. Exotic ingredients came from across the empire and beyond. Frankincense from Arabia, cinnamon from India, amber from the Baltic regions, and silk for the finest bathing towels from China. The logistics of getting these materials to Roman consumers created entire industries of traders, shippers, and middlemen. Some merchants specialised in nothing but hygiene-related imports, building fortunes on Roman desires to smell better than their neighbours. The soap-making industry was sophisticated. While Romans didn't use soap the way we do, they did manufacture various cleansing compounds from animal fats, plant ashes, and mineral salts. The best soap makers were closely guarded trade secrets, passed down through generations of craftsmen. Some soap-making families became wealthy enough to own their own bathhouses, creating vertically integrated hygiene empires that controlled everything from soap production to the final bathing experience. Slavery was, unfortunately, central to the Roman hygiene economy. Thousands of slaves worked in bathhouses, oil production, and personal hygiene services. Some specialised in specific skills. There were slaves who could identify the best oils by smell alone, others who were experts at using strigils without causing injury, and still others who memorised complex recipes for custom perfume blends. The most skilled hygiene slaves could earn enough money through tips and side businesses to eventually buy their freedom, though this path to manumission required years of scraping other people's backs and memorising their scent preferences. The construction industry also benefited from Roman hygiene culture. Building a proper Roman bath required specialists in hypocaust heating systems, waterproof concrete, decorative mosaics, and complex plumbing. The techniques developed for bathhouse construction were later applied to other buildings, making Roman hygiene culture a driver of architectural innovation. Some construction families became wealthy by specialising in bath-related projects, travelling throughout the empire to build facilities for wealthy Romans in distant provinces. Then there were the support industries that emerged around hygiene culture. Laundry services cleaned the towels and clothing used in baths. Pottery makers produced the countless vessels needed for oils, perfumes, and bathing accessories. Metal workers crafted strigils, mirrors, and bathing jewellery. Even the food industry got involved, as many Romans liked to eat and drink while bathing, creating demand for waterproof serving vessels and special bath-appropriate snacks. The medical side of hygiene created its own economic opportunities. Physicians who specialised in hygiene-related treatments could charge premium fees, especially if they claimed expertise in exotic foreign bathing techniques. Massage therapists, aromatherapy specialists, and even professional bath consultants emerged as profitable professions. Some enterprising Romans made careers out of advising wealthy clients on optimal bathing schedules and customised oil blends. Regional variations in hygiene preferences created niche markets throughout the empire. Romans in Britain developed cold-weather bathing techniques that required different oils and heating systems. Romans in North Africa adapted their hygiene practices to desert conditions. creating demand for specialised sun protection oils and sand-resistant clothing. These regional specialisations often became export industries, with local hygiene innovations spreading throughout the empire. The government also profited from Roman cleanliness obsessions through taxes and regulations. Bathhouses paid licensing fees, imported hygiene products faced tariffs, and luxury perfumes were subject to special taxes that helped fund public works projects. Some historians argue that Roman expansion was partly motivated by the desire to secure reliable sources of hygiene-related raw materials, making cleanliness a factor in imperial policy. Roman hygiene wasn't just about getting clean. It was about navigating a complex spiritual landscape, where supernatural forces lurked in every bathing facility, and evil spirits had strong opinions about your personal grooming choices. The Romans had managed to turn basic human cleanliness into a mystical adventure that required careful planning, protective charms, and occasionally professional supernatural consultation. The timing of your bath wasn't just a matter of personal convenience, it was a cosmic decision that could affect your luck, health, and spiritual well-being. Romans consulted calendars that indicated favourable and unfavourable bathing days, based on lunar phases, religious festivals, and the movements of various gods through the celestial sphere. Some wealthy Romans employed personal astrologers whose job included calculating optimal bathing schedules. Imagine having to verify your horoscope before deciding whether to take a shower. Water itself was considered to have spiritual properties that varied depending on its source and treatment. Spring water was thought to carry the blessings of water nymphs, while rainwater collected during thunderstorms was believed to have purifying powers that could wash away curses and negative luck. The Romans went to extraordinary lengths to obtain water with the right spiritual qualities for important bathing rituals. Some wealthy families maintained private springs specifically for ceremonial bathing, hiring priests to bless the water sources regularly. The direction you faced while bathing was considered crucial. Most Romans believed you should face east while entering the bath to welcome the blessings of the rising sun, then turn to face west while leaving to ensure that any evil influences washed away with the setting sun. More superstitious bathers would rotate through all 4 cardinal directions during their bathing session, creating a kind of mystical water dance that must have been entertaining to watch. Protective amulets for bathing were big business in ancient Rome. These weren't just decorative jewellery, they were considered essential safety equipment for anyone venturing into the spiritually dangerous environment of a public bath. Popular designs included images of Hercules for strength, Mercury for protection during travel, including spiritual journeys undertaken while bathing, and various household gods who specialised in bathroom-related protection. Some amulets were designed to be worn while wet, using special materials and construction techniques that modern jewellers would find fascinating. The Romans had elaborate rituals for entering and leaving baths that would make modern spa protocols look casual. Many would pause at the threshold to recite protective prayers, asking the gods to guard them from evil spirits, prevent accidents, and ensure that their bathing experience would be beneficial rather than harmful. Some would leave small offerings, coins, flowers, or drops of expensive oil. At shrine niches built into bathhouse walls specifically for this purpose, shared bathing created its own set of spiritual concerns. Romans worried about picking up not just physical dirt from other bathers, but spiritual contamination from people with bad luck, evil intentions, or supernatural enemies. This led to complex etiquette systems designed to minimize spiritual risk while maintaining social politeness. You couldn't just ignore someone in the baths that might offend them and invite retaliation from their personal gods. But you also couldn't become too friendly with strangers whose spiritual status was unknown. The oil and perfume application process was ritualized to an almost ceremonial degree. Wealthy Romans would recite specific prayers, while different oils were applied to different parts of their bodies. Rose oil might be blessed to Venus while being applied to the face, while olive oil could be dedicated to Minerva while being used on arms and legs. The goal was to invoke divine protection for each body part while also ensuring that the gods approved of your grooming choices. Dreams about bathing were considered prophetic and required professional interpretation. Romans who dreamed about dirty bathwater might consult priests about impending spiritual danger, while dreams of crystal-clear pools were considered signs of divine favour. Some Romans kept dream journals specifically to track bathing-related dreams and their outcomes, creating a kind of ancient database of supernatural bath predictions. The Romans even had superstitions about soap and cleansing materials. Some believed that using soap made from animals that had died violently could transfer aggressive spirits to the user. Others thought that cleaning tools used by people who later suffered misfortune were cursed and should be avoided. Such beliefs led to complex systems for tracking the history and spiritual pedigree of bathing accessories, with some wealthy Romans employing servants whose job was to maintain detailed records of where their strigils, sponges and oils had come from. Seasonal bathing rituals aligned with the Roman religious calendar created additional layers of complexity. During certain festivals, bathing was considered either especially beneficial or particularly dangerous, depending on which gods were being honoured. The spring festival of Anna Perenna included ritual bathing that was supposed to ensure health for the coming year, while bathing during the Lemuria, when restless spirits roamed the earth, required special protective measures. As you settle back into your modern bathroom, surrounded by antibacterial soap dispensers and privacy walls, it's worth reflecting on what the Romans actually got right about hygiene, and what we might have learned from their more colourful mistakes. Their approach to cleanliness reveals something profound about human nature. Our eternal struggle to balance individual needs with social expectations, practical health concerns with cultural beliefs, and the desire to be clean with the reality of what that actually means. The Romans understood something that we sometimes forget in our modern, individualistic bathing culture. Cleanliness was inherently social. Their communal baths weren't just about getting clean. They were about maintaining the social fabric that held their civilization together. In an age before television, the internet, or even widespread literacy, the baths served as information networks, business centres, and community gathering places. Romans didn't just wash their bodies, they washed themselves back into society each day. Modern hygiene science has validated many Roman practices while debunking others. Their emphasis on regular bathing, the use of oils to protect skin, and even their practice of scraping away dead skin cells were remarkably sound from a dermatological standpoint. The Romans understood that healthy skin required both cleansing and moisturising, though they achieved it through olive oil and metal scrapers rather than lotions and exfoliating scrubs. Their recognition that mental health and physical cleanliness were connected wasn't wrong. It was just expressed through theories about humours and evil spirits rather than modern psychology. The Roman approach to dental hygiene, while involving some questionable ingredients, was actually more advanced than what most Europeans would practice for the next 1,000 years. Chewing on aromatic twigs did clean teeth effectively, and some of their herbal mouth rinses contained ingredients that modern dentistry recognises as beneficial. The fact that they cared about dental hygiene at all put them ahead of many later civilizations that considered tooth care vanity rather than health maintenance. Perhaps most importantly, the Romans demonstrated that public health infrastructure could transform civilization. Their aqueducts, sewers and public baths created living conditions that wouldn't be matched in European cities until the 19th century. The decline of Roman bathing culture after the fall of the empire coincided with centuries of reduced lifespans, increased disease, and general scruffiness that historians now recognise as preventable consequences of abandoning public hygiene infrastructure. The economic lessons of Roman hygiene culture are equally relevant today. They understood that cleanliness could be an industry, creating jobs and driving innovation in ways that benefited entire societies. Their willingness to invest public money in bathing facilities and sanitation systems paid dividends in public health and social stability that lasted for centuries. Modern cities still struggle with the same basic challenge: how to balance individual desires for cleanliness and privacy with the collective benefits of shared infrastructure and social bathing spaces. The Roman mistake of mixing hygiene with superstition offers its lessons. When cleanliness becomes too ritualized or culturally loaded, it can become a source of anxiety rather than health. Modern Western culture occasionally succumbs to similar pitfalls, transforming personal hygiene into competitive displays of status or moral superiority, rather than a means of maintaining practical health. The Romans remind us that it's possible to take cleanliness too seriously, investing it with meanings and expectations that have nothing to do with actually being clean. As you drift off to sleep tonight, clean and comfortable in ways that would amaze any ancient Roman, remember that hygiene is always a work in progress. The Romans thought they had figured it out, just as we think we have figured it out, just as people 1,000 years from now will probably shake their heads at our primitive understanding of cleanliness and health. The pursuit of perfect hygiene is like the pursuit of perfect happiness, an admirable goal that reveals more about human nature than it does about soap and water. The Romans gave us the foundation for contemplating cleanliness as both a personal responsibility and a social virtue. They showed us that being clean could be pleasant, social, and even luxurious rather than just a grim necessity. Most importantly, they demonstrated that a civilization's approach to hygiene reflects its values, priorities, and understanding of what it means to live well together. So the next time you step into your private shower, with your individually chosen soap and your perfectly heated water, spare a thought for those long-dead Romans sitting naked on their communal toilets, sharing their communal sponges, and somehow managing to build an empire that lasted 1,000 years. They may not have understood germs or bacteria, but they understood something equally important, that taking care of your body and sharing that experience with your community was one of the things that made life worth living, despite the fact that it necessitated more public nudity and dubious medical theories than the majority of us would favour. Imagine Rome in 100 BCE, when the main concern was not your cholesterol or your mortgage, but rather whether or not the barbarians would storm your city gates. Gaius Julius Caesar was born into this world, but everyone just called him Julius because Romans loved their nicknames almost as much as they loved conquering things. Now you may picture a golden cradle with a baby Julius, born to be great. The problem with the Caesar family, though, is that they were similar to that relative of yours who constantly talks about how great they were, but never quite lives up to their expectations. When you consider that half of Rome claimed divine ancestry, their claim to be descended from Venus herself seems impressive. Everybody seemed to have a well-known ancestor listed on their LinkedIn profile. Subura, the neighbourhood where Julius grew up, was essentially the archetypal equivalent of a rough area of town, with its winding streets, dubious odours, and the kind of nightlife your parents warned you about. Imagine it as Rome's equivalent of the wrong side of the tracks. However, for a young man with lofty aspirations, it was the ideal setting for learning about real people and real issues, skills that would come in handy later when he had to interact with regular soldiers and civilians. When he was younger, Julius was what we might kindly refer to as academically gifted but physically unimpressive. Other Roman boys were learning to wrestle and swing swords, but Julius was more interested in words and concepts. After too much wine, he could debate philosophy like a college professor and recite poetry like a medieval bard. His family likely questioned whether they had unintentionally brought up a Greek scholar rather than a legitimate Roman soldier. This is where the story becomes intriguing, though. Think of Julius's uncle Marius as the family's first true success story. He passed away when Julius was only 16, and the political climate in Rome abruptly changed like a volatile weather system. Sulla, Rome's newest strongman, had all the charm of a tax auditor, and twice the ruthlessness of the young Caesar. After observing this scrawny adolescent from a dubious family, Sulla concluded that Julius might cause trouble in the future. When Julius obediently refused, Sulla placed him on what was effectively Rome's first wanted list. He had ordered the young man to divorce his wife. Yes, Caesar was already married at 16 because Romans didn't mess around. Julius Caesar, who was 18 at the time, was hiding in the Italian countryside like a participant in an antiquated witness protection program. The majority of teenagers would have called their parents in a panic and pleaded for them to come home. Julius, though, he took advantage of this time to reflect, make plans, and come to the crucial realization that you must outplay everyone else in the game if you want to survive in Rome. After Sulla's death, which the Romans commemorated with nearly the same fervour as births, Caesar came out of hiding with a fresh perspective on power. He had discovered that you were either prey or predator in Rome, and he had no desire to be anyone's dinner. You've probably experienced the realization that office politics are more complex than international diplomacy when you start a new job. For young Julius Caesar, that was Rome, except that gladiators were used at office parties and the stakes were life and death. In ancient Rome, being a prosecutor was akin to being a district attorney and a game show host. This was Caesar's first real job. Roman trials served as public entertainment, and a young attorney could gain notoriety by putting on a strong front and damaging the reputation of his rival. Caesar proved to have a natural talent for this. He could transform a cross-examination into a performance piece and make arguing sound poetic. Caesar, however, stood out from other aspirational young Romans because he genuinely cared about his abilities. Caesar studied rhetoric like a doctoral student studying for finals, while his peers were happy to rely on inherited wealth and family ties. Even future dictators require a good education, which is why he went to Rhodes to study under the best instructors. Something happened during this learning experience that exemplifies Caesar's personality. His ship was taken by pirates. At the time, Mediterranean pirates were a highly organised maritime criminal organisation. Caesar chuckled when they asked for 20 talents of silver to free him. He was offended, not because he found it amusing. He allegedly asked, 20 talents? I'm worth at least 50. Don't you know who I am? The pirates increased their price, likely believing they had captured either a madman or a high-ranking official. During his captivity, Caesar treated the pirates more like dim house guests than captors. He worked out, wrote poetry, and told them to quiet down if they were making too much noise for his afternoon snooze. The pirates found it amusing that he even vowed to return and crucify them all. Caesar wasn't kidding, though. After being set free, he promptly gathered a fleet, found the pirates, and had them crucified, though he was lenient and had them killed first. It was a precursor to Caesar's unusual charm and ruthless practicality. Caesar returned to Rome and started moving up the political office ladder, or cursus honorum as the Romans called it. Imagine it as a medieval video game, where every level opens up new tasks and opportunities to either make friends or deadly foes. As he advanced through the ranks, quaestor, aedile, and praetor, Caesar learned new things about the inner workings of Rome. Caesar was essentially in charge of Rome's entertainment as an aedile, overseeing public games and festivals. The majority of politicians attempted to cut costs because they believed that this was an essential expense. Caesar believed it to be the greatest marketing opportunity ever created. He organised gladiatorial fights that left people talking for months, hosted parties that made Super Bowl halftime seem insignificant, and somehow managed to accrue enormous debt while rising to the position of most popular politician in Rome. Caesar knew something his creditors did not. In politics, popularity is the most valuable asset. His creditors were likely having collective heart attacks. If you're loved, you can always find money, but if you're hated, no amount of money can help. Rome had a problem by the time Caesar was in his 40s. The Republic was like an old car held together with duct tape and wishful thinking, which was actually the largest of Rome's problems. Now that Rome ruled over the majority of the known world, the system that had functioned when it was a tiny city-state was disintegrating. After realizing the situation, 3 men made the decision to take action. The most renowned general in Rome, Pompey the Great, had conquered more land than most people could find on a map. Crassus was so wealthy that he gave the impression that contemporary billionaires were barely scraping by. A contemporary nation-state would have been impressed by Caesar's charm, intelligence, and debts. Despite never using that term themselves, these 3 comprised what historians refer to as the First Triumvirate. It was more akin to a casual gentleman's agreement to support one another in achieving their goals. Pompey wanted his conquests in the east to be formally acknowledged, and his veterans to be fairly rewarded. To go along with his wealth, Crassus desired respect and possibly a military position. Caesar desired a prominent provincial position where he could gain notoriety and, ideally, enough cash to settle his massive debts. You have to imagine that this partnership was similar to 3 CEOs from separate businesses coming together with the covert intention of eventually acquiring the others. Professionally respectful but always waiting for someone to show weakness, they were friends in the same way that sharks are friends with other sharks. By splitting up Roman politics like a pizza, the 3 managed to make their arrangement work. In 59 BCE, Caesar was made a consul, which was a 1-year term as president with a few extra togas. Often using tactics that made his fellow senators clutch their pearls and mutter about the good old days, he used this position to push through legislation that gave his partners what they wanted. Witnessing a master chess player defeat opponents who were still learning how to move the pieces was like being Caesar's consul. Caesar had the other consul locked in his house and pelted with trash when he attempted to oppose him. Caesar cheerfully disregarded centuries of precedent and declared that the gods were clearly on his side when senators attempted to use religious technicalities to block his legislation, with the same sense of horror you might have when you see someone reorganize your meticulously arranged spice cabinet. The traditional Roman establishment observed all of this. Caesar was accomplishing his goals, but he was also violating numerous unspoken laws that had maintained Roman governance for centuries. Caesar was dangerous, though, because he wasn't merely breaking the law for fun. He was resolving actual issues that the conventional system was unable to manage. The provinces needed to be properly administered, veterans needed land, and Rome needed leaders who could make decisions rather than arguing over protocol all the time. Caesar had achieved his ultimate goal by the end of his consulship: control of Gaul, the enormous region north of Italy that was home to numerous tribes that the Romans regarded as only marginally more civilized than untamed animals. It was an opportunity to achieve great wealth, military success, and enough political standing to be considered one of Rome's most powerful men when he returned. By sending him to battle barbarians in the wilderness, his enemies most likely believed they were getting rid of him. They were unaware that they were going to produce the most powerful military leader in Roman history. Consider yourself a travel writer tasked with covering what the Romans referred to as Gaul, which includes parts of Switzerland, Belgium, and modern-day France. The following is likely what your guidebook would say: bring sturdy boots and a good sword. Scenic forests, rolling hills, and fascinating local tribes who enjoy painting themselves blue and collecting enemy heads as decorative items. Caesar's new task was likely to be to suppress small uprisings for a few years, perhaps extend the boundaries a bit, and then return home with enough treasure to settle his debts. Caesar, on the other hand, was going to spend 8 years essentially rewriting the European map and establishing a military myth that would live on for generations to come. Caesar found himself in a situation that was a combination of crisis, opportunity, and adventure movie waiting to happen. When he arrived in Gaul in 58 BCE, the Swiss tribe known as the Helvetii had decided that their mountain homes were too small, and were moving through Gaul with everything they owned, resembling an antiquated form of a huge RV convoy that also happened to be spear-armed. Caesar viewed this migration as the ideal pretext for entering Gallic politics. In the battle that followed, he blocked the Helveti's route and proved something that would later become his signature. He could elevate military strategy to the level of fine art. Caesar combined technical skill with psychological warfare, and a knack for appearing precisely where his adversaries least expected him, in contrast to other Roman generals who relied on brute force and conventional formations. The Helvetii discovered the hard way that this middle-aged Roman politician had somehow become one of the greatest military thinkers in history. Caesar sent them home to rebuild their former lands and reflect on their life decisions rather than simply defeating them. However, Gaul was similar to a huge puzzle, with 10 new issues revealed when one piece was solved. Other Gallic tribes began approaching Caesar for assistance with their neighbours as soon as he had dealt with the Helvetii, usually because someone was doing something that they didn't like. Though the couples were entire tribes and the counselling sessions involved cavalry charges, it was similar to serving as a marriage counsellor for warrior societies. Caesar had a talent for turning these tribal disputes to Rome's advantage. Caesar established himself as the protector of Gallic independence, while extending Roman authority when the Germanic king Ariovistus began to establish himself in Gallic territory. Using your opponent's strength against them while appearing to be the reasonable party was the epitome of political jiu-jitsu. When Caesar insisted on a meeting, the German king most likely assumed he was merely interacting with another Roman official. Instead, he had to contend with a person who was both diplomatically charming and subtly threatening to use extreme violence. When talks broke down, Ariovistus learned from Caesar's legions that professional Roman military engineering differs greatly from raiding parties. Caesar's campaigns were consistent from year to year. Caesar would march his legions across impossible terrain in impossible time, arrive where no one was expecting him, and then proceed to show why Roman military doctrine had conquered most of the known world after some Gallic tribe caused trouble. He played against opponents who were still learning checkers, much like a chess grandmaster. Caesar was changing the way the Romans viewed war, though, in addition to winning battles. His legions were able to march distances that left their enemies gasping in their wake, build siege works that resembled tiny cities, and build bridges across raging rivers in a matter of days. More significantly, Caesar was demonstrating that Roman engineering and discipline could conquer any challenge, human or natural. The Gallic tribes started to understand that they were up against more than just another Roman politician seeking a short-term military victory. They were up against a man who was a combination of logistical genius, strategic genius, and a total refusal to concede defeat. While teaching a whole generation of Roman soldiers that impossible was just another word for Tuesday, Caesar was also rewriting the rules of warfare. If this were a film, Vercingetorix would be the charismatic rebel leader who finally learns how to fight the empire, and Caesar would be the intelligent but increasingly dangerous general whose success is beginning to worry his own government. Every great story needs a worthy opponent, and Caesar found his in a young Gallic chieftain named Vercingetorix, whose name roughly translates to Great King of Warriors. By 52 BCE, Caesar had systematically conquered Gaul for 6 years, using the same level of efficiency as someone setting up a massive bloody filing system. However, the Gallic tribes had been observing, learning, and gradually coming to the conclusion that Roman military precision was outperforming their old style of combat, which involved numerous individual heroics and dramatic charges. Vercingetorix stood for something novel, a Gallic leader who recognised the advantages of his own people as well as the shortcomings of the Romans. He planned what is now known as a guerrilla campaign rather than engaging Caesar's legions in direct combat. His soldiers would attack Roman supply routes, stay out of direct combat, and withdraw to fortified areas that would be expensive for the Romans to attack. For the first time in his Gallic campaigns, Caesar was truly challenged, and it was like witnessing a medieval insurgency. He was being forced by Vercingetorix to fight the kind of war that the Romans detested, one in which local expertise and popular support were more important than superior planning and equipment. The ensuing campaign resembled a lethal game of cat and mouse that was played throughout Gaul's countryside. Vercingetorix would show up with his warriors, slaughter Roman soldiers, and then disappear into forests that his people were familiar with, like their own backyards. Caesar was always on the defensive as he pursued an adversary that would not remain motionless long enough for a true Roman-style conflict. Caesar's years of military command had taught him that every strategy had a counter-strategy. Caesar would put Vercingetorix in a situation that the Gallic leader couldn't ignore, forcing him into a pitched battle if he wished to avoid one. Alesia, a hilltop fortress that Vercingetorix selected as his stronghold, provided the opportunity. With its high walls, steep approaches, and enough supplies to last a long siege, the position appeared impregnable. After seeing Alesia, the majority of Roman generals would have chosen to pursue a simpler target. Caesar chose to try something that went against all military common sense after taking a look at Alesia. He would construct not one, but 2 full sets of fortifications to enclose the fortress, one facing Alesia to keep the defenders inside, and another facing outward to prevent the siege from being broken by Gallic relief forces. The scale of the engineering made building Roman bridges seem like a do-it-yourself weekend project. In addition to maintaining a siege and preparing for attacks from various angles, Caesar's legions constructed miles of walls, ditches, traps, and defensive positions. It was similar to attempting to construct a house while fending off intruders and getting ready for a dinner party, but with more stabbing. Caesar's knowledge of Roman military engineering, leadership, and warfare was put to the ultimate test during the siege of Alesia. Vercingetorix and his soldiers were starving inside the fortress, as they observed Caesar's impossibly strong defences gaining strength every day. The kind of great battle that had made Roman legions famous was created outside as Gallic relief armies assembled to break the siege. With desperate defenders, overwhelming odds, cavalry charges, and the fate of Gaul hanging in the balance, the final assault had all the makings of a Hollywood film. Caesar demonstrated that military brilliance involves more than just strategy. It also involves the capacity to control chaos. He was everywhere at once, organising attacks on his inner walls and leading the defence of his outer ones. Vercingetorix walked out of Alesia to throw his weapons at Caesar's feet in a gesture of both defeat and dignity, thereby saving his people from complete destruction and ending the battle. It was the event that essentially put an end to Gallic independence for the following 5 centuries and immortalised Caesar's reputation. Caesar's accomplishments in Gaul were causing the kind of political issues that contemporary spin doctors dread back in Rome. He had, on the one hand, brought vast wealth into Rome's treasury, conquered territory roughly the size of modern France, and demonstrated that Roman arms could prevail anywhere. However, he had also built an army of seasoned soldiers who were personally loyal to Caesar and didn't care much about what other people thought. Consider this. Suppose your colleague went on a brief business trip and returned 8 years later with a private army, a multinational corporation, and enough cash to purchase your entire business. Caesar had effectively done that, and his fellow politicians were beginning to feel as though they had unintentionally created a monster. In particular, the Roman Senate was concerned. Imagine a chamber full of men in togas who argued about precedent and procedure most of the time. As consul, they had witnessed Caesar defy political conventions, and now he had returned with a military reputation that made Pompey the Great appear like a weekend warrior. Even worse, Caesar was still legally protected from prosecution as long as he was in office because he was still a governor. Caesar's adversaries recognised a chance. They could prosecute him for all those constitutional irregularities from his consulship if they could make him return to Rome as a private citizen. It would be akin to compelling a prosperous but morally dubious entrepreneur to forfeit his corporate safeguards and confront a group of prosecutors who had spent 8 years crafting their case. The trap was simple but elegant. Caesar's political survival required him to either remain in Gaul or return to Rome with sufficient power to defend himself. while Roman law mandated that he must disband his armies before entering Italy. In essence, his adversaries were pressuring him to decide between abiding by the law and committing political suicide. Negotiations dragged on for months, much like a high-stakes divorce mediation. Caesar's opponents insisted on a gap that would expose him, while his supporters in Rome sought a compromise that would allow him to go straight from governor to consul. Caesar and his legions sat in Gaul in the meantime, watching Roman politics splinter over how to handle him. Being asked to mediate between two former friends who both believe you should take sides put Pompey the Great in the middle of this mess. Caesar had been partnered with Pompey in the triumvirate, but Pompey was uncomfortably powerful after Caesar's success in Gaul. In essence, Pompey was being asked to decide between his long-standing alliance and their apprehension about Caesar's aspirations. When the Senate passed what amounted to a martial law declaration in January of 49 BCE, the crisis reached a breaking point, and Pompey was granted emergency powers to protect the Republic from Caesar. Everyone in Rome knew that it was the political equivalent of declaring war. At the banks of the Rubicon River, which has historically served as the border between Gaul and Italy, Caesar was informed of this development. This river was the ultimate red line in Roman politics because it was forbidden by Roman law for any general to cross it with troops. Standing there with his seasoned legions, Caesar had to make a decision that would affect not only his own destiny, but also the course of the Roman Republic. Caesar reportedly stopped at the riverbank and uttered the words that would reverberate throughout history: "Alea iacta est," the die is cast. He then led his army across the Rubicon, changing from a Roman governor to a rebel against the state he had spent his entire professional life serving. It was a time when historical inevitability, political necessity, and personal ambition came together to form a single decision. Caesar was not merely crossing a river, he was also crossing the boundary between the Roman Republic and the future. Caesar's crossing of the Rubicon sparked a civil war that the most skilled military in the world would be engaged in against itself, something the Romans had feared for generations. It was similar to witnessing a family business disintegrate, except that the family business controlled the majority of the Mediterranean region, and the disputes were resolved with swords. The Romans had never witnessed anything like Caesar's march across Italy. Caesar launched what may have been the first charm offensive in history, rather than the ruthless conquest they had anticipated. He showed unusual clemency to the citizens of the cities that welcomed him. He offered them positions in his army and pardoned the enemy soldiers who turned themselves in. He released Roman officials he had captured with courtesy notes, implying they might want to re-evaluate their political affiliations. It was the best kind of psychological warfare. Caesar was proving that he was a Roman statesman attempting to rescue the Republic from its own political dysfunction, not just another ambitious general looking to plunder Rome. Caesar's policy of clemency was both genuinely compassionate and incredibly well thought out. Each enemy he pardoned served as a living example of his reasonableness. Meanwhile, Pompey and the Senate were learning that civil war preparation is far more difficult than conquest preparation abroad. Their plan was to leave Italy, assemble troops in the eastern Mediterranean, and then return with a massive force to put an end to Caesar's uprising. The political realities of the situation were totally disregarded in favour of sound military reasoning. Pompey gave Caesar the ultimate propaganda triumph by leaving Rome. Now that his enemies had fled like cowards, Caesar could say he was protecting the city. Even as he methodically destroyed the political structure that had stood in his way, Caesar made it a point to uphold republican traditions and established institutions when he arrived in Rome. The ensuing civil war spread like a deadly reality show throughout the Mediterranean region. The greatest armies in history were commanded by Caesar and Pompey, and they were commanded by officers who had dedicated their professional lives to honing their military skills. These kinds of colliding forces produced amazing and destructive results. Caesar proved during his campaign in Spain that he could outmaneuver opponents without necessarily destroying them. Caesar gained control of the Iberian Peninsula through superior logistics rather than superior violence, after he encircled Pompey's allies so thoroughly that they surrendered without a significant conflict. Military theorists were impressed by this type of victory for centuries to come. The real battle, however, took place at Dyrrhachium, in present-day Albania, where Pompey's army first outwitted Caesar in what turned out to be one of Caesar's few decisive losses. For an instant, Pompey appeared to have discovered the secret to defeating the most successful general in Rome. Caesar's reaction to this setback provided important insight into his personality. Instead, with the patience of one who knew that individual battles do not decide wars, he examined what had gone wrong, modified his strategy, and readied himself for the next engagement. Caesar and Pompey's larger army engaged in a fierce battle at Pharsalus, Greece. which was the pivotal moment for which Roman military doctrine was created. Pompey's army was great but predictable, and Caesar had learned to improvise during his 8 years in Gaul. The actual battle was a tactical flexibility masterclass. Caesar used his reserves in a surprising formation that turned the strength of the enemy into weakness when Pompey's cavalry threatened to outflank Caesar's forces. Watching a chess grandmaster sacrifice a piece to reach checkmate 3 moves later was like that. The Republic's ability to oppose Caesar was essentially destroyed by Pompey's defeat at Pharsalus, but it also signalled to Caesar that a military triumph was just the start of his troubles. Overcoming adversaries is comparatively easy. Managing an empire shattered by civil war is a completely different matter. Caesar was in the unique position of winning a civil war after Pharsalus, but he wasn't entirely sure what to do next. In one of the biggest blunders in history, the Egyptians chose to win Caesar over by killing Pompey and giving his head as a present. Pompey had fled to Egypt, seeking refuge from Rome's long-standing ally. The Egyptians likely didn't anticipate Caesar's response when he saw the severed head of his former rival. Caesar reportedly wept, whether out of true grief or political calculation, instead of gratitude. The man whose opposition had given Caesar's own position legitimacy was no longer his most credible opponent. He was now merely a Roman general occupying a foreign land with no obvious adversary to engage in combat with. However, Egypt provided restitution, chiefly in the form of Cleopatra VII, Egypt's final pharaoh and perhaps the most cultured woman Caesar had ever met. Here was a person who ruled one of the richest kingdoms in antiquity, spoke 9 languages, and had received his education from the finest Alexandrian scholars. She resembled a cross between a Fortune 500 CEO and a Harvard MBA, who also happened to have ancestry dating back to Alexander the Great, rather than a Disney princess. Caesar and Cleopatra's relationship was a combination of mutual recognition, political alliance, and personal attraction between 2 of the most brilliant minds in antiquity. The 52-year-old Caesar had lived his entire life surrounded by Roman politicians who believed that tactical maneuvering meant slightly different forms of bribery. Managing a kingdom that was essentially a multinational corporation with pyramids, 21-year-old Cleopatra had been dealing with court intrigue since she was a young girl. Alexandria, the greatest centre of learning and culture in antiquity, served as the backdrop for their romance. Caesar found himself in a city with the largest library in the world, the most sophisticated engineering and intellectual traditions that made Rome appear like a promising startup. While Roman senators were debating precedent and procedure, Caesar was captivated by Egyptian governance and partially enamoured with Cleopatra during his months-long stay in Egypt. While Rome was still learning how to rule over lands outside of Italy, this kingdom had been handling intricate bureaucracy for thousands of years. Caesar learned imperial administration lessons from the experience that shaped his subsequent reforms. However, this ancient sabbatical romance was eventually overshadowed by political reality. Caesar couldn't afford to ignore the opportunities for opposition that his extended absence from Roman politics was creating, and his enemies were regrouping throughout the Mediterranean. Upon his return to Rome, Caesar encountered the same problem that has plagued successful revolutionaries for centuries: how to institutionalize change without destroying the system you're attempting to reform. Caesar's solution was characteristically bold. He would establish himself as a dictator, but one who would fortify rather than undermine Roman institutions. The Romans had never known a dictatorship like Caesar's. In the past, dictators had been appointed for particular crises and were supposed to step down after the crisis was over. Caesar appeared to have a longer-term vision of a reformed Roman state with himself as its permanent executive, fusing the effectiveness of monarchical decision-making with the traditions of republican institutions. The breadth and usefulness of his reforms were astounding. Caesar changed the Roman calendar to the Julian calendar, which is still in use today with a few tweaks. He started large-scale public works projects, changed the debt law, increased citizenship, and started organising colonies for Rome's expanding populace. It was similar to witnessing someone manage a whole civilization and restructure it. Caesar's success, however, was setting the stage for his demise. As Caesar accumulated powers that made him effectively a king in all but name, Roman senators who had dedicated their professional lives to the republican system of governance watched. The man who had said he was saving the republic was now threatening to destroy it completely. Both former foes and disillusioned friends were part of the plot against Caesar. Because Caesar had treated Brutus almost like a son, men like him started to think that the only way to preserve Roman liberty was to kill Caesar. This choice was a combination of personal animosity, true patriotism, and likely some concern about Caesar's next move. Despite fortune-tellers' cautions, his wife's dreams, and most likely his own political instincts, Caesar entered the Roman Senate building on March 15, 44 BCE, also known as the Ides of March. Following that, dozens of senators alternated stabbing the man who had rebuilt the Roman world, which was less like an assassination than a group therapy session with knives. Caesar's life and death were equally dramatic. His final words, according to legend, when he saw Brutus among his murderers were, "Et tu, Brute? And you, Brutus?" It was the ultimate betrayal by someone he had trusted, and it encapsulated the tragedy of a man whose greatest accomplishments had set the stage for his own downfall. Sometimes the cure is worse than the illness, don't you know? That's basically what happened when Caesar was assassinated by the Roman senators. They believed they were preserving the Republic, but in reality, they ensured its demise and paved the way for a civil war that would make Caesar's dispute with Pompey seem like a local quarrel. Caesar's death had been carefully planned by the conspirators, but it seems they had neglected to plan for what would happen next. It became evident within hours of the assassination that they had killed Rome's most well-liked man without knowing how to handle the power vacuum they had caused. The company in question happened to control the majority of the known world, so it was similar to successfully ousting a CEO without a succession plan. When Mark Antony, Caesar's faithful lieutenant, came out of hiding to give Caesar's funeral oration, he quickly transformed it into the most potent political theatre in antiquity. By reading Caesar's will, which left money to all Roman citizens, and displaying his bloodied toga while explaining each wound, Antony turned Caesar's funeral into a masterclass in emotional manipulation, rather than the straightforward ceremony the conspirators had anticipated. The response from the crowd was exactly what Antony had hoped for, and what the conspirators should have been afraid of. In search of anyone involved in the assassination, Romans rioted throughout the city. Protected by the very government buildings they had claimed to be defending, the conspirators ended up barricaded on Capitoline Hill. However, the true drama was only getting started. Caesar had adopted his 18-year-old grandnephew Octavius as his son and heir, a surprise that would change the course of Roman history according to his will. Suddenly this young man, who would go on to become Augustus, was the heir to the most illustrious name in Roman politics, and the son of a god, Caesar, had been posthumously deified. Young Octavius's transition into a political figure was similar to witnessing someone go from intern to CEO in a single day. He was studying philosophy at a Greek college one day, and then he was heading back to Rome to claim an inheritance that included immense wealth, a well-known name, and the allegiance of Caesar's seasoned legions. Octavius was inheriting a revolution, whereas most teenagers would have been overwhelmed by inheriting a family business. In the years after Caesar's death, Mark Antony, Octavius, and a politician by the name of Lepidus formed what historians refer to as the Second Triumvirate. This triumvirate was formal, lawful, and specifically created to find Caesar's killers while dividing the Roman world among themselves, in contrast to the unofficial agreement Caesar had made with Pompey and Crassus. Caesar's policy of clemency was rendered obsolete by the ensuing systematic campaign of retaliation. By publishing proscription lists, which were essentially death warrants for their political rivals, the triumvirs transformed Rome into a place where slandering neighbours could bring in large sums of money, and where political connections were essential to one's survival. The conspirators who had killed Caesar were now dispersed throughout the Mediterranean, frantically attempting to assemble armies, while being methodically pursued by men who combined Caesar's military prowess with none of his compassion. At Philippi, where Brutus and Cassius led Republican forces against Antony and Octavius's armies, the final battle took place. The Roman Republic came to an end at the Battle of Philippi, but it also served as a sneak peek at the imperial structure that would take its place. The Roman world was split between Antony and Octavius like a particularly valuable piece of real estate being split by business partners who didn't fully trust each other after Caesar's assassins were killed. However, even this arrangement was not sustainable. Octavius had the ideal opportunity to portray himself as the protector of Roman values against foreign corruption because of Antony and Cleopatra's relationship, which started as a political alliance and eventually turned into a true romance. In the ensuing propaganda war, Antony, a Roman who had left his native land for Egyptian luxury, was transformed from Caesar's avenger to Caesar's traitor. The Roman Republic's last civil war unfolded like a battleship soap opera. Octavius stood for republican institutions, duty to the state, and traditional Roman values. The threat of foreign dominance, personal indulgence, and Eastern luxury were all symbolized by Antony and Cleopatra. In 31 BCE, their fleets clashed at Actium, deciding not only who would govern Rome but also the nature of the city-state. The Roman Republic came to an end with Octavius's victory at Actium, and the Roman Empire began. Rome was the only superpower in the ancient Mediterranean after Antony and Cleopatra committed suicide in Alexandria, ending the Hellenistic era that had lasted since Alexander the Great. Let's talk about something amazing as you curl up with your blanket and maybe refill that teacup. How a man who passed away more than 2,000 years ago continues to have an impact on your life in ways you probably aren't even aware of. Caesar's handiwork is visible every time you look at a calendar. That Julian calendar he made in 46 BCE, with leap days every 4 years and a year with 365 days. We still use a slightly altered version of it today because it was so well designed. Julius Caesar decided that Roman timekeeping needed to be better organised, which is why December 31st exists today. You are adhering to a system created by a man who has never seen a car or an airplane when you schedule your birthday or summer vacation. However, Caesar's impact extends far beyond calendar reform. Caesar's title, Imperator, is where the word emperor originates. German and Russian rulers who wished to inherit Caesar's name used the variations Kaiser and Tsar. Ambitious leaders have been attempting to emulate Julius Caesar with regional traits for more than 2 millennia. Caesar invented a number of political ideas that have reverberated throughout history in both inspiring and terrifying ways. These ideas include the notion that popular support could legitimize radical change, that military success could translate into civilian authority, and that charismatic leadership could transcend traditional institutional limits. Caesar's strategy is being used by every populist politician who says they are speaking for the people against the ruling class. Consider the expression crossing the Rubicon. When someone says they're crossing their Rubicon, they're referring to a decision that will alter everything forever. Caesar's decision-making moment on that riverbank in 49 BCE is the direct source of that metaphor. Historians use it to explain times when societies change, couples use it to talk about significant life transitions, and corporate executives use it in board meetings. Caesar's military advancements impacted warfare for centuries and persisted throughout the Roman Empire. Roman doctrine adopted his emphasis on agility, speed, and engineering solutions to tactical issues. In order to move swiftly through Gaul, his legions constructed roads, which later served as the basis for European transportation systems that persisted well into the modern era. The routes that Caesar's engineers surveyed more than 2,000 years ago are still used by some European highways. Caesar's demonstration that the political structures of the ancient world were not static or unalterable, however, may have been his most enduring contribution. Before Caesar, the majority of people believed that things had to be the way they were. Caesar proved that anyone with enough vision, talent, and willpower could rebuild entire civilizations, institutions, and customs. This was dangerous as well as liberating. Caesar demonstrated the ability of human societies to change, adapt, and advance. From debt relief for struggling farmers to citizenship for formerly marginalized communities, his reforms truly improved the lives of millions of Romans. However, he also demonstrated how easily democratic institutions could be overthrown by someone who was more aware of their flaws than their supporters. Caesar's revolution gave rise to the centuries-long Roman Empire, which served as a model for structuring and governing vast heterogeneous societies. Caesar contributed to the development of Roman law, which served as the basis for legal systems across Europe and ultimately impacted legal traditions across the globe. You benefit from ideas that developed from Roman precedents when you have the presumption of innocence, the right to a trial, and legal safeguards against capricious government action. Aspiring leaders have even attempted to emulate Caesar's personal style. For thousands of years, people have been captivated by his leadership style, which combines military skill, intellectual sophistication, and public appeal. By bringing a biography of the Roman general on his military expeditions, Napoleon purposefully modelled himself after Caesar. Caesar's speeches are still studied by contemporary politicians as a source of rhetorical and persuasive lessons. Caesar's memory has endured through literature and drama in ways that were impossible for purely historical research. Shakespeare's Julius Caesar created dialogue that has become ingrained in our common cultural vocabulary while making the story understandable to audiences who are ignorant of Roman politics. The phrase, "Friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears," is likely more well known than anything that the real Antony said. Caesar's life poses issues that are just as pertinent today as they were 2 millennia ago, including ambition, leadership, and the nature of political change. Was Caesar an ambitious autocrat who overthrew the Republican government for his own benefit? Or was he a visionary reformer who prevented political dysfunction in Rome? His story will always be fascinating because the truthful response is most likely both. The same conflicts that shattered the Roman Republic still plague contemporary democracies. How can democratic accountability and effective leadership be balanced? How can outmoded institutions be reformed without jeopardizing the stability they offer? When leaders assert that they speak for the people's will against established institutions, how do you react? These are issues that every democratic society must deal with, not just historical ones. As we draw to a close, it's important to take a moment to reflect on Caesar's character outside of his political scheming and military triumphs. Because despite his historical significance, Julius Caesar was just a regular person with the same wants, needs and anxieties as everyone else. According to reports, Caesar had a great deal of personal charm and could make anyone feel like the most important person in the room. He was tall and pale, with dark eyes and a receding hairline that apparently bothered him so much that he frequently covered it with laurel wreaths, according to Roman sources. The fact that even the most influential people in history were self-conscious about their appearance and experimented with unconventional hair loss remedies is strangely reassuring. His political rivals occasionally made fun of him for being effeminate because he was infamously conceited about his appearance and lavished a lot of time and money on personal grooming. Caesar's focus on style and appearance was viewed as somewhat scandalous in a society that valued masculine military virtues. However, this same ostensibly gentle politician was able to personally lead cavalry charges against Germanic warriors and outmaneuver soldiers half his age. Even by Roman standards, Caesar's intellectual curiosity was legendary. During his Gallic campaigns, he wrote poetry, studied philosophy, and supposedly wrote a treatise on grammar while travelling across the Alps. Imagine having such a restless mind that you take advantage of military marches to write academically. In addition, he penned in-depth analyses of his own military operations, which are still studied today as historical documents and as examples of persuasive political propaganda. A more intimate aspect of Caesar's personality is shown through his relationship with his daughter Julia. He reportedly loved her, and a union with Pompey was one of the few occasions when Caesar appeared to put political gain ahead of the happiness of his family. Both Caesar and Pompey were said to have been devastated when Julia died in childbirth, and some historians contend that her passing aided in the dissolution of their political partnership. In the end, even the most prosperous politicians are just fathers who miss their kids. Caesar's well-known clemency toward vanquished adversaries appears to have been motivated by more than just political expediency. Rather, it appears to have been a sincere conviction that kindness worked better than brutality. In a time when enslavement and mass executions were commonplace following military triumphs, this was unusual. Caesar saw that how you handle defeated opponents often determines whether they become future allies or lifelong enemies, something that many leaders fail to recognise. However, Caesar was also capable of being brutal when he felt the need to do so. His willingness to use political violence when other options failed, his systematic destruction of towns that resisted his forces, and his massacre of German tribes who broke their agreements with Rome all demonstrate his ability to put strategic necessity ahead of personal preferences. His relationships with women also reflected his complexity. In an era when such views were rare, Caesar appears to have truly respected intelligent women, even beyond his well-known liaisons with Cleopatra and others. According to his correspondence, he regarded women as intellectual allies rather than merely as romantic conquests or political instruments. In a culture that typically treated women as property, this was radical thinking. Caesar was either psychologically incapable of accepting limitations or extremely confident in his abilities, as evidenced by his gambling addiction. It is important to note that his willingness to stake everything on a single political or military move was essentially high-stakes gambling, most likely both. Throughout his career, he took a number of calculated risks that would have destroyed someone with less skill, but they continued to pay off for him until they didn't. Historical sources paint a picture of a person who blended intellectual sophistication with real-world application, genuine brilliance with great ambition, and personal charm with occasional ruthlessness. He was the type of person who would plan military campaigns in the afternoon and engage in philosophical discussions with academics in the morning, then stay up late writing poetry about both experiences. Caesar appears to have fascinated and frustrated his contemporaries at the same time. Even his adversaries lamented his aspirations while recognizing his abilities. Politically opposed to Caesar, Cicero acknowledged that Caesar was likely the most talented orator of their time. Even as he sought to ruin Caesar's career, Cato, who saw Caesar as a danger to republican rule, respected his intelligence. Most astonishing of all, Caesar appears to have kept his sense of humour throughout his ascent to power. Examples of his wit, practical jokes, and capacity for self-loathing abound in Roman sources. Roman custom dictated that a slave whisper remind us of mortality in the victor's ear during his triumph celebrations. Caesar is said to have joked that he didn't really need the reminder because he had plenty from his political rivals. Brilliance, ambition, charm, ruthlessness, intellectual curiosity and humour were all combined to create a person who was uniquely suited to deal with the challenges of late Republican Rome. However, it also produced a person who was ultimately too big for any system, including the one he attempted to design for himself. As our time with Julius Caesar comes to an end, it's important to consider what we can learn from his remarkable life about ambition, leadership, and the delicate balance that every society must maintain between change and stability. Caesar's life provides a brilliant example of how a single person's ability and drive can transform entire societies. He demonstrated that even institutions that were supposed to be permanent, like the Roman Republic, which had endured for centuries, could be changed by someone who knew their flaws better than their supporters did. This is sobering as well as inspiring. It is sobering because it demonstrates how easily treasured customs can vanish when they become disconnected from the realities of the modern world, and inspiring because it implies that human societies can change and grow. There were real issues with the Roman Republic that Caesar overthrew. It was a system of governance created for a tiny city-state attempting to run an empire in the Mediterranean. Effective governance was hampered by its institutions' growing inability to make critical decisions, its politicians' preference for self-interest over public service, and its traditional checks and balances. Caesar dealt the last blow to a dying system rather than destroying a robust one. Caesar's solution, however, which concentrated power in the hands of a single, extremely competent person, brought about new issues. What occurs if the competent person passes away? What occurs if concentrated power is inherited by a less competent person? Even though personal rule may be effective at first, it can lead to instability that lasts for generations, as the civil wars that followed Caesar's assassination showed. Throughout history, this pattern has recurred. Charismatic leaders who promise to overcome bureaucratic inefficiencies and accomplish goals are frequently sought after by societies with dysfunctional institutions. As Caesar did with his changes to Roman law, government, and citizenship, these leaders can occasionally actually make things better. However, the concentration of power that enables these advancements also makes power abuse inevitable, either by the original leader or by their successors. Caesar's relationship with his soldiers provides leadership lessons that are still applicable today. He was successful because he shared the struggles of his followers, genuinely cared about their well-being, and continuously valued hard work over political connections. In addition to his success, his legions followed him because they believed he would protect their interests. Caesar showed that service is the ultimate goal of leadership, even if that service furthers your personal goals. Caesar's rapid transformation from Roman patriot to destroyer of the Republic raises significant questions about the failure of political systems. In addition to becoming ineffectual, institutions that are unable to adjust to changing conditions foster an environment that rewards people who are prepared to work against or outside of them. Caesar first attempted to operate within the Republic's structures rather than trying to overthrow it. He only made the decision to completely avoid those systems when they continuously prevented him from making the necessary adjustments. This affects contemporary democracies. Those who are willing to employ illegal means have more opportunities when legitimate institutions become so clogged up that they are unable to solve actual issues. Making sure that democratic institutions can continue to develop and reform is the answer, not accepting deadlock as unavoidable. Caesar's clemency policy, his practice of pardoning defeated enemies rather than executing them, represented a revolutionary approach to political conflict. Caesar approached politics as a process in which today's adversaries could turn into tomorrow's allies, rather than as a zero-sum game in which rivals must be destroyed. This strategy, which proved remarkably successful during his lifetime, implies that political reconciliation frequently yields greater results than political retaliation. Caesar's murder serves as a reminder that clemency has its bounds, though. Some opponents consider your power's very existence to be illegitimate, making it impossible to make amends. Caesar's killers were driven by constitutional ideals rather than personal grievances. They killed him because they thought his continued existence threatened Roman liberty, not because he had hurt them. This implies that, despite its desire, political reconciliation occasionally necessitates concessions that core values cannot support. An important point regarding political succession is illustrated by Octavius's transition from teenager to Augustus. Although people can change institutions in ways that outlast their own lives, institutions are more important than individuals. Caesar created the conditions for imperial rule, but Augustus created the imperial system that would govern Rome for centuries. Institutional structure without vision rarely inspires enduring loyalty, and vision without institutional structure rarely survives its creator. Caesar's interest in everything from grammatical theory to military engineering demonstrates his intellectual curiosity, and implies that effective leadership calls for a wide range of knowledge rather than specialised knowledge. Every society faces interconnected problems, and solving one often necessitates knowledge of seemingly unrelated fields. Caesar was successful in part because he took a multifaceted approach to issues, fusing political, social, military and economic viewpoints in ways that more specialised specialists might overlook. Lastly, Caesar's tale serves as a reminder that the interplay between structural forces and personal decision-making drives historical change. Although Caesar did not cause the issues that led to the fall of the Roman Republic, his solutions to those issues influenced the course of the empire's transition. Perhaps a more violent transition instead of the comparatively peaceful one that Augustus oversaw, or perhaps a reformed republic instead of a new empire, could have resulted from different decisions. We can better navigate our own historical moment if we comprehend this interplay between circumstance and choice. Although the structural forces forming our world are beyond our control, we do have some control over how we react to them. Caesar's life demonstrates how one person's actions, even when limited by external factors, have the capacity to influence the course of history in ways that last for centuries. As you finish your tea and get ready for bed, think about this. Caesar's commentaries on the Gallic Wars, which contain leadership and strategy lessons that are just as applicable today as they were 2,000 years ago, are being read by someone, somewhere tonight. Somewhere a student is learning the funeral oration of Antony from Shakespeare's play by heart. They are absorbing concepts related to political manipulation and rhetoric that will shape their future thoughts on public speaking. Caesar's tale endures because it is timeless rather than because it is ancient. The same basic issues that the Romans faced in the 1st century BCE are faced by all generations. How can one strike a balance between freedom and security? How can outmoded institutions be changed without jeopardizing social order? How can you tell the difference between leaders who truly work for the public good and those who are just interested in themselves? The inability of the Roman Republic to adequately address these issues led to its downfall. Caesar rose to power because he could offer solutions, even if those solutions turned out to be untenable. His life serves as a reminder that political structures are human inventions that need ongoing care, attention, and adaptation in order to thrive. Even in the face of seemingly insurmountable structural forces, individual people can still have an impact on the path of history, which is perhaps the most significant lesson to be learned from Caesar's life. The fall of the Roman Republic, Caesar, and the ensuing empire was not inevitable. Numerous individual decisions made by people who, like us today, had to deal with fear, uncertainty, and challenging trade-offs have shaped history. Caesar had the option to choose not to cross the Rubicon. Although they had other options, his adversaries decided to kill him. Other outcomes were possible, but Augustus decided to establish a stable imperial system. The world we inherited was shaped by the decisions made by imperfect people in unfeasible situations. This implies that our decisions are also important. Although we cannot foresee their long-term effects, Caesar, for example, could not have predicted that his invasion of Gaul would ultimately result in the fall of the Roman Republic. We can make them carefully, taking into account both their possible effects and their moral implications. You may dream about senators in togas discussing the future of their republic, Roman legions marching through Gallic forests, or an ambitious young man standing at the banks of a small river, contemplating whether or not to alter the course of history. You are drawn into an ongoing human narrative through these dreams, one that started long before Caesar and goes on long after. Remember that you're taking part in that same continuing story when you wake up tomorrow and look at your calendar, Caesar's calendar, to make plans for the day. Future generations' world is shaped by the decisions you make, the organizations you uphold or oppose, and the way you treat both allies and adversaries. Although Julius Caesar lived 2 millennia ago, his tale ultimately speaks to universal human emotions. Aspiration and accomplishment, love and loss, success and failure, and the nuanced interplay between personal preference and historical context. These encounters allow us to connect with individuals who faced essentially similar difficulties, Despite living in very different worlds over the ages, rest easy knowing that you are a part of a human story that is still being written, and that your chapter, no matter how small, adds to a story that will be told long after we're all just names in history books. We can affect what we leave behind, but like Caesar, we have no control over how we will be remembered. And maybe that's sufficient. That might be all. Imagine yourself in a muddy marketplace in what would become France in 1347. Horse manure, roasting meat, unwashed bodies, and what you hope is just spoiled cabbage are all in the air. Around you, pilgrims grip their possessions anxiously, traders bargain in 3 different languages, and a lute player plays with more passion than skill. Imagine now that you're a spy, and not just a tourist in this medieval scene. But set aside your preconceived notions about espionage based on television and film. This is not a place for tuxedos, martinis, slick technology, or dramatic car chases. Rather, your boots leak, you're most likely wearing the same rough woolen tunic you've owned for 3 years, and your idea of cutting-edge technology is a quill pen that doesn't split when you write. Medieval espionage was more akin to being a travelling salesman with trust issues and less James Bond. In actuality, the majority of medieval spies were regular people carrying out risky tasks for meagre pay, in a time when both were far more delicate than they are now, a patchwork of kingdoms, duchies, city-states, and ecclesiastical territories. The medieval world was viewed with the same suspicion you might have for a neighbour who constantly plays music too loudly. Although information was powerful, it spread quickly, and obtaining it frequently required someone to travel hundreds of miles through areas where being caught asking the wrong questions could land one anywhere from incarceration to being stretched on a rack. Medieval rulers had to rely on human intelligence networks that functioned with the efficiency of a medieval postal service, meaning that letters arrived when they arrived, assuming they arrived at all, and often contained information that was already outdated by the time they reached their destination. This was in contrast to our modern world of instant communication and satellite surveillance. The individuals who became medieval spies were not chosen for their advanced degrees in international relations or recruited from prestigious academies. They were traders who could track troop movements, priests who could learn about noble families from confessions, servants who worked in high-profile homes and could listen in on conversations, and travellers of all stripes who could move between areas without drawing too much notice. In the world in which these early intelligence officers worked, the distinction between espionage and lawful business was as hazy as that between magic and medicine. Military fortifications may also be noted by a merchant collecting information about trade routes. A pilgrim visiting places of worship might notice political unrest in other areas. Correspondence containing diplomatic secrets could be discovered by a scholar copying manuscripts in different monasteries. The work required a certain kind of courage, not the heroic heroism of combat glory, but the quiet bravery of someone who was prepared to lie convincingly, keep up a false identity for months at a time, and accept that being discovered could mean not just death, but a particularly unpleasant death that was preceded by intense interrogation about exactly what you knew and who you'd told. The majority of medieval spies were always aware that they were balancing on a tightrope over a very deep abyss. Their life and career could end in an instant if they say something inappropriate, act suspiciously, or are recognised by someone from a past assignment. It was a job that required psychological fortitude in addition to courage, which most people just lacked. There was very little truth to the romanticised portrayal of the enigmatic medieval spy, slinking through shadows and luring information from unwary nobles. The majority of espionage work involved living conditions that would make modern backpackers complain, pay scales that hardly covered basic survival needs, and long stretches of boredom interspersed with genuine terror. Yet these ordinary individuals built the networks of intelligence that influenced the outcome of wars, moulded medieval politics, and sometimes altered the path of history. Their work was dangerous, necessary, and nearly unacknowledged by the societies they served. Their tales should be told because they were the unsung heroes of medieval statecraft. Imagine managing a medieval intelligence agency, which is essentially the same as attempting to set up a neighbourhood watch programme in multiple nations, where the majority of people are illiterate and everyone speaks a different language. For this unachievable position, who would you hire? Almost anyone who could travel without drawing suspicion, had a good reason to ask questions, and had the emotional strength to keep up a false identity, while constantly running the risk of being caught was the answer, it turned out. Medieval spy masters needed people who could complete the task, regardless of their background or social standing, so they weren't very picky. It makes sense that medieval intelligence networks were anchored by merchants. They had good reason to inquire about everything from local prices to political stability, travelled widely, and frequently crossed political boundaries. While conducting perfectly normal business operations, a wool merchant travelling from England to Flanders could observe military preparations, record changes in fortifications, and learn about diplomatic relationships. These merchant spies worked in a society where politics and business were closely linked. The trader who purchased your grain may be tallying the number of soldiers in your garrison, and the same person who sold you silk may also be assessing the defences of your city. In a time when most people understood business better than they understood international politics, it was espionage masquerading as capitalism, and it worked remarkably well. For various reasons, religious leaders were good spies. Throughout Europe, monks, priests and friars could move between monasteries and churches, frequently bringing with them official letters that made for ideal cover for intelligence operations. Due to their religious responsibilities, they were able to enter noble homes and were typically literate, which was uncommon in medieval society. While travelling between monasteries, a Franciscan friar could pretend to be on strictly religious business, while carrying messages between intelligence networks. Confessions could reveal political secrets about a family to a priest. Letters exposing diplomatic schemes may be found by a monk copying manuscripts in a noble's library. Intelligence services made full use of the freedom with which religious leaders moved through medieval society. Although historians have frequently ignored their contributions, women played important roles in medieval espionage. While women from lower social classes could work as servants in important households, where they could listen in on conversations and watch activities that provided important information, noble women had access to court circles and family networks that were closed to men. A duchess's lady-in-waiting may gain knowledge of marriage talks that could forge new political connections. In a bishop's home, a kitchen maid may overhear conversations about church politics. In order to provide information about military movements, a tavern keeper's wife might overhear conversations between travelling nobles. Because of their alleged lack of visibility in medieval politics, women were actually very good spies. In the multilingual political environment of medieval Europe, the ability to read and write in multiple languages made scholars and clerks valuable recruits for intelligence work. While a clerk who handled correspondence for a noble household might copy confidential documents or add false information to communications, a scholar who could read Latin, French and German could also act as a translator and analyst. Most unexpectedly, a large number of medieval spies were what we might refer to as freelancers, people who obtained information and sold it to anyone who would pay for it. These included artisans who worked on military fortifications, itinerant entertainers who entertained in aristocratic courts, and even beggars, who were so prevalent in medieval society that they were practically invisible. A minstrel could convey messages between various factions and observe political relationships while performing in different courts. Detailed information about defensive capabilities could be obtained from a mason working on castle fortifications. It's possible for a beggar outside a noble's home to overhear conversations that contain crucial information. Their capacity to integrate into medieval society while retaining the psychological fortitude required for espionage work was what bound these disparate recruits together. They needed to be at ease with lying, able to retain complicated information without writing it down, and prepared to live with the ongoing possibility that their actions would be caught. The actual hiring procedure was typically opportunistic and informal. An agent seeking a messenger may approach a merchant who demonstrated intelligence and discretion. During his travels, a priest who showed loyalty to a certain political faction might be asked to collect information. A servant who demonstrated exceptional insight could be developed as a source of information about their employer's operations. The majority of medieval spies were regular people who took up espionage as a side job, rather than professional intelligence officers. While working covertly for intelligence networks, they carried on with their regular lives and careers, which gave them the ideal cover for their operations, but also meant that they were rarely given the support and training that professional spies might anticipate. Medieval espionage's amateur status had benefits and drawbacks. Intelligence networks could, on the one hand, easily integrate into medieval society. However, it meant that the majority of spies acquired their skills through trial and error, frequently with deadly results for those who made mistakes. Shut your eyes and visualize organizing a business trip during the Middle Ages. No hotel reservations, no GPS to direct you, no AAA to call in case of an emergency, and no airline website to check. Instead, You may have to travel for weeks or months through areas where the local government may find you suspicious, the roads may be under bandit control, and your lodging will make a low-cost motel seem like a 5-star hotel. Travelling in the Middle Ages was a test of endurance masquerading as transportation. When roads did exist, they were frequently little more than dirt tracks that, in wet weather, became muddy quagmires and, in dry weather, dusty nightmares. After centuries of neglect, the well-known Roman roads that had once connected Europe were in disrepair, and the majority of medieval governments were more concerned with constructing castles than with keeping up with highway maintenance. Travelling was not only uncomfortable for a medieval spy, but it was also a continual risk management exercise. You might run into local officials who might insist on seeing documents you didn't have, fellow travellers who might recognise you from past assignments, or bandits who viewed travellers as mobile treasure chests every mile you travelled. Just getting from point A to point B could reveal your cover and put an end to your mission before it even started. Medieval spies had few options for transportation, and each had its own set of difficulties. It was inexpensive but slow to walk, and you were exposed to the weather, bandits, and the inquisitive questions of everyone you met. An individual travelling alone on foot was either extremely impoverished, extremely desperate, or extremely suspicious, all of which are not suitable cover identities for intelligence operations. Although they offered speed and a certain level of social respectability, horses also came with high maintenance, feeding, and cost. Since a good horse was an expensive investment, losing one to disease, accident, or thieves could leave a spy stranded far from home and unable to finish their mission. Additionally, horses required food, water, and rest, which meant making frequent stops at locations where inquisitive innkeepers might awkwardly inquire about your destination and line of work. Carrying supplies and keeping a merchant's cover identity were two benefits of travelling by cart or wagon, but it was slow and required good roads, which were frequently non-existent. Carts broke down on rough ground, got stuck in mud, and caught the attention of bandits who, rightly, thought that anyone with enough goods to fill a wagon might be worth robbing. Travellers in the Middle Ages could find accommodations that were anything from hardly suitable to downright hazardous. When inns did exist, they were usually little more than spacious rooms with straw mattresses in which travellers shared space with strangers who could range from professional thieves to honest merchants. The food was whatever the innkeeper happened to be serving that day. There was no privacy, and sanitation was rudimentary. Medieval inns were a constant source of difficulty for a spy attempting to keep up a cover identity. Other visitors may inquire in depth about your background, your destination, or your business. By collecting information about tourists to sell to local authorities or anybody else who would pay, innkeepers frequently served as unofficial intelligence agents themselves. Your entire mission could be jeopardized by a thoughtless remark made during dinner or a suspicious object spotted in your luggage. Even worse was the alternative to inns. Travellers could take refuge in monasteries, which provided rudimentary lodging but also put them under the roof of religious leaders who might feel compelled to alert local authorities to questionable activities. Although country priests had strong ties to local nobility and could provide information about odd travellers, rural churches occasionally offered sanctuary. Although camping outside had its own risks, it avoided the social complications of formal lodging. Travellers who were alone and vulnerable were the targets of bandit attacks, and sleeping outside exposed one to weather that could be anything from mildly uncomfortable to actually fatal. If a spy becomes ill or hurts themselves while camping by themselves, they might just vanish, leaving their mission uncompleted and their fate uncertain. For travellers in the Middle Ages, the weather was a continual enemy. Extreme heat or cold could kill unprepared travellers, snow made navigation impossible, and rain turned roads into impassable swamps. There were no emergency services to call, no weather forecast to refer to, and no assurance that assistance would be accessible in the event that conditions deteriorated. Travel conditions and political requirements had to be balanced, and medieval spies had to schedule their trips around seasonal weather patterns. In certain cases, the best travel times occurred during times when heightened security made espionage work more hazardous, and in other cases urgent intelligence had to be delivered in spite of hazardous weather. Medieval travel was as difficult on the mind as it was on the body. In addition to continuously assuming false identities and remaining on the lookout for potential threats, spies spent weeks or months away from their homes, families, and any emotional support systems. Even seasoned agents could become emotionally weary and prone to making potentially fatal mistakes due to the isolation and stress of medieval travel. Another ongoing worry on medieval travels was food. Long trips necessitated resupplying along the way, which meant relying on local markets that might not exist, local cuisine that might not be edible, and local prices that might be exorbitant for foreigners. Travellers brought what provisions they could. A spy's ability to finish their mission could be severely jeopardised if they became ill from eating poorly or were unable to find enough food. During the Middle Ages, even the basic task of navigation was difficult. When maps were available, they were frequently erroneous and depicted political boundaries that may have changed since they were created. The majority of tourists depended on locals for directions, who may have been helpful, deceptive, or entirely incorrect about routes they had never taken themselves. Medieval spies somehow managed to keep up intelligence networks that crossed continents, transmitted information across political boundaries, and updated their employers on political developments in far-off places in spite of all these obstacles. Their accomplishments demonstrated human tenacity, resourcefulness, and flexibility in the face of adversity that would have tested even the most advanced modern travellers. Imagine attempting to send a text message with just a quill pen, parchment, and the hope that it will reach its recipient within the next few months. Then, settle back in your cosy chair. Now picture yourself stretched on a rack, or hanging from a gibbet if someone reads that message and intercepts it. Greetings from the world of secret communication in the Middle Ages, when ingenuity literally meant the difference between life and death. Because they had no other option, medieval spies had to become experts at the delicate art of concealing information from the public. Intelligence officers created increasingly complex techniques to hide their actual communications within seemingly innocent correspondence because every message carried the potential for execution if it were discovered. The simplest method was invisible ink, which may sound fancy but was typically created using commonplace ingredients like milk, urine, or lemon juice. These materials would become brown when heated, exposing hidden text between the lines of a regular letter. While the true message about troop movements was written in milk between the lines, invisible until the recipient heated the parchment near a fire, a medieval spy might write a perfectly normal business letter about wool prices. The problem with invisible ink was that the recipient had to be aware of the existence of a hidden message, and know how to make it visible. In order to identify when letters contained classified information, medieval intelligence networks created complex signalling systems. Certain words in the visible text, a unique signature, or a certain wax seal could all be signs that the letter contained secret information. Book codes were more advanced, with references to particular words or letters in books that both the sender and the recipient owned, indicating the true message. When a letter refers to the wisdom found in the third word of the seventh line on page 42 of the Chronicle, it may be referencing a particular book and providing detailed instructions on how to decode the message. This approach necessitated extensive preparation and cooperation amongst intelligence agents, because books were scarce and costly during the Middle Ages. Null ciphers were especially ingenious methods in which the actual message was concealed using preset patterns inside the text that was visible. The first letter of each sentence may spell out the secret information, or every third word may contain the actual intelligence. A business letter might hide military intelligence in the final word of each paragraph, or a love letter might have a secret message in the first letter of each line. Using religious texts as a cover for intelligence messages was one of the most inventive ways to hide information. A spy might copy out a prayer or a passage from the Bible, but with extra markings or slightly changed letters that would reveal the true meaning to someone who knew where to look. This method provided excellent cover, because religious texts were often carried by travellers, and religious copying was common. Steganography, the technique of concealing messages within other objects, was also employed by medieval spies. A wax tablet's wooden backing could have text written on it that would not be visible until the wax was removed. Messages could be inscribed on the inside of leather goods, stitched into garments, or even inked on a messenger's scalp and concealed by hair growth. Finding concealment techniques that would withstand the rough treatment of medieval travel was crucial. Medieval intelligence networks gave rise to coded languages, in which common words had hidden meanings that only network participants knew. While a letter from a merchant discussing the purchase of fine wool might be reporting on military fortifications, a discussion of grain prices might be revealing information about political alliances. To prevent detection, these codes needed to be carefully used and thoroughly memorized. In ways that are nearly impossible for modern minds to comprehend, physical objects were used as messaging systems. For someone who understood how to read these signals, the placement of a candle in a window, the way a cloak was hung, or the arrangement of objects on a table could all provide information. In order to transmit messages without leaving any written records that could be found and used as proof, medieval intelligence agents created complex non-verbal communication systems. The more educated members of medieval intelligence networks used mathematical codes. Basic security for written communications was offered by simple substitution ciphers, in which a different letter or symbol was used for each letter. More advanced agents employed polyalphabetic ciphers, which made it much harder for unauthorized readers to decipher the codes by altering the substitution pattern in accordance with preset rules. Medieval cryptography faced the difficulty of striking a balance between security and usefulness. Better protection was offered by complex codes, but they also took longer to encode and decode, increased the possibility of mistakes that could make messages incomprehensible, and placed more strain on the user's memory and education. It was worse than useless to have a code that was impossible to crack but impossible to use properly. The issue of key distribution, or making sure that senders and recipients had the data required to encode and decode messages, was another challenge faced by medieval intelligence networks. Sharing the secrets required for secret communication created a paradox that took a great deal of ingenuity to resolve in an era without secure communication. Medieval secret communication was further complicated by timing codes. It's possible for messages to be sent in segments, with each segment arriving at a different time, and only making sense when put together correctly. Alternatively, the coded information may include the delivery time and date, which recipients must account for when decoding the message. Working with secret messages put a lot of psychological strain on employees. A single encoding error could give the intended recipient no meaning at all. An entire intelligence network could be exposed by a mistaken concealment. Important intelligence could end up in the hands of the enemy if the wrong messenger is chosen. Under circumstances that made perfection all but impossible, medieval spies had to be flawless cryptographers. Medieval secret communication systems were remarkably successful in spite of these obstacles. Intelligence networks were able to coordinate intricate operations, sustain communications over long distances, and protect their most sensitive data from hostile interception. Ingenuity, meticulous planning, and the kind of attention to detail that could mean the difference between personal destruction and mission success were the foundations of their success. Pour yourself another cup of tea and think about how you would budget for an intelligence network if you were a medieval king attempting to manage one. There are no accounting departments to monitor operating costs, no standardized pay scales, and no corporate expense accounts. Instead, you're dealing with a shadow economy where your most critical employees are unable to provide receipts, and where, in order to protect all parties, payment must frequently be disguised as something completely different. The financial theories used in medieval espionage would make modern accountants shudder. Generally speaking, spies received erratic compensation that varied greatly based on the value of the information they provided, the risk of their missions, and the financial standing of their employers. It was the pinnacle of freelancing, with no job security and retirement planning, limited to wishing you lived long enough to retire. Medieval spies were typically paid a combination of bonuses for certain pieces of valuable intelligence and regular stipends for continuing agents. To keep him loyal, a merchant who frequently covered political events in the cities he visited might get a small annual payment. For more significant information, he might get larger sums. Maintaining credible justifications for these financial transactions was a challenge for both the spy and the spy master. As alluring as that image may be for Hollywood, money couldn't just be handed over in dim alleyways. Payments had to be made under false pretenses that would pass muster if they were caught. A spy may be compensated by inflated prices for goods they purportedly sold to their handler, loans that were never meant to be paid back, or winnings from gambling that were actually intelligence payments. The practical realities of medieval life complicated the cost structure of medieval espionage. In order to maintain their cover identities and obtain information, spies had to pay for their own travel, lodging, and the various bribes and gifts they would need. In order to keep their credibility, a spy masquerading as a merchant might have to genuinely buy and sell goods, which would require them to invest money in inventory, in the hopes that their trading operations would generate enough revenue to fund their intelligence operations. Medieval spies faced especially high travel costs. A spy's earnings from intelligence work could easily be outweighed by the cost of horses, food, lodging, and the numerous fees and tolls associated with medieval travel. It's likely that many medieval spies lost money on their operations, either accepting a lesser standard of living than they could have obtained through legal employment, or funding their espionage efforts with other sources of income. For medieval spies, financial planning was practically impossible due to the erratic nature of intelligence work. After months of collecting information for free, a spy may be paid handsomely for a particularly useful piece of intelligence. The ability to maintain a cover identity even in times of financial hardship and significant personal financial management skills were necessary in this feast or famine economy. Currency exchange issues that did not exist for contemporary international operations were another issue that medieval intelligence networks had to handle. Exchange rates varied according to political ties and the availability of precious metals, and different regions used different coins with varying weight and purity requirements. A spy who worked in several different areas had to be able to handle the intricate financial aspects of medieval trade while also working as an intelligence officer and a currency trader. Medieval spies who were able to combine their intelligence work with legal business ventures that offered both cover and extra cash were frequently the most successful. Carefully selecting trade routes allowed a merchant spy to conduct lucrative business that financed their intelligence operations while simultaneously obtaining useful intelligence. A scholar spy could obtain information about political connections and get paid for writing services by copying manuscripts for aristocrats. Because they had fewer economic options than men, women who worked in medieval intelligence faced unique financial difficulties. In a noble home, a female spy might serve as a servant, earning a meagre salary while obtaining intelligence, but medieval social norms limited her options for career progression or other employment. Because they frequently had to depend more on their handlers for financial support, female spies were more susceptible to abuse. For many agents, regular banking relationships were impossible due to the security requirements of medieval espionage. Operating under a false identity prevented a spy from keeping accounts under their real name, and from having financial records that could be used to expose their intelligence operations. Precious metals or gems were likely carried by many medieval spies, making them easy targets for theft while on the road. Medieval spies hardly ever planned for retirement. There were no social security programs or pension funds, and there was no assurance that an intelligence organization would keep paying agents who were no longer actively contributing. If they lived long enough to reach old age, successful medieval spies had to amass enough wealth during their active careers to sustain themselves in their later years. Medieval spies' families had to deal with financial instability that went beyond the agents themselves. There was no life insurance, no survivor benefits, and frequently no recognition that a spy had been working for their employer if they were killed or vanished during a mission. Medieval spies' wives and kids could find themselves unexpectedly poor, with no way to support themselves and no reason for their loss. Medieval intelligence networks were able to recruit and retain agents who offered their employers valuable services in spite of these financial difficulties. People who found that espionage offered better opportunities than traditional employment in their social class, or who were prepared to accept financial uncertainty in exchange for the thrill of intelligence work, were drawn to the work. With its own payment systems, financial difficulties, and strategies for handling the interplay between money and secrecy, the shadow economy that ran concurrently with the legal medieval economy is revealed by the economics of medieval espionage. It was capitalism with a conspiracy twist, where information was the most valuable resource and the cost of discovery was frequently the highest. Turn down the lights a little bit and imagine what it would be like to get out of bed each morning and put on not just your clothes, but a completely different persona. Imagine posing as someone else for months or years at a time, never being able to let your guard down, and never knowing if those around you are buying into your carefully crafted lies. In a world where authenticity was a luxury they couldn't afford, medieval spies had to learn not only the methods of obtaining intelligence, but also the far more challenging art of psychological survival. Maintaining false identities for extended periods of time while residing close to people who might discover the deception was the main obstacle of medieval espionage. Compared to contemporary communities, medieval society was more intimate, smaller, and suspicious. Individuals inquired about strangers, knew their neighbours, and looked for clues that might indicate someone's true motivations or background. A medieval spy masquerading as a merchant needed to be familiar with the finer points that would persuade seasoned traders, in addition to the fundamentals of business life. They had to comprehend seasonal market swings, trade route challenges, regional price disparities, and the interpersonal ties between merchants in various cities. One discussion with an actual merchant could reveal knowledge gaps that could take years to fill on their own. There was no way to alleviate the psychological stress brought on by the ongoing attention to detail needed to maintain cover identities. While medieval spies frequently went months without speaking to their actual employers or co-workers, modern undercover agents can at least communicate with their handlers or take breaks from their duties. They maintained personalities that weren't their own, lived in total seclusion, and were surrounded by untrustworthy people. For medieval spies, memory became both a psychological burden and an essential survival skill. They had to recall the intricate fictional histories they had written for their cover identities in addition to the intelligence they had gathered. If the spy was unable to reliably recall the specifics of their fake background, a casual inquiry about early life or familial ties could turn into a risky situation. Medieval society placed a great value on social connections and community ties, making the social isolation of medieval espionage especially challenging. Suspicion was immediately raised against those who appeared to have no family ties, roots, or long-standing community ties. Spies in the Middle Ages had to establish credible social networks while steering clear of intimate connections that could expose their true identities. Medieval espionage was further complicated psychologically by religious conflicts. Spies frequently had to maintain cover identities that required them to support political causes they personally opposed, participate in religious ceremonies that might violate their conscience, or pretend to hold religious beliefs that were at odds with their true beliefs. Moral stress resulting from the internal struggle between one's personal convictions and professional obligations could jeopardize an agent's psychological stability. Medieval spies lived in a state of chronic anxiety that pervaded every part of their lives due to their constant fear of being discovered. They couldn't afford to unwind, they couldn't believe their gut feelings about people, and they couldn't make true friends with anyone they met while on missions. Physical fatigue was only one aspect of the exhaustion brought on by the hypervigilance required for survival. The moral ambiguity and guilt of their work were other issues that medieval spies had to cope with. In order to obtain intelligence, they frequently had to lie to people they thought were their friends, betray the confidence of those who had been kind to them, or support military and political initiatives that could endanger innocent people. Over time, the psychological toll of these ethical concessions mounted, resulting in internal strife that might be just as damaging as outside dangers. Medieval espionage's mental health issues were especially severe because of the inability to get support or assistance when experiencing psychological issues. When missions became too much to handle, there were no supervisors to offer support, no colleagues to confide in, and no counsellors to consult. In order to maintain complete operational security, medieval spies had to create their own coping strategies. Medieval espionage put a tremendous strain on family relationships. Married spies were required to lie to their wives about their whereabouts, activities, and frequently their core values and allegiances. Medieval spies had fathers or mothers who were mysteriously evasive about their work and often absent. The most significant interpersonal relationships in an agent's life were tainted by the secrecy required for operational security. After completing intelligence missions, returning to normal life was frequently just as psychologically taxing as the actual espionage work. In addition to readjusting to their true identities, medieval spies had to make amends with emotionally distant family members and friends and somehow cope with months or years of deceit and seclusion without being able to talk about their experiences with others. Because of the ongoing danger, the psychological strain of assuming false identities, and the moral dilemmas that came with their job, some medieval spies most likely experienced what is now known as post-traumatic stress disorder. Medieval society lacked resources to assist intelligence agents in recovering from the psychological harm of their service because it lacked knowledge about mental health and effective treatment techniques. Those who were able to compartmentalize their emotions, keep a clear separation between their true and false identities, and find ways to defend the moral complexity of their work were likely the most successful medieval spies. However, even these psychologically strong people had to pay a price in terms of their capacity to build genuine bonds and sustain emotional ties with others. Medieval intelligence networks maintained operations throughout Europe for centuries and attracted new recruits in spite of these significant psychological obstacles. The thrill of doing meaningful work, the fulfillment of supporting causes they supported, or just the allure of a life very different from the few options available to the majority of people in medieval society, must have been the satisfactions that offset the psychological costs of the job. Medieval espionage's psychological reality highlights the human cost of intelligence work in a time when mental health was poorly understood, and there were no resources available to support those who compromised their psychological well-being to further military and political goals. These forgotten heroes of medieval statecraft incurred psychological burdens long after their active service ended, in addition to the physical risks of their missions. Now, let's take a step back and examine the larger picture, much like when you examine a medieval tapestry, where individual threads come together to form patterns that are not visible when you concentrate on any one of them. Without computers, phones, or any other communication technology that we now consider necessary for organising large-scale operations, medieval intelligence networks were organisational marvels. Rather, they depended on human memory, interpersonal connections, and trust structures that were both necessary and brittle. Imagine attempting to manage a contemporary business with only handwritten letters that take weeks to deliver, in-person meetings that require days or weeks of travel to set up, and staff members who are unable to accept their position. When medieval spy masters established intelligence networks that crossed continents and impacted the results of wars, succession disputes, and diplomatic negotiations, they essentially achieved that. Although they didn't call it that, the cell structure served as the cornerstone of medieval intelligence networks. Agents collaborated in small groups, each with a limited understanding of the larger network. The identity of 2 or 3 other agents may be known to a merchant spy in one city, but they would have no knowledge of intelligence activities in other areas. In the event that a single agent was apprehended and interrogated, the network was shielded by this division. Medieval intelligence networks relied on complex networks of cutouts and intermediaries to facilitate communication between various components. A spy in London might give information to a merchant, who would then give it to a monk in Dover, who would then include it in a letter to a monastery in Calais. From there, another monk would extract the information and give it to a local agent, who would then deliver it to a French nobleman who was working for English interests. Because everyone in this chain was only familiar with their close associates, ignorance provided security. The authentication problem, or how to confirm that information was authentic and that agents were who they said they were, was a challenge for medieval intelligence networks. To enable agents to recognize one another and verify their legitimacy, they created systems of codes, passwords, and recognition signals. Agents who had never met before could authenticate each other using a unique letter-signing style, a phrase incorporated into conversation, or a distinctive piece of clothing. Without official schools or training programs, new agents had to be recruited and trained. Potential recruits were found by seasoned agents, who then gradually exposed them to intelligence work and offered unofficial apprenticeships that allowed them to gain the skills they needed through hands-on experience. Before taking on more difficult tasks requiring advanced tradecraft, a new recruit may start out carrying simple messages and work their way up to gathering basic information. Medieval intelligence networks faced ongoing quality control challenges. Multiple sources had to be used to confirm information, and because medieval communication was slow, this could take weeks or months. False information may have already affected significant choices or military operations by the time it was discovered and fixed. In order to assess the credibility of sources and information, medieval spy masters had to cultivate their intuition. Medieval intelligence networks needed to be funded creatively to avoid drawing the attention of adversarial authorities. Without leaving visible paper trails, money had to be transferred between various territories and exchanged between currencies. Trade profits were used to fund espionage activities, and legitimate companies, places of worship, and merchant enterprises frequently functioned as fronts for intelligence funding. In addition, medieval intelligence networks had to coordinate intricate operations involving numerous agents in various locations while maintaining operational security. Coordination between agents in multiple cities may be necessary for a plan to obtain intelligence on an enemy's military preparations, and timing is crucial to its success. However, coordinating these activities necessitated communication that, if intercepted, might jeopardize the network as a whole. Medieval intelligence networks were both strong and weak due to their inherent redundancy. The same information could be gathered by multiple agents, which would increase the likelihood that someone would notice unusual interest in certain topics, while also providing verification. In order to ensure that vital information would reach its destination, even in the event that some channels were compromised, networks frequently maintained parallel channels for important intelligence. Because of the potential for allies to suddenly turn into enemies, medieval intelligence networks had to adjust to shifting political conditions. After a political marriage, a succession crisis, or a change in diplomatic ties, an agent who had spent years cultivating sources in a certain court may find themselves operating in hostile territory. To withstand these political upheavals and continue to function effectively, networks required adaptability. Because medieval intelligence operations lasted so long, they faced particular difficulties that are uncommon in contemporary intelligence services. Within the same families or organisations, some networks continued to function for decades, with agents transmitting information from one generation to the next. Before he retires, a monk may choose to hire his successor, ensuring continuity of operations while simultaneously building up institutional knowledge that could be disastrous if hostile forces find out. The seasonality of medieval life presented another challenge for medieval intelligence networks. While summer campaigns and harvest seasons brought opportunities and challenges that necessitated careful timing of network operations, winter weather made travel and communication much more difficult. Political intelligence had to take into consideration the seasonal movements of noble courts, while military intelligence had to be collected and disseminated in accordance with campaign schedules. In order to concentrate resources on specific kinds of information, the most advanced medieval intelligence networks created specializations. Some networks kept agents close to military headquarters and key fortifications in order to focus on military intelligence. Others developed sources in aristocratic courts and places of worship in order to concentrate on political intelligence. Economic intelligence networks monitored resource availability, currency fluctuations, and trade trends. Despite not having the formal safeguards that contemporary intelligence services do, medieval networks were constantly concerned about counterintelligence. Because their adversaries were also conducting intelligence operations, medieval spies had to be on the lookout for any indication that their own actions were being watched. As agents grew wary of one another, the paranoia required for survival in this setting could demolish networks from within. Although networks had to keep some records in order to track agents, coordinate operations, and preserve institutional knowledge, the documentation of medieval intelligence operations was inevitably minimal. There was a continual conflict between operational security and administrative necessity, because these records had to be kept safe while still being available to authorised personnel. To avoid discovery, it's likely that many medieval intelligence archives were routinely destroyed. In the end, the personal traits of those who established and maintained medieval intelligence networks determined their success. Spy masters had to be able to inspire loyalty while keeping the secrecy that made such loyalty dangerous, diplomatic skills with brutal pragmatism, and strategic thinking with meticulous attention to detail. Those in charge of the most successful medieval intelligence operations were most likely those who were aware of both the potential and constraints of human nature. Breathe deeply and prepare yourself for what may be the most sobering portion of our medieval espionage adventure. Although we have discussed the achievements and innovations of medieval intelligence work, the truth is that many operations were a complete failure, frequently with immediate, severe, and long-lasting effects on those involved. In the high-stakes world of medieval espionage, failure frequently resulted in torture, execution, and the dismantling of entire intelligence networks, in addition to professional humiliation or career setbacks. Months or years of meticulous network building could be undone by the discovery of a single spy. Even the most committed agents had a limit to how much suffering they could take before disclosing what they knew, and medieval interrogation techniques were intended to elicit information regardless of the subject's willingness to cooperate. A captured spy could jeopardize the identities and whereabouts of dozens of other agents, in addition to their own mission. The human propensity to grow accustomed to successful routines was one of the most frequent reasons why medieval espionage efforts failed. After years of using the same contact methods, travel routes, and cover story, an agent may become predictable enough for enemy counterintelligence to recognize and follow. Complacency was fostered by success, and complacency resulted in potentially lethal carelessness. When compromised, the authentication mechanisms that safeguarded medieval intelligence networks might also turn into a vulnerability. Enemy agents could infiltrate a network and feed false information while identifying legitimate agents if they learned the codes, passwords, or recognition signals that the network uses. Because it fostered false confidence while actually advancing the objectives of the enemy, a compromised authentication system was worse than none at all. People they trusted could betray medieval spies, sometimes for reasons unrelated to their intelligence work. In order to avoid being captured, a fellow agent may divulge network secrets. Personal grievances, financial strains, or shifting political allegiances could cause a contact to turn against them. If family members felt it was essential to their own survival, they might even turn on spy relatives. Medieval intelligence networks were susceptible to catastrophic failures due to their sluggish communication systems. By the time it arrived at its destination, information that was correct when it was collected could become dangerously out of date. When friendly commanders finally received military intelligence about enemy troop movements, it may have been weeks old, causing them to base tactical decisions on outdated information. Vulnerabilities created by currency and financial systems are not encountered by contemporary intelligence services. If enemy agents were able to identify odd coins or track down the origins of financial transactions, they could betray a spy using the very funds that were used to pay them. Medieval espionage employed irregular payment systems, which made it possible for agents to be recognised by their suspicious financial activity or unexplained wealth. Intelligence officers face particular risks due to the medical realities of medieval life. When working under a false identity, a spy who gets seriously ill may not be able to keep up their cover, particularly if the medical care they require reveals details about their true activities or background. If disease kept important agents from fulfilling their responsibilities or meeting their contacts, it could jeopardize entire networks. Medieval spies working across sectarian lines faced unique risks due to religious conflicts. If an agent made mistakes that exposed their true religious background, they could be exposed because their cover identity required them to take part in religious ceremonies. Due to the strong religious beliefs of the Middle Ages, religious deception was both essential for many operations and very risky if caught. Medieval legal systems produced unpredictable and challenging to manage risks. A spy working under a false identity could find themselves embroiled in legal proceedings that could reveal their true origins. Local regulations pertaining to travel, business, or religion could present unforeseen challenges that compelled agents to divulge more personal information than was safe. Agents or their handlers had no control over how weather and natural disasters could ruin meticulously planned intelligence operations. A spy may be forced to take an alternate route that exposes them to discovery if a bridge is washed out by flooding. Time-sensitive operations may be disrupted if scheduled meetings are impossible due to an exceptionally harsh winter. Over the course of long-term operations, spies developed personal relationships that could lead to both operational success and disastrous failure. When an agent maintained a false identity while forming real friendships or romantic relationships, they ran the risk of developing emotional issues that could impair their judgment. However, abruptly terminating these relationships may also raise suspicions that result in discovery. When led by astute and suspicious leaders, medieval counterintelligence operations could be surprisingly successful, despite being less organised than contemporary ones. A shrewd nobleman might see trends in the inquiries made by various guests or note that particular kinds of information appeared to leak to adversaries on a regular basis. Experienced medieval leaders were occasionally able to recognise and stop enemy intelligence operations even in the absence of official counterintelligence training. Failures in medieval espionage had far-reaching effects that went well beyond the specific agents involved. Inaccurate intelligence could cost military leaders battles, and thousands of soldiers could lose their lives as a result. Diplomatic choices made by political leaders who were tricked by enemy operatives could undermine their standing for decades. Failures in intelligence could have repercussions that affect entire kingdoms and the outcome of wars. Most tragically, failed medieval spies frequently suffered alongside their families and associates. The associates of spies who were caught may have been punished for their involvement in intelligence operations alone, as medieval justice did not always distinguish between major offenders and their families. Failures in medieval espionage could have a personal cost to those who were unaware of or did not participate in intelligence operations. Surviving network members faced additional difficulties as a result of the psychological effects of seeing or hearing about espionage failures. Agents who were aware that their co-workers had been taken prisoner and subjected to torture had to carry on with their own perilous work while dealing with the trauma of knowing that they could suffer the same fate. In addition to their other psychological burdens, medieval spies also had to deal with the fear of failure. Medieval intelligence networks persisted in functioning and growing throughout the medieval era, in spite of these significant risks and frequent breakdowns. Despite being aware of the possible repercussions of failure, the individuals involved were strong enough to persevere, and the accomplishments were noteworthy enough to offset the expenses. Their contributions to medieval statecraft are all the more noteworthy for their bravery in the face of such dangers. Pour yourself another cup of tea and marvel at this. Medieval spies' desperate inventiveness in trying to solve impossible problems with whatever materials they could find led to some of the most brilliant technological advancements in human history, not from universities or royal workshops. These were not science fiction devices, but rather workable solutions developed by individuals who realised that staying one step ahead of their adversaries was essential to their survival. Though most of it would seem laughably archaic by today's standards, the medieval era saw some amazing advancements in what we might call espionage technology. However, medieval spies developed truly sophisticated and frequently remarkably effective tools and techniques within the limitations of medieval materials, science and manufacturing capabilities. Spies pushed the limits of what could be done with pens, ink and parchment, and writing technology was essential for intelligence operations during the Middle Ages. They created inks that, when heated or exposed to particular chemicals, could change colour, making messages appear or vanish as needed. Inks that were invisible until exposed to specific substances that only the intended recipient would know how to apply were made by some medieval spies. Another medieval invention that called for exceptional patience and skill was the production of microscopic text. In order to conceal entire intelligence reports in what seemed to be ornamental flourishes on common documents, spies learned to write messages so tiny that they were nearly imperceptible to the human eye. Only magnifying glasses, which were uncommon and costly during the Middle Ages, could read these messages. In the hands of medieval intelligence networks, sealing wax developed into a highly advanced security technology. In order to make it nearly impossible to detect tampering, spies developed methods for melting and resealing wax seals. They developed techniques for encoding confidential information into the wax itself and made unique seal designs with concealed elements that could confirm authenticity. By producing phony letters, official seals and travel documents that could withstand close examination, medieval spies also made significant advances in the field of document forgery. This called for in-depth familiarity with the materials, methods, and administrative processes utilised in various regions in addition to artistic talent. A successful forger needed to be familiar with the writing styles, ink formulations, and paper-making procedures utilised in different administrative and court settings. Despite being archaic by today's standards, optical devices were crucial to medieval intelligence operations. Spies developed methods for using glass and crystal to magnify small text or images, made simple telescopes to observe activities in the distance, and used mirrors to send light signals over long distances. These optical advancements necessitated a thorough comprehension of medieval mirror-making and lens-grinding methods. Medieval spies were able to operate more effectively and with less chance of being caught thanks to the development of portable writing and message systems. They designed message containers that could be hidden in places where casual searchers wouldn't find them. They developed inks that could be quickly mixed from everyday materials, and they made writing kits that could be hidden inside everyday objects. Even though clock and timing technologies were still in their infancy during the Middle Ages, intelligence networks adopted them for security and coordination reasons. By using natural phenomena like tide cycles, star positions, and shadow lengths to coordinate activities across multiple locations, spies created techniques for timing meetings and message deliveries that did not rely on mechanical clocks. As spies produced more precise and in-depth maps of regions, fortifications, and routes of travel, medieval cartography evolved into an intelligence tool. Militarily sensitive information, such as the locations of supply caches, defensive weaknesses, and secret routes, was frequently included on these maps. Making maps required knowledge of military engineering and strategic planning in addition to geography. Despite being constrained by medieval manufacturing capabilities, mechanical devices were surprisingly sophisticatedly modified for intelligence purposes. Spies made mechanical aids for scaling walls or getting around security measures, made lock-picking tools that looked like commonplace tools, and made secret compartments in everyday objects. Despite being founded on what is now regarded as primitive science, medieval intelligence practitioners possessed surprisingly sophisticated chemical knowledge. Spies knew how to make sabotage-related explosives, poisons that could be used covertly, and chemical tests that could detect tampered documents or materials. Technologies that could shield confidential documents from moisture, insects, theft, and accidental discovery were needed for the preservation and storage of intelligence data. Waterproof containers, hiding spots that could withstand building renovations, and storage systems that would keep data safe for years or decades while still being available to authorized users, were all inventions of medieval spies. Medieval spies had to invent innovative ways to modify existing technologies in order to communicate over great distances. They established networks of human messengers who could transmit information more quickly than traditional commercial or diplomatic channels, employed trained birds to deliver messages, and devised systems of signal fires and mirror flashes for quick communication. Medieval spies were able to better conceal their activities and change their appearances thanks to technologies for disguise and concealment. Using the tools and resources available in medieval society, they created ways to alter their physical appearance, social standing, and perceived age. These disguises needed to be convincing enough to fool anyone who might come into contact with the spy on a regular basis over a long period of time. Medieval intelligence networks created authentication and verification systems that were incredibly difficult to forge and frequently cleverly straightforward. They developed physical tokens that were almost impossible to counterfeit, identification systems based on information that only authorized agents would know, and recognition protocols that could confirm identity without written records. The creation of information processing and analysis systems by medieval spies, who lacked formal bureaucratic structures and computers, may have been the most remarkable development. They produced systems for monitoring shifting political ties, techniques for integrating data from various sources, and analytical frameworks that could spot patterns and trends in intricate political circumstances. These technological advancements show how extraordinary creativity was driven by practical necessity in the field of medieval intelligence work. Medieval spies, operating under strict material and technological limitations, developed solutions that were sophisticated in their application, but often elegant in their simplicity. The intelligence technologies that would develop over centuries into the systems utilized by contemporary intelligence agencies were made possible by their innovations. Let's take a step back and track the unseen strands that link those mud-splattered medieval spies to the advanced intelligence operations of today as you approach the bottom of your cup and feel the soft pull of impending sleep. With the end of the medieval era, the methods, networks, and values they created did not vanish. Rather, they changed, adapted, and served as the cornerstone for intelligence operations that still influence our world today. The establishment of intelligence gathering as a crucial government function was the most fundamental legacy of medieval espionage. Initially considering spying a repugnant necessity, medieval rulers eventually realized that information was just as crucial to preserving political power as armies. As a result of this acknowledgement, permanent intelligence organizations were established, which later developed into the national intelligence services of contemporary nations. Medieval intelligence networks created recruitment guidelines that set trends that are still used by contemporary organizations. Intelligence recruitment still heavily favors those who could travel without suspicion, who naturally ask questions, and who have the psychological fortitude to keep up false identities. The most successful spies, as demonstrated by medieval spies, are frequently those who can blend in with the general population. The foundation for contemporary intelligence communications was established by medieval advances in secure communication and cryptography. The complex encryption systems that safeguard contemporary intelligence communications were developed from the codes and ciphers created by medieval networks. The fundamental concepts of secure communication, message authentication, and key distribution that medieval spies found difficult to grasp continue to be major obstacles for contemporary intelligence organizations. Modern intelligence services continue to employ the organizational principles established by the network structures developed by medieval intelligence organizations. Modern intelligence compartmentalization was based on the cell structures that prevented medieval networks from being totally compromised when individual agents were apprehended. One of the main challenges for contemporary intelligence operations is maintaining the operational security and coordination balance that medieval networks were able to achieve. The fundamentals of contemporary defensive intelligence work were established by the counterintelligence awareness that medieval spies developed in reaction to enemy intelligence activities. Modern counterintelligence doctrines, which assume hostile intelligence services are continuously attempting to compromise friendly operations, are based on the medieval understanding that intelligence services must defend themselves against deception and penetration. Modern forensic methods for examining intelligence materials are the result of medieval advancements in document analysis and verification. Modern intelligence analysis techniques, which employ technology but adhere to similar logical principles, evolved from the abilities that medieval spies developed for identifying forged documents evaluating writing styles, and confirming the reliability of information sources. Modern knowledge of intelligence operations incorporates the psychological understanding of human motivation, deceit, and loyalty that medieval intelligence practitioners acquired. Medieval spies acquired skills in motivating agents, evaluating the credibility of sources and preserving operational security while fostering fruitful collaborations. These realizations continue to be essential to contemporary human intelligence activities. Medieval networks' successful integration of military and diplomatic operations with intelligence work created models that contemporary governments continue to adhere to. The effective coordination of military action, diplomacy, and intelligence was a lesson learned by medieval rulers that is still applicable to contemporary national security strategy. Modern intelligence funding and financial management have their roots in the economic principles that guided medieval intelligence operations. Just as it was for medieval spy masters attempting to pay agents covertly, the problem of financing covert operations without leaving audit trails that hostile services could use is still present today. Modern intelligence services are still confronted with the moral and legal dilemmas brought up by medieval espionage operations. Modern democratic societies must strike a balance between security requirements, legal restrictions, and ethical principles. Medieval societies grappled with the conflict between the practical necessity of intelligence work and traditional moral and legal principles. Modern intelligence technology development is characterized by patterns of adaptation and creativity that were established by the technological innovations pioneered by medieval intelligence networks. In the same way that contemporary intelligence agencies modify commercial technologies for security applications, medieval spies who modified civilian technologies for intelligence purposes started a tradition. Medieval intelligence work's global scope set the stage for contemporary intelligence competition and collaboration. Cross-political medieval intelligence networks created models for state-to-state intelligence cooperation and competition that still have an impact on contemporary international intelligence cooperation. Literature, entertainment, and the general public's perception of intelligence work all reflect the cultural influence of medieval espionage and continue to shape how contemporary societies view spies and intelligence organizations. The way intelligence work is portrayed and understood in popular culture is still influenced by the narrative patterns created by medieval tales of spies and secret agents. The value of historical analysis for contemporary intelligence work was established by the institutional memory that medieval intelligence networks preserved. Medieval practitioners set the standard for contemporary intelligence services that preserve historical records and analyze past operations to enhance present performance by learning from the successes and failures of earlier operations. Most significantly, medieval espionage showed that, at its core, intelligence work is not about technology or institutional frameworks, but rather about human relationships and psychology. The success or failure of medieval spies was determined by their capacity to comprehend and influence human behavior, a skill that is essential to intelligence operations even with all of the modern era's technological advancements. Modern intelligence services are still influenced by the moral and professional standards set by the bravery and commitment of medieval intelligence agents. Modern intelligence professionals are still inspired by the traditions of service established by medieval spies who risked their lives for causes they supported, upheld professional standards in the face of personal danger, and served their societies without much credit or compensation. The principles and techniques that were initially developed by those anonymous medieval agents who travelled muddy roads, slept in flea-infested inns, and risked their lives to gather information that would shape the course of history, are still used by modern intelligence agencies as they confront new challenges from international terrorism, technological change, and evolving security threats. Think about the amazing people whose stories we have told tonight as you get ready to close this chapter of history and go to sleep. They were regular people who made extraordinary life choices, people who put up with discomfort, risk, and anonymity for causes that frequently brought them little reward and little recognition. The glitzy characters of contemporary fiction were not the medieval spies whose stories we have examined. Rather, they were perhaps more admirable, actual people who bravely, creatively, and resolutely faced real challenges. They contributed to historical advancements that shaped the world we inherited, solved problems that would have challenged contemporary professionals, and upheld their integrity in situations that would have broken many others. These underappreciated heroes of medieval statecraft serve as a reminder that history is shaped by the innumerable people who labour silently in the background to maintain communications, gather information, and provide the intelligence necessary for effective leadership, not just by kings and queens, conflicts and treaties. Their contributions should be honoured because they were the unsung heroes of their time. Their experiences also serve as a reminder that the problems intelligence professionals face, such as striking a balance between security and effectiveness, juggling personal and professional commitments, and balancing morally challenging but necessary work, are universal human struggles that cut across all time periods. Dreams of moonlit castle walls, coded messages concealed in merchant letters, or courageous people walking perilous roads in support of causes they believed in may come to mind as you drift off to sleep. These dreams introduce you to a never-ending tale of selflessness, service, and unsung bravery that has influenced our world in ways we hardly ever recognise. Although the lives of the medieval spies we've met tonight were frequently uncomfortable, dangerous, and little known, their work was vital to the societies they served. They serve as a reminder that civilization is not solely dependent on the well-known people whose names we can still recall, but also on the innumerable unnamed people who make incalculable, frequently unseen, but always vital contributions to the common good. Rest easy knowing that you've spent the evening with some of the bravest and most devoted people in history, people whose dedication to service and willingness to make sacrifices for the greater good made traditions that still serve and protect our contemporary world. Every intelligence professional who carries on their work carries on their legacy, and their memory is honoured every time we remember that true heroism frequently doesn't wear a uniform and doesn't seek recognition. Sweet dreams, and may you rest in peace knowing that courageous people have always worked in silence to defend the societies they served, requesting nothing more than the fulfilment of their duty and service to causes bigger than themselves. Picture England in the 1500s, a damp, sheep-filled kingdom sitting off the coast of Europe, watching Spain haul shiploads of gold back from the Americas. While Spain was becoming incredibly wealthy from its New World adventures, the English were still trying to figure out basic matters, such as not executing so many of their monarchs. But sometimes underdogs are just getting warmed up. Elizabeth I, a woman, sat on the throne, capable of engaging diplomatically in the morning and authorising a pirate raid by tea time. She looked at Spain's treasure fleet sailing past and thought the English deserved a share of that wealth. Enter the Sea Dogs, which sounds innocent, but was actually England's cheeky name for their officially unofficial pirates. These were men such as Francis Drake, who had the audacity to sail around the entire world just to prove it could be done, stopping along the way to liberate Spanish treasure. When Drake came home with a ship so loaded with stolen Spanish gold that it nearly sank, Elizabeth didn't arrest him. She knighted him. The Spanish, understandably, were getting tired of this behaviour, so in 1588 they decided to send a little reminder called the Spanish Armada, 130 ships packed with soldiers, heading straight for England's shores. You might expect this to be where England gets its comeuppance. David versus Goliath, except Goliath has cannons and centuries of naval experience. But here's where geography becomes destiny, and where England's terrible weather finally worked in their favour. Picture the Spanish admiral who had spent months planning this invasion, his ships loaded with troops, feeling confident. Then he hits the English Channel and discovers that English weather isn't just unpleasant, it's actively hostile. The wind starts howling, the seas turn nasty, and suddenly those massive proud warships are being tossed around violently. The English, meanwhile, had smaller, more nimble ships that danced around the Spanish fleet. They dart in, fire their cannons, and zip away before the Spanish could respond. It was naval guerrilla warfare, and the Spanish weren't ready for it. But the real hero of this story wasn't English bravery or cunning, it was the weather. A massive storm scattered the Spanish fleet, sending ships crashing into rocks, running aground and generally having the worst day in naval history. The Spanish called it El Viento Protestante, the Protestant wind. Even God, it seemed, had picked sides. When the dust settled, Spain's seemingly invincible navy was in tatters, and little England had proven that sometimes, being small and scrappy beats being big and powerful, your underweight friend somehow winning an arm wrestling contest against the gym's bodybuilder, improbable, but undeniably impressive. This victory not only protected England from invasion, but also signalled the arrival of a new player in the global arena. The Spanish Empire, which had seemed as permanent as the sunrise, suddenly looked vulnerable. And England, that soggy little island that nobody had taken seriously, started getting some intriguing ideas about what it might accomplish on the world stage. The age of Spanish dominance was beginning to crack, and through those cracks English ambition was starting to grow. Persistent, unstoppable, and surprisingly resilient. The foundation was being laid for what would become the largest empire in human history. After beating the Spanish Armada, England had confidence but still relatively little money compared to its European neighbours. They needed a business plan, and unfortunately, the business plans of the 1600s often involved what we'd politely call morally questionable practices. Enter the merchant companies, organisations with grand names such as the Company of Merchant Adventurers. These weren't your typical corner shops. They were massive trading corporations with royal charters that basically said, "Go forth and make money, and don't ask too many questions about how." The East India Company was the crown jewel of these operations, and calling it just a trading company understates its true nature. Founded in 1600, it started as a simple idea: sail to Asia, buy spices and silk, and sell them back home for enormous profits. It became the world's first global corporation, except with more cannons and fewer HR departments. You have to understand, spices back then weren't just about making food taste better, they were incredibly valuable. Pepper was literally worth its weight in silver, and nutmeg was so precious that wars were fought over tiny islands that grew it. The Dutch had monopolised much of the spice trade, charging whatever they wanted, and the English decided they should get in on that business. But the East India Company wasn't content to just trade. They started hiring their own armies, making their own treaties, and essentially running their own foreign policy. A modern corporation deciding to start conquering countries, that's basically what happened, except with sailing ships and elaborate uniforms. The company's expansion into India perfectly demonstrates how ambition can snowball beyond anyone's original intentions. They'd started by just wanting to set up trading posts along the coast, little fortified compounds where they could store goods and conduct business. But India in the 1600s was a complex patchwork of competing kingdoms, and the Mughal Empire, which had been holding everything together, was starting to weaken. Into this power vacuum stepped the East India Company. They'd make alliances with local rulers, provide military support, and gradually become indispensable. Before anyone quite realised what was happening, the company wasn't just trading in India, it was running large chunks of it. The Battle of Plassey in 1757 was one of those moments that seemed minor at the time but changed everything. Robert Clive, a company official who'd started as a clerk and worked his way up to general, defeated the Nawab of Bengal with a much smaller force. This unexpected victory paved the way for unprecedented power. But victory came with consequences nobody had thought through. Suddenly the East India Company was responsible for governing millions of people across vast territories. They'd gone from being merchants to being rulers, and they were completely unprepared for this transformation. The wealth flowing back to Britain was staggering. Bengal alone was generating revenues that dwarfed many European kingdoms' entire budgets. The taxes that had previously benefited local rulers were now contributing significantly to British coffers, and the company's shareholders were experiencing unprecedented wealth. Naturally, the foundation of this wealth rested on systems that were fundamentally extractive and frequently cruel. The company exploited their territories, prioritising profit margins over the well-being of the people under their control. Famines became more common and more deadly when local resources were diverted to company profits rather than local needs. Back in London, people were starting to notice that their little trading company had somehow acquired an empire. The British government wasn't entirely sure what to do with this situation. The company was generating enormous wealth for the country, but it was also making decisions that affected international relations and the lives of millions of people. This was the beginning of a pattern that would define the British Empire for centuries: private ambition leading to public responsibility, commercial ventures growing into political control, and a small island nation finding itself responsible for governing vast populations across the globe, often without any clear plan for how to do it ethically or effectively. The stage was set for an empire that would span continents and reshape the world, built not through grand strategy, but through the accumulated decisions of merchants, soldiers and administrators, who often had no idea what they were creating. By the 1700s, Britain had stumbled into something resembling a strategy. Though calling it a strategy might be generous, it was more organised opportunism with excellent naval support. Britain had discovered that if you controlled the seas, you could control global trade, control the highways, and you don't need to own every town. You just need to control how people and goods move between them. This is where the Royal Navy enters our story with full force. By the mid-1700s, Britain was building ships constantly, everywhere, with the assumption that you could never have too many. They had honed their naval warfare skills to such an extent that any potential enemy found encountering a British fleet to be highly unwelcome. This naval strategy truly demonstrated its effectiveness during the 7 Years' War, 1756 to 1763. While European powers engaged in land battles, Britain pursued a distinct strategy. They'd swoop in, capture strategic ports and islands, disrupt enemy trade routes, and generally make life miserable for anyone who depended on maritime commerce. Take the capture of Quebec in 1759, which sounds straightforward but was actually extraordinarily daring. General Wolfe and his troops had to scale supposedly unclimbable cliffs in the middle of the night, surprise the French defenders, and capture one of the most important cities in North America. It was the kind of plan that should have failed spectacularly, but somehow worked perfectly, though both Wolfe and the French commander died in the battle. The result of all this naval dominance was that Britain started accumulating territories at an unprecedented rate. Gibraltar controlled access to the Mediterranean. Malta was perfectly positioned for Middle Eastern trade routes. The Cape of Good Hope controlled the sea route to Asia. It was strategic positioning on a global scale, with each acquisition making the next one more valuable. From a logistical perspective, governing a global empire with a sailing ship as your fastest communication method presents unique challenges. Messages between London and India took months, which meant that by the time headquarters heard about a problem and sent back instructions, the situation had usually either resolved itself or gotten spectacularly worse. This communication delay created a dynamic where British officials on the ground had enormous autonomy. They couldn't ask London for permission every time they needed to make a decision, so they often just made it and hoped it would be approved retroactively. Some officials used this freedom responsibly. Others discovered that power exercised 8,000 miles away from any oversight can corrupt absolutely. You'd have company officials essentially running their own kingdoms, making treaties, waging wars and collecting taxes, all while technically being employees of a trading company based in London. The system worked when these officials were competent and honest, but it created opportunities for abuse that were difficult to control from such distances. The American colonies served as a prime illustration of the potential pitfalls of this system. Strapped for cash after the costly 7 Years' War, the British government decided that the Americans should contribute to their own defence costs. This seemed reasonable from London's perspective. After all, British troops had just spent years protecting American colonists from French and Indian attacks. But the colonists had gotten used to managing their affairs, and suddenly being asked to pay taxes they'd had no say in imposing felt fundamentally unfair. The famous "no taxation without representation" wasn't just a catchy slogan. It was a fundamental complaint about the impossibility of governing an empire when communication took months and local conditions changed daily. The British response to American complaints was essentially, "We've been doing this successfully all over the world, just go along with it." But North America was different from India or the Caribbean. The colonists were mostly British descended, shared British legal traditions, and had enough economic independence to cause real trouble if they organised. When that trouble finally came, Britain discovered that naval supremacy, while excellent for controlling trade routes and capturing islands, was less useful for fighting a land war against people who knew the terrain and had the support of the local population. You could control the coasts, but controlling the interior required different tactics entirely. The loss of the American colonies was Britain's first major imperial setback, but it wouldn't be the last. The lesson was clear. Empires built on naval power and commercial advantage were vulnerable when local populations decided they no longer wanted to be governed by distant foreigners, no matter how powerful those foreigners might be at sea. After losing the American colonies, Britain was hurt and embarrassed, but determined to prove they could do better elsewhere. They were lucky to have India, which was becoming their most lucrative relationship, even if it was unexpectedly complex. By the 1800s, calling India the jewel in the crown wasn't just poetic language, it was an economic reality. The wealth flowing from the subcontinent was extraordinary. Cotton, spices, tea, opium, and manufactured goods were generating revenues that made Britain one of the wealthiest nations on earth. But this wealth came with responsibilities and complications that nobody had really planned for. The thing about governing 300 million people across a subcontinent is that it's incredibly complex. You're managing people who speak dozens of different languages, follow different religions, and have centuries of complicated relationships with each other, and you're expected to make a profit while doing it. The East India Company had grown from a trading organisation into essentially a parallel government, complete with its own armies, tax systems and legal codes. Company officials lived lavishly, building elaborate mansions and hosting parties that would have impressed European royalty. But they were also dealing with famines, rebellions, and the constant challenge of maintaining control over territories larger than most European countries. The Indian Rebellion of 1857 served as a significant awakening. A mutiny among Indian soldiers escalated into a widespread uprising throughout northern India, thereby forcing the company to fight for its own survival. The immediate trigger was rumours about ammunition cartridges being greased with cow and pig fat, offensive to both Hindu and Muslim soldiers. But the real causes went much deeper. The company had been gradually taking over more and more aspects of Indian life, raising taxes, changing traditional arrangements, and generally making life more difficult for local populations while getting richer themselves. Eventually, the changes created enough resentment to explode into open rebellion. The rebellion was brutal on both sides, with atrocities that shocked even people accustomed to colonial violence. When British forces finally regained control, the response was swift and decisive. The East India Company was dissolved, and the British government took direct control of India. Someone responsible needed to take charge. The new arrangement, known as the British Raj, was supposed to be more professional and less extractive than company rule. The idea was that government officials, unlike company employees, would prioritise beneficial governance over pure profit. In practice, it was more a change in management structure than a fundamental reform of a system designed to benefit outsiders at the expense of locals. This period saw the construction of massive infrastructure projects, railways, telegraphs, irrigation systems, and administrative buildings that still dot the Indian landscape today. The British built these not out of altruism, but because effective extraction requires effective infrastructure. Better roads and railways made everything work more efficiently, but the primary beneficiary was still Britain. The railway system perfectly demonstrates this dynamic. By 1900, India had one of the largest railway networks in the world, which was genuinely impressive and useful. Trains connected remote regions, facilitated trade, and made travel easier for millions of people. But the network was designed primarily to move raw materials from the interior to coastal ports and finished goods from ports to markets, a pattern that benefited British manufacturers much more than Indian ones. Imperial wealth was simultaneously transforming British society. Bengali fortunes enabled the construction of grand mansions in the countryside. Entire families could live comfortably on the pensions of relatives who'd served in India. Indian textiles, foods, and ideas were influencing British culture, despite Britain maintaining strict hierarchies that kept Indians subordinate within their own country. Everyone recognised the irony. British officials in India lived in luxury while promoting the civilising mission of empire, whereas back in Britain, industrial cities were filled with workers enduring conditions often worse than those faced by many Indians. The wealth that made Britain a global power was unevenly distributed even among the British themselves, but perhaps the most significant long-term impact was educational. The British introduced English language education partly to create a class of Indians who could serve as intermediaries between British administrators and the local population. The unintended consequence was creating a generation of Indian intellectuals who could read British political philosophy, including ideas about democracy, individual rights, and self-governance. This educated class began to ask uncomfortable questions. If these principles were beneficial enough for Britain, why weren't they beneficial enough for India? Ironically, the British were sowing the seeds of independence through the very educational system they had established to enhance the effectiveness of their rule. By the mid-1800s, Britain had achieved something unprecedented in human history. They had become so globally dominant that they were essentially playing geopolitics alone at the top. But success brought its own problems. When you're the world's dominant power, everyone else starts looking for ways to knock you down. Enter Russia, with all the subtlety of a freight train. The Russians were expanding south and east, methodically acquiring Central Asian territories. From Britain's perspective, such activity was deeply concerning, because Russian expansion toward Afghanistan meant Russian expansion toward India, and nobody was allowed to threaten the jewel in the crown. Thus began what Rudyard Kipling called the Great Game, a decades-long strategic competition between Britain and Russia that played out across some of the most inhospitable terrain on Earth. It was expensive, dangerous geopolitics with real consequences measured in empires. The problem was geography. The distance between Russian territory and British India was filled with mountains, deserts, and tribal territories that nobody really controlled. Afghanistan was the key piece. Whoever controlled Afghanistan could threaten India, but Afghanistan had an inconvenient habit of being completely unconquerable. The First Afghan War, 1839 to 1842, was Britain's attempt to install a friendly ruler in Kabul, and it went disastrously wrong. The plan involved marching an army through mountain passes to impose a government on people who really didn't want one. The retreat from Kabul became legendary for all the wrong reasons. Of the roughly 16,000 people who began the retreat, only one British officer made it back to tell the story. It was a military disaster that should have made everyone reconsider their entire approach to foreign policy. But here's the thing about imperial momentum. Once you're committed to defending everywhere, you can't really afford to look weak anywhere. So despite the Afghan disaster, Britain kept expanding, building naval bases, signing treaties with local rulers, and getting drawn into conflicts that seemed to multiply endlessly. The Crimean War, 1853 to 1856, was officially presented as a conflict to protect the Ottoman Empire from Russian expansion. However, its true purpose was to maintain the balance of power that secured Britain's global position. Fighting in the Crimean Peninsula was difficult and messy, and nobody looked particularly competent. This was also the war that introduced the world to Florence Nightingale and modern nursing, which tells you something about how badly things were going, that the most memorable outcome was improvements in medical care for wounded soldiers. The charge of the Light Brigade became famous poetry, but it was famous because 600 cavalry charging directly into cannon fire was such a spectacular example of military incompetence that people couldn't stop talking about it. Meanwhile, the cost of maintaining this global empire was becoming astronomical. Britain's imperial commitments were accumulating steadily, and each one required its army and navy to maintain. The Royal Navy alone was larger than the next two navies combined, and maintaining that supremacy meant constantly building new ships to keep up with technological advances. When ironclad warships replaced wooden ones, Britain had to replace its entire fleet. When steam power became standard, they had to build coaling stations around the world. It was a never-ending cycle of expensive upgrades. On land, Britain was maintaining garrisons from Gibraltar to Hong Kong, and each garrison needed supplies, reinforcements, and local support. The logistics of empire were mind-boggling. Coordinating military operations across multiple time zones when your fastest communication was still limited by the speed of telegraph cables that could be cut by anyone with determination and basic tools. When local populations decided they'd had enough of foreign rule, the Indian Mutiny had demonstrated how quickly things could go wrong. Every British colony now needs enough troops to maintain order, but not so many that the cost becomes prohibitive. It was a delicate balance that required constant attention and enormous resources. Back home, British society was dealing with the contradictions of empire in increasingly uncomfortable ways. While the wealth from India and other colonies funded British prosperity, it also raised moral questions that were difficult to dismiss. How do you reconcile believing in liberty and justice with ruling over hundreds of millions of people who had no say in their governance? Some British intellectuals convinced themselves that empire was actually beneficial for colonised peoples, a civilizing mission that brought progress and enlightenment to backward societies. Others were more honest about the economic motivations but argued that the benefits justified the costs. Still, others began questioning whether the whole enterprise was sustainable or ethical. These debates were mostly academic for ordinary British people, who enjoyed imperial prosperity without having to think too deeply about where it came from. But they were becoming very real for the growing number of educated Indians, Africans, and others who were beginning to organise and demand changes to the colonial system. By 1900, Britain's empire covered roughly a quarter of the Earth's land surface and ruled over 400 million people, which sounds impressive until you realise that managing that many people across that much territory was extraordinarily difficult. trying to conduct an orchestra where half the musicians are in different buildings and none of them can hear the conductor. The first major crack in the imperial facade came from an unexpected direction. White settlers in South Africa who had the audacity to fight back. The Boer War, 1899 to 1902, was supposed to be a quick demonstration of British power, but it turned into a grinding conflict that revealed some uncomfortable truths about imperial warfare. Fighting Dutch farmers who knew the terrain and had good rifles turned out to be much harder than anyone had anticipated. The British response was to invent concentration camps, not the Nazi death camps, but the original version, where civilian populations were confined to control guerrilla warfare. It worked from a military standpoint, but the international criticism was severe, and the cost was enormous. Britain spent more money fighting a few thousand Boer farmers than they'd spent on most previous colonial wars combined. More troubling was what the war revealed about British society itself. Physical examinations of army recruits showed that a shocking percentage of young British men were unfit for military service, malnourished, diseased, and physically underdeveloped. The Empire was so busy extracting wealth from other countries that it had neglected the health of its own population. World War I was supposed to demonstrate the Empire's strength and unity, and in some ways it did. Troops from India, Canada, Australia, New Zealand and South Africa fought alongside British forces, and the combined imperial effort was genuinely impressive. But the war also accelerated changes that would ultimately undermine imperial authority. The thing about asking people to die for your cause is that it gives them certain moral authority to question it afterward. Indian soldiers who fought in Europe and Mesopotamia returned home with new perspectives on British power and new expectations about political rights. It's difficult to tell someone they're not ready for self-governance after they've spent 4 years fighting Germans in the trenches. The economic cost of World War I was staggering. Britain went from being the world's largest creditor to being deeply in debt, particularly to the United States. Running a global empire is expensive under the best circumstances, but trying to do it while simultaneously fighting the most destructive war in human history was financially devastating. The interwar period saw Britain trying to maintain imperial prestige on a reduced budget, which worked about as well as you'd expect. Although the Government of India Act of 1919 promised Indians greater self-governance, its actual reforms were so limited that they failed to satisfy almost anyone. Meanwhile, a lawyer named Gandhi was developing new methods of resistance that were specifically designed to make British rule look illegitimate and brutal. Gandhi's genius was understanding that the moral foundation of empire was already shaky. Most British people wanted to believe they were governing other countries for those countries' benefit, not just for British profit. By organising peaceful resistance that provoked violent responses, Gandhi made it impossible to maintain that comfortable fiction. When British authorities beat peaceful protesters with clubs or opened fire on unarmed crowds, the civilising mission started looking more like organised theft. In many ways, World War II was Britain's greatest achievement. Standing alone against Nazi Germany in 1940 required genuine courage and determination. But fighting that war required mobilising every possible resource, including the empires, and it became increasingly difficult to justify denying political rights to people whose contributions were essential to British survival. The Bengal famine of 1943, which killed between 2 and 3 million people, was a particularly dark moment. While Britain was fighting for freedom and democracy in Europe, imperial policies were contributing to mass starvation in India. It's challenging to maintain that you're fighting for universal human rights, while simultaneously presiding over preventable famine in your most important colony. By 1945, Britain had won the war, but lost the economic foundation of the empire. The country was exhausted, broke, and dependent on American aid. The Royal Navy, which had been the backbone of imperial power for centuries, was increasingly obsolete in an age of air power and nuclear weapons. Maintaining global military supremacy was no longer affordable and, frankly, no longer possible. The people running Britain weren't stupid. They could see that the old system was unsustainable. The question wasn't whether to end the empire, but how to do it in a way that preserved British influence and prevented complete chaos in former colonies. Some British politicians hoped they could transition to a new kind of relationship, informal influence instead of formal control, economic partnerships instead of colonial extraction. The idea was to maintain the benefits of empire without the costs and moral complications of direct rule. It was an attractive theory, but it assumed that newly independent countries would want to maintain close ties with their former colonial masters, which turned out to be questionable. The end of the British Empire wasn't sudden. It was more a very long, very complicated process involving dozens of countries, hundreds of treaties, and countless opportunities for things to go spectacularly wrong. Britain had spent centuries acquiring territories. Giving them back would prove to be almost as challenging as taking them in the first place. India's independence in 1947 was both the inevitable beginning of the end, and a case study in how decolonisation could go horribly wrong despite everyone's best intentions. Partition, the division of British India into India and Pakistan, was supposed to solve the problem of religious tensions between Hindus and Muslims. Instead, it created one of the largest forced migrations in human history, with millions of people fleeing their homes and somewhere between 200,000 and 2 million people dying in communal violence. The British government's role in partition was problematic. Lord Mountbatten, the last Viceroy of India, was given the impossible task of drawing borders that would satisfy everyone, which was roughly equivalent to being asked to divide a pizza in a way that makes everyone happy when some people want pepperoni and others are vegetarian. The irony is that Britain's departure from India was probably about 50 years too late to be graceful, and about 5 years too early to be properly planned. By 1947, British authority had already collapsed in much of the subcontinent, but the timeline for independence was so rushed that nobody had time to work out the practical details of creating two new nations from scratch. Meanwhile, other regions of the empire were coming to similar conclusions about British rule, albeit through different means. In Palestine, Britain found itself trying to balance promises made to the Jewish and Arab populations, while dealing with increasingly violent resistance from both sides. The solution was to give up and hand the problem over to the newly created United Nations, which worked about as well as you'd expect. The Suez Crisis of 1956 was the moment when Britain discovered that being a former superpower means you still think you deserve special treatment, but nobody else agrees. When Egypt nationalised the Suez Canal, Britain and France invaded to retake it, assuming they could still act unilaterally on the world stage. The United States essentially told them to sit down and behave themselves, and Britain discovered that their special relationship with America didn't include permission to start wars without asking first. The humiliation of Suez marked the psychological end of empire, even though formal decolonisation would continue for decades. Britain could no longer pretend to be an independent global power. They were now a regional power with global interests. The process of decolonisation accelerated through the 1960s, with African territories gaining independence in rapid succession. Some transitions were relatively smooth. Guyana's independence in 1957 was managed by Kwame Nkrumah, who had been educated in British universities and understood how to work within British political systems. Others, like Kenya, experienced brutal conflicts that left lasting scars on both sides. The challenge for Britain was figuring out what came next. Having spent centuries telling themselves that they governed other countries for those countries' benefit, how do you maintain any influence once those countries are free to choose their relationships? The answer was the Commonwealth, a voluntary association of former colonies that would maintain cultural and economic ties with Britain. The Commonwealth was an attempt to preserve relationships after the formal empire ended. Some countries, such as Canada and Australia, were pleased to maintain close ties. Others, such as Ireland, wanted nothing to do with Britain beyond basic diplomatic relations. Still others had more complex relationships that varied depending on who was in charge and what Britain had done lately. By the 1970s, the transformation was largely complete. Britain had gone from ruling a quarter of the world to being a medium-sized European country with some overseas territories and a lot of historical baggage. The economic benefits of empire had been replaced by the costs of managing decline, dealing with immigration from former colonies, maintaining expensive military commitments that no longer served clear purposes, and figuring out Britain's role in a world where they were no longer automatically important. We are still working out how the legacy of empire continues to shape both Britain and its former colonies. In Britain, imperial history remains a source of both pride and discomfort, pride in the achievements and global influence, and discomfort with the methods and consequences. In former colonies, the impacts vary enormously, but they include everything from legal systems and languages to borders and ethnic tensions that can be traced directly to colonial policies. Perhaps the most lasting legacy is the English language itself, which became the global lingua franca partly because the British Empire spread it across the world. Today, more people speak English as a second language than as a first language, and the internet has made English fluency essential for global participation in ways that the builders of empire never could have imagined. So, there you have it, the rise and fall of the British Empire, from a soggy island with big ambitions to a global superpower to a modern nation still figuring out its place in the world. It's a story about how geography, technology and human ambition can combine to create something unprecedented, and how even the most powerful systems eventually face the limits of their own contradictions. Sweet dreams, and remember, empires may come and go, but the really good stories about them tend to stick around. Imagine a sea of grass that goes on forever, beyond every horizon you can think of. This is the Eurasian steppe, a huge area of rolling grasslands that makes the American Great Plains look like a lawn in a suburb. Here, where the ground curves away into nothingness and the sky seems close enough to touch, lived people who would eventually change the whole world. But when they woke up each morning to milk their horses, they had no idea what they were doing. You wouldn't call the Mongol steppes prime real estate. There are no fertile river valleys like the Nile in Egypt, no protective mountain ranges like the Alps in Switzerland, and no forests like those that covered Europe in the Middle Ages. Instead, you had grass that never ended and changed colour with the seasons like a living carpet. In the spring it would turn green so bright that it hurt your eyes. In the summer, waves of golden grain rippled in the wind all the time. In the fall it turned copper and bronze, and in the winter snow and ice covered it, which could kill a traveller who wasn't ready in a few hours. But if you knew how to read this landscape, if you knew its rhythms and respected its harsh beauty, the steppes could give you things that farming communities might never understand. The grass fed a lot of cows, sheep, goats and horses. People got everything they needed from these animals: milk for drinking and making cheese, meat for protein, hides for clothes and shelter, and wool for warmth on those cold winter nights when the temperature could drop so low that your breath froze. Before it left your mouth, the people who lived in this difficult landscape were nomads, but that word doesn't do justice to how advanced their way of life was. Instead of thinking of them as homeless people who were wandering around, think of them as highly specialised mobile communities that had mastered the art of living in harmony with their surroundings. They didn't just wander around the steppes, they followed old migration routes that had been improved over time. They moved their herds to new pastures with the same care that farmers do when they rotate their crops. A typical Mongol family owned maybe 100 different kinds of animals, and taking care of this mobile wealth required skills that would impress a modern rancher. You needed to know which grasses were best for different animals at different times of the year, how to find water in a place where rivers were hard to find, how to guess what the weather would be like, and how to protect your herds from both people, who wanted to steal them, and wolves that followed the migrations like shadows. The gur, which is what people today call a yurt, was the best building for this way of life. Think about a house that could be put together or taken apart in less than an hour, moved by a few camels, and keep a family of 6 warm and dry in both the heat of summer and the cold of winter. The gyr was like a small house that could be moved around. It was about the same weight as a small car and could stand up to winds that would flatten most modern tents. The inside of a gyr was set up like a well-designed yacht, with everything in its right place. The fire pit, which provided heat, light and a place to cook meals, was in the centre. When you walked in, men's things were on the left and women's things were on the right. This arrangement showed how each gender had its own important but different role in nomadic society. The back of the G, which was directly across from the door, was the place of honour where important guests sat and family treasures were shown off. But maybe the most interesting thing about life on the steppes was how it changed the people who lived there. Imagine growing up in a world where your backyard was literally endless, where you learned to ride before you could walk well, and where you had to be able to read weather patterns and clouds and find your way across grasslands with no tracks using, only the stars and your knowledge of the land's subtle contours. Mongol kids learned skills that would seem like superpowers to people who live in the suburbs today. They could ride horses bareback at full speed and shoot arrows with deadly accuracy. They could live for days on just mare's milk and dried meat. They could find water in places where others only saw grass that went on forever. And they could travel hundreds of miles of land that looked the same without getting lost. This wasn't just a way to get in shape. It was also a way to get your mind in shape. Living on the steppes taught you that the world was big, that there were always new places to go, and that you had to be able to change quickly to stay alive. It taught you to be independent, but it also taught you to value the strong ties of family and tribe that could mean the difference between life and death when winter storms hit or enemy raiders came. The steppes also taught you something else, that borders were made up, that the grass didn't care about the claims of sedentary people, and that being able to move around was more important than any fixed fortification. When the tribes of the steppes finally found a leader who could bring them all together into one terrifyingly powerful army, these lessons would be very important. But that's not the end of our story. For now, picture those thousands of nomadic families living on the vast grasslands, each following their own old paths, each keeping their own relationships with neighbouring tribes, and each living a life that was both free and limited, harsh and beautiful and simple and very complex. The steppes were like a huge school where students learned how to survive, ride horses, predict the weather, care for animals, and fight. Everyone who grew up there learned skills that would have taken European knights years to learn, if they could learn them at all. And every now and then one of these scattered graduates would come along who could see past the normal tribal boundaries. This person could picture bringing all the people of the Grass Sea together into something bigger and stronger than any kingdom that stayed in one place. Someone like that was about to be born, but anyone watching would not have thought it was a good thing. He would be born into a harsh world that had already shaped many generations of nomadic children, but the skills and points of view that landscape taught him would help him build the biggest empire in history that was all connected. The steppes were ready, they just didn't know it yet. In 1162, on what was probably a normal spring morning in the heart of Mongolia, a child was born who would grow up to scare half the world and bring the other half together. His birth name was Temujin, which means iron worker in English. This was a practical name for a practical people, but it didn't suggest that this baby would grow up to make anything more important than horseshoes or arrow points. The chapter headings in Temujin's early life story are very harsh, like those in a medieval survival guide. Yasugei, his father, was a minor tribal leader. You could think of him as the head of a small family business in an industry where most business problems were solved with arrows. When Temujin was about 9 years old, rivals poisoned his father, leaving the family in a dangerous situation like sheep without a shepherd in a land full of wolves. What happened next was the kind of childhood that could either completely break someone or make them incredibly strong. Temujin's family was basically kicked out by their former allies and left to fend for themselves in a society where being alone often meant death. Imagine a family that suddenly has no home or friends in a world where your neighbours might think you were more useful as a slave than as an equal. During these tough years, young Temujin learned lessons that would change the way he led and built his empire for the rest of his life. He learned that loyalty based on blood or tradition could go away as soon as things changed. He learned that being able to make new friends with people who may have been enemies yesterday was often the key to staying alive. Most importantly, he learned that the traditional tribal system was deeply flawed because it had endless fights, strict hierarchies, and couldn't unite against common threats. During these years in the wilderness, Temujin also learned something else. He had a special ability to get people to follow him, even when they didn't have a good reason to do so. Even when his family had to eat roots and catch fish with their hands, he still managed to get people to follow him who thought he was worth betting their futures on. It was the kind of charm that you couldn't learn or pass down. You either had it or you didn't. Temujin had a lot of it. It was like watching someone climb a mountain while everyone else was still arguing about which way to go. He went from being an outcast to being the leader of his tribe. Temujin built a coalition of followers through alliances, victories, and shared goals. These followers were not tied together by traditional tribal loyalties, but by something new: shared ambition and mutual benefit. Temujin knew something that most leaders on the steppe didn't. The old way of fighting all the time between tribes wasn't just wasteful, it was also harmful to the tribes themselves. The sedentary kingdoms around the steppes were getting stronger and more united, while the Mongol tribes fought each other over old grudges and grazing rights. The Jin dynasty ruled northern China, the western Xia ruled the Silk Road corridors, and different Central Asian powers were spreading their power into areas where nomads used to live. Temujin thought the answer was to do something that had never been done before. Bring all the tribes together under one leader who could direct their combined military power outward instead of inward. It was like suggesting that every small family business in a troubled industry come together to form one well-run corporation. But the negotiations were done with swords, and the final agreements were made with blood oaths. It took decades of political manoeuvring that would have impressed Machiavelli to bring the two sides together. Temujin formed alliances with former enemies, broke promises when he needed to, took useful ideas from tribes he had defeated, and slowly built a military and political system that went beyond the usual steppe groups. The decimal system of organising the military was one of his most important new ideas. Temujin didn't organise his troops along traditional tribal lines, which would have kept old loyalties and feuds alive. Instead, he broke his army up into groups of 10, 100, 1,000, and 10,000 warriors from different tribes who swore new oaths of loyalty to him personally. It was like getting rid of all the old high school cliques and making new ones based on common goals instead of past friendships. There were many great things about this system. It kept any one tribe from getting too strong in the larger group. It made warriors from different tribes work together, which slowly broke down old tribal prejudices. It was most important because it made a new identity, Mongol, that went beyond the old tribal divisions and made everyone feel like they were part of the bigger project. Temujin had done something that had never been done before in the recorded history of the steppes by 1206. He had brought almost all of the Mongol tribes together under his own leadership. At a big meeting called a Kurultai, the tribal leaders formally recognised him as their supreme leader and gave him a new name that reflected his unprecedented achievement, Genghis Khan, which means universal ruler, or ruler of all. It was like watching a small-town business owner become the CEO of a multinational corporation, except this corporation's business model was to conquer new markets and grow into every available market. The tribes that lived on the steppes had come together to form a single military force that could project power over long distances with a speed and efficiency that would change the way wars were fought. But Genghis Khan didn't just bring the Mongol tribes together. After he fixed the problem of division within the group, he quickly turned his attention to threats and chances from outside. The same strategic thinking that had helped him bring the steppes together was now focused on the sedentary kingdoms that were next to his new empire. If the Mongols were stronger when they were united than when they were split up, then they would be even stronger when they conquered their neighbours. The change was complete. The boy who had once caught fish with his bare hands and lived on the streets had become the leader of the most powerful army in the world. Settled people had long seen the steppes as a place where annoying barbarian raids happened. Soon, they would be the starting point for a series of conquests that would change the political map of Eurasia. The Grass Sea had found its captain, and the winds were good for a long trip. Imagine the first time Genghis Khan looked past the steppes at the settled kingdoms that had always seemed so far away and safe behind their walls. It must have felt like a small business owner who was doing well suddenly realising that their local market was just the beginning, and that there were huge, untapped opportunities waiting just beyond their current horizons. In this case, though, the business would grow through cavalry charges and siege engines. The Mongols' first big target was the Western Xia Kingdom, which ruled over the Silk Road trade routes that went through what is now northwestern China. This decision showed how smart Genghis Khan was. Instead of attacking the strongest neighbours right away, he started with a kingdom that was rich enough to be worth conquering, but not strong enough to threaten his empire's existence. For an army that had mostly used mobile tactics before, the Western Xia campaign was like a graduate-level course in siege warfare. The Mongols learned that their usual hit-and-run tactics, which worked well against other nomadic foes, didn't work as well against cities with high walls and supplies for long sieges. So, like all successful businesses do when they face new problems, they changed, learned, and came up with new ideas. The Mongol army changed from being a nomadic force to something more like a modern combined arms military in just a few years. They hired engineers from lands they had taken over, learned how to use Chinese siege methods, and learned how to use catapults, battering rams, and other specialised tools. It was like seeing a motorcycle gang suddenly gain the logistical skills of a professional army, while still being able to move and be aggressive. The Mongols didn't just use the same military tactics as everyone else, they made them better. Their siege operations became famous for how quickly and effectively they worked. European armies might take months to break down a single fortress, but Mongol forces could sometimes take whole cities in just a few days by using both traditional siege tactics and new engineering and psychological warfare methods. The Mongol army's full range of skills was shown when they took over the Jin dynasty in northern China. This wasn't a small border kingdom like Western Xia. It was one of the most advanced civilizations in the world, with the Great Wall protecting it and armies that had been perfecting their skills for hundreds of years. The Jin dynasty ruled over land that was home to millions of people, protected by hundreds of fortified cities and backed by economic resources that were much bigger than anything the steppes could produce. But the Mongols methodically tore down this old kingdom, just like mechanics take apart a complicated machine they know how to fix. They attacked from directions that the Chinese didn't expect, which let them get around the Great Wall. They also used captured Jin engineers to improve their own siege techniques, and a mix of military pressure and diplomatic manoeuvring to slowly cut off Jin defenders from their possible allies. People living at the time couldn't believe how quickly these conquests happened. Within a few years of the Mongols' arrival, kingdoms that had been around for hundreds of years would be gone. It was like watching someone play a video game at a faster speed, but the results were real and would last forever. The Mongol war machine had done something that military theorists would spend hundreds of years trying to figure out. It had the perfect mix of speed, firepower, organisation, and flexibility. At the same time, on the Western Front, Mongol troops were moving into Central Asia in the same methodical way. The Mongols' conquest of the Khwarezmid Empire, which ruled over a lot of what is now Iran, Afghanistan, and Central Asia, showed another side of their strategic thinking. They could run multiple campaigns at the same time over long distances while keeping widely separated forces in sync. A diplomatic incident that turned into a full-blown war started this Western campaign almost by accident. The Khwarezmid Shah made a big mistake when he killed Mongol trade envoys. This was like declaring war on what was already the most dangerous military group in the world. Genghis Khan's answer was quick, clear, and completely devastating. In just 3 years, the Khwarezmid Empire was completely destroyed. Its cities were in ruins, and its people were either spread out or taken in by the growing Mongol system. What was so impressive about these conquests was how the Mongols were able to keep control of such large areas while still expanding. Most empires in history have hit natural limits where the costs of expansion were higher than the benefits. However, the Mongols seem to have solved this basic problem by combining flexible administration with effective military action. The Mongols usually used and changed local government systems instead of trying to force a single system of government on all of their lands. Chinese territories were still run by modified versions of traditional Chinese bureaucracy, and Central Asian regions kept their own cultural and religious practices under Mongol rule. It was like running a multinational company, where each regional office could keep its own corporate culture, while making sure that all of the company's strategies worked together. This flexible administration went along with a communication system that was very new for its time. The Yam was the Mongol postal system. It built a network of relay stations that could send messages across the empire faster than any other system of communication. It used to take months for a message to get from Mongolia to Eastern Europe, but now it only takes weeks. This made it easier for the central government to keep control over areas that were thousands of miles apart. The psychological consequences of these conquests were possibly more significant than their military implications. The Mongols showed that distance was no protection against a well-organised and motivated force, that new tactics could break through traditional fortifications, and that people whom sedentary societies had thought were primitive barbarians could conquer entire civilizations. The Mongol Empire was bigger than the continental United States, and growing quickly by the time Genghis Khan died in 1227. It stretched from Korea to the Caspian Sea, but this was only the start. Genghis Khan's successors would continue to grow the system he had built, eventually creating an empire that stretched from Eastern Europe to the Pacific Ocean and changed the course of human history. The Great Expansion changed not only the political map of Eurasia, but also what people thought an empire could be. The Mongols showed that nomadic societies could not only compete with settled civilizations, but they could also be better at military effectiveness, administrative efficiency, and controlling territory. The Grass Sea had turned into an ocean, and its waves were crashing against shores that had never felt their power before. Imagine waking up one morning to find out that your city, your region, or even your whole country had been taken over by the biggest empire in history almost overnight. During the 13th and 14th centuries, millions of people in Eurasia lived like this. Surprisingly, for many of them, it wasn't as bad as you might think. At its peak, the Mongol Empire was less like a typical conquest state, and more like an ancient version of a multinational corporation with very good management. The Mongols figured out how to keep central authority while allowing local flexibility, how to bring together different cultures without losing what made them valuable, and how to make systems that were both efficient and adaptable. These are things that many modern organizations still have trouble with. Most people's daily lives in the empire went on as they had before the conquest, but there were some big changes that anyone who was paying attention would have noticed right away. Trade was safer and more profitable than it had been in hundreds of years. With the Mongol postal system, news, ideas, and new things could travel across huge distances at speeds never seen before. Instead of relying on the arbitrary decisions of local rulers, legal disputes could be settled through standardized procedures. The famous Silk Road, which had connected east and west for centuries, but had often been interrupted by warfare and banditry, became under Mongol protection what we might think of as the world's first truly international highway system. Merchants could travel from Venice to Beijing more safely than a medieval European could travel from one city to another in their own kingdom. This commercial security had a big impact on how people lived every day in the empire. Chinese silk became available in Europe at prices that the new middle class could afford. Islamic astronomical tools made their way to Mongol courts, where they changed the way people navigated and kept track of time. The first information revolution happened when European metalworking techniques moved east, and Asian printing technology moved west. But the Mongol Empire's attitude toward religious and cultural diversity was probably the most interesting thing about life under their rule. Medieval governments often required people to follow the same religion in order to be loyal to the government. The Mongols, on the other hand, practiced what we now call multiculturalism, long before the idea was even thought of. Nestorian Christians, Muslims, Buddhists, Confucians, Taoists, and adherents of traditional Mongol shamanism all occupied positions within the imperial framework. This tolerance wasn't just a nice idea, it was a practical need. The Mongol Empire was so big and so different that it would have taken resources that even the Mongols didn't have to try to make everyone follow the same religion or culture. Instead, they made systems that let different groups keep their own traditions while also taking part in the larger imperial project. It created a kind of cosmopolitan culture that didn't come back until the modern era. Persian poets could work with Chinese engineers, Islamic scholars could argue philosophy with Buddhist monks, and European merchants could learn advanced math from Arab mathematicians in Mongol cities. It was like living in an old-fashioned version of an international university town, but the campus was half the world. Architecture during Mongol rule exemplified this cultural amalgamation. Buildings mixed parts from different styles to make completely new styles. Islamic arches could support Chinese roofs, Persian tile work could decorate them, and European silver could pay for them. These weren't just random combinations, they were carefully thought out integrations that showed how different styles of art could work together to make each other better instead of worse. The Mongols also changed the way people ate. The traditional nomadic diet of meat and dairy was improved by adding foods and cooking methods from all over the empire. Mongol kitchens started using Chinese spices, Persian fruits, European grains, and cooking methods that had been used in isolation for hundreds of years, but were now mixed together to make completely new ways of cooking. The yasa was the Mongol legal system. It was a complete and flexible way to get justice. The Mongols usually didn't force a single legal code on all of their territories. Instead, they let local legal traditions continue while setting up general rules that made sure important things stayed the same. It was like having a constitution that protected basic rights, while letting states keep their own rules and traditions. Compared to most other civilizations at the time, women had a relatively high status in Mongol society. Mongol women could own land, trade, and even sometimes make political decisions. When the empire took over areas where women had fewer rights, Mongol influence often led to slow improvements in their legal and social status. The Mongols supported education and scholarship because they knew that running such a large empire required advanced knowledge systems. They built libraries, helped people translate between languages, and paid for scholarly exchanges that sped up the spread of knowledge across cultural lines. Arabic translations of Chinese medical texts, Persian translations of Islamic mathematical treatises, and European astronomical observations added to Asian star charts. This cross-cultural exchange was shown in the art of the Mongol period. Painters started using techniques and subjects from different traditions, making works that would have been impossible without the mixing of cultures that the empire made possible. Musicians tried out different instruments and scales from all over the world, creating new ways to express themselves that were based on many different musical styles. Historians now agree that the Mongol Empire set the stage for the first truly global economy. This is perhaps the most important thing it did. Ideas, products, and new ways of doing things could travel farther than ever before. This economic integration meant that things happening in one part of the empire could have effects right away, in places thousands of miles away. This was the first time this kind of economic interconnectedness happened. For the average person living under Mongol rule, these changes may not have been immediately apparent in their daily lives, but their cumulative impact was transformative. You were more likely to find foreign goods in your local market, hear news from faraway places, meet people from different cultures, and get ideas and new things that had come from far away. The Mongol Empire built something that had never been done before in human history. a civilization that was truly cosmopolitan, connecting cultures that had been cut off from each other for a long time. It was an early version of globalization, run by people who had always thought that the whole world was just grass, sky, and the occasional tribe next door. The Mongols learned to think about big areas and long distances in the steppes. Now they had used that point of view to build a political and economic system that made the world smaller and more connected than it had ever been before. The signs of trouble in the Mongol Empire started out small, like clouds slowly covering up a perfect spring day. But they grew into a storm system that changed the weather patterns for good. By the end of the 13th century, the empire that had seemed unbreakably strong under Genghis Khan and his immediate successors was starting to show signs of stress that would eventually cause it to break apart like ice on a river that was warming up. The first problem was one that every successful family business has to deal with. What happens when people who weren't involved in making the vision have to carry it out? Genghis Khan's grandsons and great-grandsons received an empire, but they also had the impossible job of keeping unity across lands so large that it took months for messages to get from one end to the other. It was like trying to run a modern business with medieval communication tools, but each part of the business had its own army and its own ideas about how to move forward strategically. The empire's structure, which had been brilliantly adapted to rapid growth, turned out to be less useful for long-term management. The Mongol system worked great when there were new lands to conquer and new resources to share among the different branches of the imperial family. But when expansion slowed down, partly because they had run out of neighbours who were easy to conquer, the empire started to have the same kind of internal competition that it used to have against enemies. Imagine a family that got rich by always expanding their business into new markets. Then, all of a sudden, they found themselves in a situation where they had taken over all the markets. The energy that had once gone into growing the family business now turned inward, and different family members started fighting over who would control the resources that were already there. The Mongol Empire was basically going through the biggest family business fight in history, but the family members were in charge of land the size of modern countries, and had professional armies to back up their arguments. As the empire grew, fights over who would take over became more bitter and complicated. Genghis Khan was able to get people to do what he wanted because of his strong personality and military success, but his descendants had to compete for loyalty among subordinates who had their own regional interests and cultural identities. It was like seeing the corporate culture that a charismatic founder had worked hard to build slowly fall apart as different regional managers started to follow their own goals. As the Mongol military campaigns became less effective, the famous unity that had made them so effective began to break down into a patchwork of competing interests. The Yuan dynasty in China, the Ilkhanate in Persia, the Golden Horde in Eastern Europe, and the Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia all said they were under the Great Khan's rule in Mongolia. But in reality, they acted more and more like independent powers with their own foreign policies and military goals. Sociologists now call the process that made this political fragmentation worse cultural accommodation. This means that the Mongol rulers slowly adopted the customs and views of the people they ruled. The Mongol Khans in China started to think and act like Chinese emperors. The ones in Persia started to act like Persian court members, and the ones in Russia started to run their countries in ways that were similar to how things were done in their own countries. It was a natural change that made them better rulers of their own areas, but it also made them less Mongol and less dedicated to keeping the empire together. Changing religions was a big part of this cultural change. Some Mongol rulers followed the main religions in their areas, such as Buddhism in some places, Islam in others, and Christianity in still others. At first, the empire's religious diversity was one of its strengths. However, as different branches of the imperial family developed different religious beliefs and cultural identities, it became a source of division. The empire's economy was also starting to show signs of stress. The Mongol system relied heavily on tribute from conquered lands and money made from trade over long distances. But as political unity broke down, trade routes became less safe, and collecting tribute became harder and more expensive. Local officials, whether they were Mongols or locals, started keeping more of the money they collected for themselves instead of sending it to the central treasury. Changes in technology and the military also hurt the Mongols' advantages. People who lived near the Mongols and their subjects slowly started to use the new ideas in siege warfare and military organisation that had made the Mongols unbeatable in the 13th century. Gunpowder weapons, which had first given Mongol troops a big edge, became more common and advanced. The military strategies that were once only known to the Mongols became known to everyone, making the playing field more even between nomadic and sedentary forces. The Mongols began to feel the effects of empire building on their population, which was perhaps the most important thing. When Genghis Khan started his conquests, the original Mongol population was probably no more than 1 million people. Even with the help of allied tribes and hired helpers, ethnic Mongols were still a small group in their own empire. As time went on, intermarriage and cultural assimilation made it harder and harder to define or keep a Mongol identity. Climate change also contributed to the empire's slow decline, but its effects were small and took a long time to show. The medieval warm period, which had made it easier for steppe nomads to live during the empire's growth phase, was ending, and the weather was getting cooler and more unpredictable. These changes made it harder for nomads to live their traditional way of life, and the grasslands that used to support large Mongol populations and their herds became less able to support them. Natural disasters and disease outbreaks put even more strain on the empire's administrative systems. The Black Death, which killed millions of people in Eurasia in the 14th century, hit Mongol lands especially hard because the trade routes that had made the empire rich also helped spread the disease. The plague outbreaks that killed so many people in the empire made it harder to keep political unity at a time when it was getting harder to do so. By the early 14th century, the Mongol Empire, which had once been a single entity, had split into 4 separate khanates. These khanates still had diplomatic relations with each other, but they didn't work together on military or economic issues anymore. It was like seeing a successful multinational company slowly break up into separate regional companies that had the same corporate history but different business plans and market goals. The change didn't have to be bad for the people who lived in areas that used to be Mongol. Many areas continued to do well under their new Mongol-descended ruling classes. The empire's cultural exchanges and technological advances continued to shape growth across Eurasia, but the political unity that had made the empire's most amazing accomplishments possible, safe, long-distance trade, the quick spread of new ideas, and an unprecedented mixing of cultures, was slowly fading away like salt in water. The steppes, which used to be the starting point for world conquest, were slowly returning to their traditional role as the home of nomadic tribes. The big test of building a nomadic empire was coming to an end, but its effects would last for hundreds of years. It wasn't like watching a building fall down when the Mongol Empire fell apart. It was more like watching a huge river system slowly change course, with some channels drying up and others cutting new paths through different types of land. By the 14th century, the political unity that had once stretched from Korea to Hungary was breaking up into smaller, easier-to-manage parts. Each part was changing to fit the needs and opportunities of the area, which would have been unthinkable during the empire's expansionist phase. The Yuan dynasty in China had problems that showed how Mongol rule didn't work in societies that were settled. The Mongol Khans had inherited the world's most advanced bureaucratic system, but they were still different from the Chinese people they ruled in terms of culture and ethnicity. It was like being the CEO of a company whose culture you respected but never fully understood, and you were in charge of people who knew much more about how the business worked than you did. The Yuan rulers tried a lot of different things to stay in power and do their jobs well. Some people, like Kublai Khan, embraced Chinese culture so much that they became Chinese emperors with Mongol ancestry. Some people tried to keep Mongol traditions and identity while using Chinese ways of running things. Others tried to rule by keeping Mongol and Chinese elements separate but still connected to each other. None of these methods worked perfectly in the long run. The Mongol rulers looked less and less like real heirs to Genghis Khan's legacy as they got used to Chinese culture. The more they insisted on keeping Mongol culture separate, the more they pushed away the Chinese people whose help was needed for good governance. It was a classic problem of imperial rule that didn't have a perfect answer. In 1368, the Ming dynasty overthrew the Yuan dynasty, which ended Mongol political control over China. However, Mongol influence on Chinese culture and institutions did not end. The Mongol period brought about changes in Chinese military organization, administrative practices, and even building styles that are still seen today. The new Ming rulers were against Mongols, but they quietly used many of the same government methods that had worked well for the Yuan. In the western parts of the old empire, on the other hand, different patterns of decline and adaptation were happening. The Ilkhanate in Persia fell apart in the 1330s, breaking up into many smaller kingdoms and city-states. But Persian culture, which had been greatly shaped by Mongol ways of running things and tastes in art, kept growing in ways that showed this mix of cultures. The Mongol period left a lasting mark on Persian miniature painting, architecture, and literature. The Golden Horde, which ruled over a lot of Eastern Europe and Russia, lasted longer than some other parts of the empire. This was partly because its lands were better suited to a traditional nomadic lifestyle, and partly because it didn't have to deal with as much pressure to assimilate culturally. But even the Golden Horde slowly changed from its original Mongol identity. It became more Turkic in language and Islamic in religion, but it kept some of its traditional nomadic political systems. The fate of Mongolia itself may have been the most powerful symbol of how the empire changed. The country that started the biggest conquest in history slowly went back to its old ways of organising tribes and moving around with the seasons. The big cities that had been built to run the empire, like Karakorum, the capital, and others, were either abandoned or turned into small trading posts. The administrative system that used to coordinate activities across half the world was cut back to only managing the affairs of small nomadic groups. But calling this process decline might be misleading because it makes it sound like something valuable was lost. In a lot of ways, what was happening was more like a natural evolution, where the empire's best ideas were kept and changed, and its less useful parts were allowed to fade away on their own. For a long time after the Mongol Empire fell apart, its postal system continued to have an effect on communication networks across Eurasia. The decimal military structure that Genghis Khan had established became the norm for armies across China and Europe. The legal principles found in the Yasa still had an effect on the law in many of the states that came after it. Trade networks and cultural exchanges that thrived under Mongol protection created patterns that lasted long into the modern era. The time when the Mongols ruled Russia, which later Russian historians called the Mongol yoke, actually helped Russian power grow and become more centralized. When Russia started its own imperial expansion, the Russian princes who acted as middlemen between the Golden Horde and the local people learned a lot about how to run a government, fight wars, and make deals. The strategies and organisational methods that Ivan the Terrible used to take over Mongol successor states in the 16th century were first used by the Mongols themselves. It was like watching a successful business model slowly spread through an industry. The company that came up with the new ideas might be bought out or replaced by competitors, but the ideas themselves would still have an effect on how the whole industry worked. The Mongol Empire's political system was too ambitious to last forever, but its changes to government, the military, and the economy became permanent parts of Eurasian civilization. The empire changed a lot because of disease, but not always in the way you might think. The Black Death, which killed about 1/3 of the people in many parts of Eurasia in the 14th century, messed up the usual social and economic ties in the areas that used to be part of the Mongol Empire. But it also made it possible for people to move up in society, and for institutions to change in ways that might not have been possible if things had been more stable. The plague years caused a demographic disaster in many areas, which led to a lack of workers. This gave the workers who survived more power to negotiate and move up in society. Old hierarchies became less rigid, new economic ties formed, and political systems changed to fit the new situation. The combination of Mongol innovations and changes brought on by the plague permanently changed the rigid social systems that had been common in many societies before the Mongols. The Mongol Empire's effects on the environment also had long-lasting effects that went well beyond its political life. The Mongol Empire's growth brought about big changes in trade routes, land use patterns, and population movements. These changes had long-lasting effects on the environment. Some areas that lost a lot of people during the conquest period stayed sparsely populated for many years, which let forests grow back, and animal populations recover in ways that affected later patterns of settlement and development. Most importantly, the Mongol period set up ways for people to talk to each other over long distances and share their cultures that are still important in world history today. The notion that innovations, artistic styles, religious concepts, and commercial practices could disseminate swiftly over extensive distances, an idea that was groundbreaking in the 13th century, evolved into a fundamental principle of global functioning. The Mongol Empire built what was basically the first global information network. Even though the empire itself fell apart, the networks it had set up kept moving ideas and new things across cultural lines. By the 15th century, the different successor states to the Mongol Empire were following their own paths of development that were influenced by their Mongol roots and the conditions in their own areas. The Timurid Empire in Central Asia mixed Mongol military customs with Persian cultural sophistication and Islamic religious devotion. The Crimean Khanate kept its nomadic political structures while adjusting to the changing political landscape of Eastern Europe. The Northern Yuan stayed in charge of Mongolia, keeping the traditional culture of the steppes while adapting to having less land to control. These successor states weren't just weak copies of the original empire, they were successful changes to the way things were. Each had figured out how to keep the most important parts of the Mongol culture, while also learning new skills that helped them do well in their own environments. It was like seeing a big company successfully break up into smaller parts that then became successful businesses on their own. The slow change in Mongol identity mirrored these larger trends of adaptation and growth. By the 15th century, the term Mongol had evolved into a cultural and political concept. In addition to its ethnic connotation, individuals lacking direct biological ties to the original Mongol tribes could assert a Mongol identity if they embraced Mongol political customs, military practices, or cultural values. On the other hand, people of Mongol descent who had fully integrated into Chinese, Persian, or other cultural systems may no longer identify as Mongol in any significant way. One of the original empire's best features was its ability to change identity categories. This flexibility still helps Mongol successor states. It helped them get talented and loyal people from different groups while still staying connected to the famous Mongol legacy. It was a kind of cultural branding that lasted a long time and could change with the times. The long end of the Mongol Empire wasn't a tragedy. It was a natural change from one type of organisation to another that was better suited to new conditions. The empire had done what it needed to do. It had linked areas that had been cut off from each other, set up new ways for people to trade and share culture, and shown that nomadic societies could build and run complex governments across a whole continent. As you snuggle deeper into your blanket and think about how your own cosy home is an example of hundreds of years of improvements in building, heating, and furnishing that came from many different cultures, you might think about how the Mongol Empire's greatest achievement was not conquering the world but bringing it together. 700 years ago, the Mongols built trade, communication, and cultural exchange networks across Eurasia. These networks laid the groundwork for the global interconnectedness we take for granted today. As you get ready for bed in a world where you can order things from halfway around the world with a few clicks, talk to people on different continents right away, and learn about thousands of different cultures, you are living with the consequences of choices made by nomadic herders on the Asian steppes 7 centuries ago. The Mongol Empire's impact on modern life is so deeply ingrained in our world today that we hardly ever think about it. Like background music that sets the mood of a room without drawing attention to itself. The most obvious legacy is the political borders and ethnic groups of today's countries. The vastness of Russia's land shows patterns of growth that started during the Mongol period. The borders of China today include areas that were brought together into a single state during the Yuan dynasty. The different cultures in Central Asian countries are a result of people moving around and settling there during the Mongol conquests. The Mongol Empire's legacy shaped even the United States, which didn't exist at the time. For example, the horses that changed Plains Indian culture were descendants of animals that nomadic people had bred and improved, and the transcontinental trade networks that European explorers found in the Americas were based on patterns that were first established along the Silk Road. The genetic legacy is just as strong. Modern DNA studies show that about 1 in every 200 men alive today has genetic markers that can be traced back to the Mongol Empire. The highest concentrations of these markers are in areas that were once part of the empire. This isn't just interesting from a historical point of view. It's proof of cultural integration on a scale that hadn't been seen before and wouldn't be seen again until the modern era. The Mongol Empire mixed people from different parts of the world who'd been living apart for thousands of years. This made the first truly global gene pool. But the genetic mixing was only one part of a larger cultural blending that still affects everything from food to buildings. Mongol cities were the first places where Chinese, Persian, Central Asian, and European cooking styles met on a large scale. This is where fusion cooking, which mixes ingredients and techniques from different cultures, began. The architectural styles of many Asian cities still show design ideas that were developed during the Mongol period, when builders had to make buildings that could meet a wide range of cultural needs and tastes. The Mongol influence can be seen in the language itself. Hundreds of words in dozens of languages can be traced back to the Mongols or to the cultural mixing that happened while the empire was around. The Mongols came up with new ideas and institutions that are still used in military, administrative, and trade-related language across Eurasia. Languages that were never directly under Mongol rule were still affected by the increased trade and cultural exchange that came with it. The Mongols' way of being tolerant of other religions set examples that still affect how we think about religious freedom and cultural diversity today. In the 13th century, the idea that political loyalty and religious belief could be separated was revolutionary. It is still controversial in some parts of the world today. The Mongol example showed that having different religions in a big political group can be a strength instead of a weakness. Mongol influences can also be seen in educational and intellectual traditions. The focus on practical knowledge, the blending of different scholarly traditions, and the translation movements that thrived with Mongol support created ways for scholars to share ideas that shaped the growth of universities, libraries, and scholarly networks across Eurasia. The Renaissance in Europe, the last flowering of the Islamic Golden Age, and the technological advances of Ming China all built on ideas that were made stronger by cultural exchanges between the Mongols and other cultures. The way modern militaries are organised still shows the effects of new ideas that the Mongol army came up with. The decimal system of military units, the use of different weapon systems and tactics, the focus on communication and mobility, and the use of psychological warfare techniques all became standard military practices that still affect how modern armies are organised and deployed. The way NATO organises its military forces is based on the same ideas that helped the Mongol Empire turn warriors from many different cultures into effective fighting units. The trade networks that the Mongols protected and grew are where the idea of a global economy that connects all modern nations comes from. During the Mongol period, it was shown on a continental scale that goods, services and information should be able to move freely across political borders, that economic relationships could cross cultural and religious lines, and that prosperity depended on keeping peaceful trading relationships. The principles that were first used in the Mongol commercial code are still used in modern international trade law, which focuses on standardizing procedures and ways to settle disputes. Mongol innovations even changed how we think about geography and maps. The maps that helped Europeans explore the Americas used geographical information that Mongol leaders had collected and kept safe. The age of exploration was made possible by advances in astronomy, navigation, and surveying that were built on intellectual foundations that were strengthened by scholarly exchanges during the Mongol era. The Mongol Empire showed that cultural diversity and political unity could work together instead of against each other, which is perhaps the most important thing. This lesson is especially important for today's multinational states and international groups that need to find a balance between local freedom and central control. The European Union, the United Nations, and other modern organisations face the same basic problem that the Mongols did: how to keep good government in places where people speak different languages, follow different religions, and have different cultural traditions. The Mongol solution, keeping central control over important tasks while letting local groups have some freedom in cultural and religious matters, still affects how modern organisations deal with this problem. Mongol administrators were the first to use these ideas on a large scale in federal systems of government, international law, and multinational corporate structures. The empire's methods for innovation and technology transfer set trends that still affect how new ideas spread around the world. The Mongols were the first to systematically transfer technology by actively looking for useful new ideas, adapting them to fit their needs, and spreading them across their lands. The Mongol period was the first time that people came up with ideas for research and development, international scientific collaboration, and the quick spread of new technologies around the world. As you drift off to sleep, you might think about how the pillow under your head is probably made of materials from many different countries, how the building around you is built using methods that were developed in many different cultures, and how the electronic devices nearby can connect you to people and information from all over the world. All of these modern conveniences are based on the same idea that led to the Mongols' expansion, that societies are stronger and more successful when they are connected to each other, instead of being cut off from each other. The Mongol Empire didn't last as a government, but its idea of a world where everything is connected did. We all live in the world that the Mongols dreamed of, a world where distance doesn't stop people from talking to each other, where new ideas spread quickly across cultures, where people from different backgrounds can work together to reach common goals, and where the resources and knowledge of different societies can be combined to make something better than the sum of its parts. Before you fall asleep, think back to those wide-open grasslands where our story began. Not the Mongolia of tourist attractions and modern cities, but the endless steppe where a few nomadic families used to live in harmony with rhythms that are older than written history. Think about how the endless grass moved in waves under a huge sky, and how that landscape changed the people who would later change half the world. It's very calming to end this story where it began, with the wind blowing through the grass and the feeling of endless space stretching beyond every horizon. The Mongol Empire came and went, conquered and fell apart, but the steppes are still very much like they were when Temujin first learned to ride. The grass still grows, the seasons still change from the harsh cold of winter to the short warmth of summer, and somewhere in that vastness herders still lead their animals along paths that have been used for thousands of years. But now you know that this seemingly empty landscape was actually the beginning of one of history's most interesting experiments in how people can work together. Those scattered tribes living in felt tents and following their herds across vast grasslands were able to create something new. A government that could bring together people from different backgrounds over long distances, an economic system that linked markets that had been cut off from each other, and a cultural framework that let different civilizations learn from each other while still keeping their own identities. The story of the Mongol Empire is really about how people can connect with each other when there are no more barriers between them, and instead there are networks of exchange and cooperation. It's about the power of being able to move around in a world that often thinks stability is more important. The benefits of being able to change in societies that often value tradition over new ideas, and the idea that people from outside may have answers to problems that people from within haven't been able to solve. Historians today sometimes argue about whether the Mongol conquests were one of the greatest things that people have ever done, or one of the worst things that people have ever done. The answer is probably both, like with most hard historical questions. Cities were destroyed and people had to move, but new cities were built and new chances were made. Old ways of life were changed, but new ways of expressing culture came from the mixing of traditions that were once separate. Political systems fell apart, but new institutions that were more open and useful often took their place. It seems clear that the Mongol period sped up human progress in ways that still affect our world today. The cultural exchanges, technological advancements, and institutional experiments that transpired during the empire's duration established paradigms that influenced the Renaissance, the scientific revolution, and the contemporary global economy. 700 years later, we are still dealing with the effects of decisions made in Mongol councils. The Mongol story teaches us that human societies can change and adapt more than we think they can. The same species that had spent thousands of years building isolated agricultural societies was able to build and run a continental empire that worked well over long distances and across cultures. The same groups that had been fighting and competing for what seemed like forever found that they could work together to reach bigger goals. This ability to change gives us hope for the problems we face around the world. If nomadic herders could figure out how to govern areas from Korea to Hungary while respecting the cultural autonomy of hundreds of different groups, maybe modern societies can find ways to deal with climate change, economic inequality and political fragmentation that seem just as hard to deal with from where we are now. The Mongol Empire also shows us that some of the most important new ideas in history have come from places we didn't expect. It wasn't the urban elites of established civilizations who changed warfare, administration and international relations. It was nomadic outsiders who looked at the same problems from a whole new angle. This means that experts today might not be taking seriously the ideas and communities that could help solve today's problems. You might find comfort in the thought of that endless blue sky over the steppes as you fall asleep. It's the same sky that watched over Mongol herders 800 years ago, and the same sky that covers your own home tonight. That sky has seen the rise and fall of empires, the movement of people, the growth of technologies that have changed human life, and the slow growth of the connected world we live in now. But it has also seen quieter times, like families gathering around cooking fires, kids learning to ride horses, elders telling stories that pass down cultural knowledge from one generation to the next, and regular people making the small choices that, when added together, change the course of human history. The grand sweep of empires and conquests is important, but so are the small acts of bravery, creativity and kindness that make big changes in history possible. The Mongol Empire is no longer around, but its ideas about what people can do are still around. The Mongol period was when these ideas first took shape. That different cultures can enrich each other instead of threatening each other, that geographical barriers don't have to become social barriers, that innovation can come from both isolation and synthesis, and that societies can be organised in ways that benefit all their members instead of just their elites. These ideas continue to inspire efforts to make the world more fair and connected. Tonight, as you fall asleep in a world where Mongolian traditional music might be playing through your speakers, cashmere from Central Asian goats might be warming your shoulders, and the spices in your evening tea might have come from trade routes. First used by Mongol merchants, you're experiencing the everyday legacy of that amazing experiment in how to organise people that started on the steppes over 800 years ago. Sweet dreams of wide open spaces and endless horizons, of people realising they have more in common than they thought, and of how humans can always change, create and connect with each other, no matter what barriers seem to be in the way. The story of the Mongol Empire is really our story. It's the story of how people learn to get along on a planet that belongs to all of us, sleep well under the sky that never ends. Picture this. It's 1911, and you've just landed what everyone calls a good job at the local textile mill. Your family's practically throwing a party because, hey, steady work is steady work, right? Little do you know, you have just committed to what feels like a very long, very loud and very dusty adventure filled with creative ways to dislike your life. Your first day starts at 5:30 a.m, which wouldn't be a problem if you were, say, a rooster. But you're not. You're a human being who needs sleep, and the mill whistle doesn't care about your beauty rest. That whistle becomes your new alarm clock, your lunch bell, and your freedom song all rolled into one ear-splitting package. It's like having a very punctual, furious metal bird living in your neighbourhood. Walking into the mill for the first time is like stepping into another world, if that world were designed by someone who really, really hated comfort. The noise hits you first. Imagine 1,000 typewriters having an argument with a brass band while someone runs a cheese grater over a chalkboard. That's your new soundtrack, 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. The air inside feels thick enough to chew. Cotton dust floats everywhere like the world's most annoying snow, except this snow makes you cough and never melts. You'll spend your first week thinking you're coming down with something, until you realise that scratchy throat and those sneezing fits aren't temporary visitors, they're your new roommates. Your supervisor, a man whose smile disappeared sometime around 1897, explains your job with the enthusiasm of someone reading a grocery list. You'll be tending machines that look like they were built by someone who thought, you know what this device needs? More ways to catch fingers. These mechanical beasts consume cotton and expel thread, and their temperament is akin to that of a cat during a thunderstorm. The learning curve is steep, which is a polite way of saying you'll spend your first month feeling like you're trying to juggle while riding a unicycle in an earthquake. Every machine has its personality, and most of them have bad attitudes. There's the one that jams if you look at it wrong, the one that makes a weird clicking sound that means either everything's fine or run for your life, and the one that seems to wait until you're distracted to break something expensive. Your fellow workers welcome you with the kind of tired solidarity that comes from shared suffering. They will teach you important information, such as which water fountain actually works, where to hide when the floor supervisor is in a bad mood, and how to eat lunch in exactly 12 minutes, since that is all the time you're given. These people become your mill family, bonded together by cotton dust and the mutual understanding that everyone's just trying to make it through another day without losing a finger. The pay sounds decent when they tell you about it, until you realise that decent is relative. Sure, you're making more than the guy who sweeps streets, but you're also working twice as hard and breathing air that's more cotton than oxygen. Your wages might cover rent, food, and maybe a small luxury like soap, but forget about those fancy things like saving money or buying clothes that don't smell permanently of machine oil. By the end of your first week, you've acquired what everyone refers to as a mill cough, a charming little ailment that will accompany you constantly. Your hands are already showing the signs of your new profession: small cuts from handling rough materials, calluses from gripping tools, and a general toughness that comes from shaking hands with machinery all day. Your mother would cry if she saw your hands, but then again, your mother isn't trying to feed a family on mill wages. The worst part, you're just getting started. Your typical day begins before the sun recalls its task. The mill whistle doesn't care if you went to bed late, if you're feeling under the weather, or if you'd rather spend the morning doing literally anything else. It screams at 5:30 a.m. sharp, and you'd better be screaming back, or at least stumbling toward the mill gates. Breakfast is whatever you can grab and stuff in your mouth while walking. Typically, breakfast consists of bread, perhaps accompanied by a smidgen of butter if you're indulging in luxury. Coffee is a luxury most days, which means you're facing 12 hours of machinery maintenance on whatever enthusiasm you can muster from stale bread and the fear of unemployment. The walk to work becomes a parade of the perpetually exhausted. You join a stream of fellow workers, all moving with the same determined shuffle of people who'd rather be anywhere else but know they can't afford to be. Everyone's carrying their lunch pail, a tin box that contains what optimists call a meal, and realists call food-shaped objects that might keep you alive until quitting time. Clocking in is an art form. You have to be there exactly on time, not early enough to seem eager, not late enough to get docked pay. The time clock doesn't forgive, And neither does your supervisor. Being 2 minutes late means losing half an hour's wages, which might not sound like much until you realise that half an hour's wages could mean the difference between having meat for dinner or making friends with potatoes again. Once you're officially on the clock, the machines demand your complete attention. They're like mechanical toddlers. They need constant watching and frequent fixing, and they'll hurt themselves the moment you look away. Your job is to keep the thread running smoothly, which sounds simple, until you realise that smoothly is apparently a foreign concept to most textile machinery. Threads break. They break a lot. When a thread snaps, everything stops until you can tie it back together. Your task might sound easy, but try doing it quickly while wearing thick work gloves, squinting through cotton dust, and knowing that every second of downtime is a second. Your supervisor is mentally calculating how much money you're costing the company. The noise never stops. Ever. You learn to communicate using gestures because shouting over the machinery makes your voice hoarse by noon. You develop your own sign language with your co-workers. Pointing means look out. Waving means help. And the universal gesture of clutching your throat means I need water before I pass out. Speaking of water, staying hydrated is like trying to fill a bucket with a hole in it. You sweat constantly from the heat of the machines and the physical work, but getting a drink means leaving your station, which means risking a lecture from your supervisor about productivity. You learn to gulp water like a marathon runner whenever you can sneak away for 30 seconds. Lunch break is exactly 30 minutes, and that includes the time it takes to find a clean spot to sit, unwrap your food, eat it, and get back to your machine. Most days, you consume cold sandwiches, oblivious to the fact that cotton dust and machine oil have covered your clean spot. Gourmet dining, it is not. The afternoon drags on endlessly in August. Your back aches from bending over machines, your feet throb from standing on concrete floors, and your hands are starting to feel like they belong to someone else. The clock on the wall moves with the speed of continental drift, and you find yourself checking it every few minutes, certain that it must be broken. By 6 p.m, when the final whistle blows, you've earned every penny of your wages and then some. Walking home is an excruciating experience, and the prospect of repeating the entire process tomorrow fills you with dread. However, at least you have Sunday off, a day you'll spend recuperating sufficiently to resent Monday morning once more. Working in a textile mill in 1911 is like playing a daily game called What's Going to Try to Hurt Me Today? The rules are straightforward. Every object in the mill carries the potential for danger. Other people's possessions serve as safety equipment, and your best defence is attentiveness and optimism. Let's start with the machines themselves, shall we? These mechanical marvels were designed by engineers who apparently thought safety features were for weaklings. Exposed gears spin happily at eye level, ready to grab loose clothing, hair, or any body part foolish enough to get too close. The spinning wheels and belts create a symphony of moving parts that look like they were inspired by medieval torture devices. Your fingers become precious commodities. Every textile worker has stories about someone who got too close to the picker or learned the hard way about the carding machine. You develop an almost supernatural awareness of where your hands are at all times, because losing a finger doesn't just hurt, it means you can't work, and if you can't work, you can't eat. Cotton dust poses a unique threat. It gets into everything. Your lungs, your eyes, your food, your clothes, and probably your dreams. You breathe it, you eat it, and you wear it home like the world's most persistent perfume. After a few months, you develop a condition that everyone politely refers to as mill cough, although cotton lung would be a more accurate description. It starts as a little tickle in your throat and grows into a reliable companion that accompanies you everywhere. Then there's the noise, not just loud, but the kind of loud that makes your ears ring for hours after you leave work. You find yourself shouting at home without realising it, because your hearing has adjusted to compete with the constant roar of machinery. The constant roar of machinery encourages your family to speak up during dinner, making quiet conversations obsolete. The summer heat transforms the mill into a sauna-like environment, complete with cotton dust and a constant risk of mechanical injury. The large machines produce heat akin to tiny furnaces, and when combined with the intense summer sun on the tin roof, the working conditions escalate from discomfort to potential death. Heat exhaustion regularly causes workers to collapse, prompting a response akin to resolving a machine jam quickly and returning to work. Fire is another constant worry, though nobody likes to talk about it much. All that cotton dust hanging in the air is basically kindling, waiting for a spark. The wooden floors are soaked with machine oil, the electrical systems are what you might generously call experimental, and everyone smokes because, hey, what's one more risk? Fire drills consist mainly of hoping nothing catches fire and trusting that you can run faster than the flames. The chemical treatments used on the cotton create their own problems. Your skin develops a permanent relationship with various dyes and treating agents that would make a chemist nervous. Your hands acquire captivating hues that remain unwashable, and you acquire the ability to distinguish various chemical processes solely through scent, not a choice, but a necessity. Accidents happen with the regularity of sunrise. Someone gets their sleeve caught in a machine, another worker slips on the oil-slick floors, or somebody forgets just how hot those metal parts can get. The company's response to workplace injuries is usually some variation of "be more careful next time," accompanied by a lecture about personal responsibility. Your feet, encased in whatever boots you can afford, spend 12 hours a day on concrete floors that seem designed to cause maximum discomfort. By the end of each day, walking feels like balancing on two clubs, and you develop a deep appreciation for any opportunity to sit down. The worst part is that all these hazards are just part of the job. Nobody talks about making things safer. They talk about being tougher, more careful, and more aware. You adapt out of necessity, forming reflexes and habits that could potentially keep you alive long enough to earn your wages. And tomorrow, you get to do it all over again. Let's talk about money, because in 1911, your relationship with money as a textile worker is complicated. Like being married to someone who promises to love you but keeps forgetting to show up for dinner. Your weekly wages sound almost respectable when the supervisor mentions them during hiring. Maybe $8 or $9 a week if you're lucky and experienced. That's real money. At least it's real money until you start trying to spend it on real things like food, rent, and the occasional luxury of soap that doesn't smell like lye. Here's where things get interesting in that not actually interesting, more like depressing way. The company has mastered the art of giving generously while simultaneously taking advantage of you. Sure, they pay you weekly wages, but they've also created a beautiful system of fines, deductions, and company policies that ensure most of your money never actually makes it to your pocket. If you arrive late at work, you will incur penalties. That'll cost you. Does the machine break down because of normal wear and tear? Somehow that's your fault too, and it'll cost you. Need to buy work supplies? Conveniently, the company store is conveniently located, ready to sell you everything at prices that would make a highway robber blush. Your thread, your needles, even your machine oil, all come out of your wages at rates that make you wonder if the children of the company store owner are planning to attend Harvard. The company housing is another beautiful scam. They offer you a place to live, which sounds generous until you realise they're charging rent that eats up nearly half your wages for the privilege of living in what amounts to a wooden box with windows. The construction of these houses reflects the meticulous attention to detail and craftsmanship of someone attempting to complete a project before lunch. The walls are thin enough that you know everything about your neighbours' lives, the roof leaks with artistic creativity, and the plumbing works on the same principles as prayer. Food becomes a daily exercise in creative mathematics. You learn to make meals out of ingredients that cost almost nothing and fill you up just enough to keep working. Potatoes become your best friend, beans become your steady companion, and meat becomes that exciting acquaintance you see maybe once a week if you're lucky. You develop cooking skills that would impress a frontier pioneer. How to make filling soup out of bones and vegetables that other people might throw away. How to stretch a small piece of meat across 3 days of meals, and how to make bread last longer by eating less of it. Your work clothes are another expense that nobody mentions during hiring. The machines are hard on fabric, the dust and chemicals stain everything permanently, and you need at least 2 sets of work clothes so you can wash one while wearing the other. Buying new clothes means going without something else, so you learn to patch, mend, and wear things, until they're more patched than the original fabric. Saving money is like trying to hold water in your hands, technically possible, but requiring perfect conditions and a lot of luck. Most weeks you're doing well if you break even. A good week means you have a few coins left over for something special, like better food or maybe a newspaper. A bad week means choosing between paying rent on time or eating properly. The really frustrating part is watching the mill owners drive past in their fancy carriages, wearing clothes that cost more than you make in a year, living in houses that could fit your entire neighbourhood. They talk about the dignity of work and the value of honest labour while paying wages that make dignity feel like an expensive luxury you can't afford. Medical expenses are particularly cruel. Get sick or injured and you lose wages for the days you can't work. Need to see a doctor? That costs money you don't have for treatment you can't afford. The company's solution is usually some variation of work through it. Or maybe you should have been more careful. Your financial planning consists mainly of hoping nothing unexpected happens, because unexpected things cost money you don't have. A broken shoe, a sick child, or a winter that's colder than usual, any of these can turn a tight budget into a financial disaster. But hey, at least you have steady work, right? That's what everyone keeps telling you anyway. Social life as a textile worker in 1911 is like trying to have a party in a library during an earthquake. Technically possible, but you're working with some serious limitations. Your social circle consists mainly of other people who understand why you smell permanently of cotton dust and machine oil. These are folks who don't judge you for falling asleep mid-conversation, or for having hands that look like you've been wrestling with mechanical equipment all day, because they've got the same problems. You bond over shared misery in a way that's both heartwarming and deeply depressing. The mill becomes its own little community, complete with all the drama, gossip and petty feuds you'd expect when you stick a bunch of tired, underpaid people together for 12 hours a day. You learn everyone's business whether you want to or not. Who's behind on rent, whose husband drinks too much, who's been sneaking extra breaks, and who's been getting cosy with the floor supervisor in hopes of easier assignments. Romance in the mill is complicated. Potential partners surround you, understanding your life because they share it. On the other hand, everyone's exhausted, stressed about money and covered in cotton dust, which doesn't exactly create ideal conditions for romantic relationships. Mill courtships tend to be practical affairs, finding someone who can help you survive rather than someone who makes your heart flutter. Your work schedule makes having a social life about as simple as juggling while blindfolded. You work 6 days a week, 12 hours a day, which leaves you Sunday to recover, do laundry, buy groceries, and maybe, if you're very lucky, have something resembling fun. Sunday becomes sacred, the one day when you can remember what it feels like to be a human being instead of a machine tender. The company-town social hierarchy is fascinating in its own twisted way. At the top you've got the mill owners and managers, living in their fancy houses on the hill, hosting garden parties, and complaining about the difficulty of finding good help. Below them are the skilled workers and supervisors, who get to look down on the regular mill hands while still being looked down on by management. At the bottom, you've got the newest workers, the ones who haven't figured out the system yet and still think things might get better. Entertainment options are limited but creative. There's usually a company store that doubles as a gathering place, where you can buy overpriced goods and catch up on gossip. Sometimes there's a church, which serves as both spiritual comfort and social club. The really exciting social events might include a company picnic once a year, where management makes speeches about the mill family while serving food that costs less per person than most workers make in an hour. Drinking is popular, which probably won't surprise anyone who's spent 12 hours a day tending temperamental machinery for wages that barely cover rent. The local taverns understand their clientele, working people who need to forget their problems for a few hours and don't have much money to spend doing it. These establishments serve drinks strong enough to cut through cotton dust, and cheap enough that you can afford to buy a round for your fellow sufferers. Your reputation in the community is directly linked to your work performance and your ability to remain silent about working conditions. Complain too much, and you're labelled a troublemaker. If you make infrequent complaints, people may perceive you as being unresponsive to management. There's a narrow path between being considered a good worker and being considered someone who's given up on life entirely. Letters from family members who don't work in mills become precious treasures, offering glimpses into a world where people have time for things like hobbies, where Sunday is actually a day of rest, and where conversations aren't conducted through gestures over the roar of machinery. These letters remind you that there's life beyond the mill walls, even if that life feels increasingly distant. The social pressure to appear grateful for your job is constant. Anyone who suggests that working conditions could be better is quickly reminded that jobs are scarce, and there are plenty of people who would love to have your position. This phenomenon creates a community of people who are simultaneously miserable and afraid to admit it, which makes for some very interesting social dynamics. However, it's comforting to share your misery with others. By now, your body has become a living testament to the joys of industrial labour. If bodies were books, yours would be titled Everything That Can Go Wrong in a Textile Mill, A Personal Journey. Your hands deserve their chapter in this sad story. They've transformed from whatever they used to be into something resembling leather gloves that have been through a war. The calluses have calluses, and your fingers have developed their own independent relationship with pain. You can identify different types of thread by feel alone, not because you're particularly skilled, but because your nerve endings have been educated by thousands of hours of handling rough materials. The constant vibration from the machines has given your hands a permanent slight tremor, like you're always cold or nervous. This condition makes simple tasks at home surprisingly difficult. Eating soup becomes an adventure, writing a letter turns into an exercise in patience, and trying to thread a needle for personal sewing projects is like performing surgery while riding a horse. Your hearing is being subjected to an intensity that would make a prizefighter sympathetic. The constant roar of machinery has left you with a permanent ringing in your ears that sounds like a very small, very persistent bell that never stops chiming. You find yourself asking people to repeat things, not because you're not paying attention, but because normal conversation has become surprisingly quiet compared to your workplace soundtrack. Your lungs have developed their own cotton processing facility. The mild cough that started as an occasional tickle has evolved into a reliable companion that wakes up with you every morning and stays with you throughout the day. You produce more cotton-coloured phlegm than any human should, and you've learned to time your coughing fits so they don't interfere with machine operation. Your back has aged about 20 years in the first few months of mill work. All that bending over machines, lifting materials and standing on concrete floors has given your spine the personality of an angry old man. You awaken with stiffness, endure escalating pain and retire to bed with a sense of resentment. Your feet have their complaints to file. 12 hours a day on concrete floors in whatever boots you can afford has given you an intimate relationship with foot pain. Your arches have fallen, your heels ache, and your toes have developed their own survival strategies. Each day, you walk home with the gait of someone who has hiked uphill in uncomfortable shoes, a situation that is not far from reality. The heat and humidity of the mill have done strange things to your skin. You've developed a permanent light sheen of perspiration mixed with cotton dust that gives you the appearance of someone who's been lightly breaded for frying. Your complexion has taken on the pale, slightly greyish tone of someone who spends most of their daylight hours indoors under artificial lighting. Your sleep patterns have been completely reorganised around exhaustion. You don't wake up so much as get dragged back to awareness by the mill whistle, and you don't so much go to sleep as collapse into unconsciousness. Your dreams, when you remember them, often feature the sound of machinery and the feel of cotton dust in your throat. Your appetite has changed too. The physical demands of the work make you hungry, but the dust and chemicals you breathe all day have given food a slightly metallic aftertaste. Everything you eat seems to have a faint cotton flavour, which is less appealing than it sounds. The worst part is that all these physical changes are considered normal, even expected. Nobody talks about preventing them. They talk about enduring them. Your body is depreciating like a piece of machinery, wearing out from constant use under difficult conditions, and the general attitude is that such degradation is simply the price of employment. Your mirror becomes less and less friendly over time. The person looking back at you has the appearance of someone who's been through something difficult and prolonged. Your posture has changed, your expression has developed a permanent, slightly tired look, and your hands are always slightly stained with dyes and oils that never quite wash clean. But hey, at least you're building character, right? That's what people who don't work in mills like to say anyway. After months or years of this lovely life, you may be asking, does it get better? Well, that depends on your definition of better and your relationship with reality. Eventually, some workers manage to break free from the mill life, although the term escape may be overly dramatic. A few workers manage to save enough money to start small businesses, usually in textiles since that is what they know. Others marry into slightly better circumstances or move to different towns where the mills pay marginally better wages. These success stories circulate throughout the mill community like enchanting tales, instilling in everyone a semblance of hope to continue attending work. The really optimistic workers talk about their children having better lives, getting educations, and learning trades that don't involve breathing cotton dust for 12 hours a day. This notion becomes your motivation on the worst days. The idea that your suffering might mean something if it gives the next generation a chance at something better. It's a beautiful thought, even if the mill owner's children are already getting those better chances, while yours are learning to patch clothes and stretch soup. You develop survival strategies that would impress a wilderness guide. You learn exactly how to pace yourself to last 12 hours without collapsing, how to eat meals that provide maximum energy for minimum cost, and how to sleep deeply enough in 6 hours to function the next day. You become an expert in the art of functioning while miserable, which is a skill nobody teaches but everyone in the mill somehow learns. The mill community develops its own support systems. Workers share food when someone's family is struggling, cover for each other when illness strikes, and pass along information about better jobs or safer machines. You learn that solidarity isn't just a fancy word, it's what keeps you alive when the company sees you as expendable equipment. Some days, you catch glimpses of the world outside the mill walls, and remember that there are people living entirely different lives. They wake up when they want to, work at jobs that don't slowly kill them, and have money left over after paying for basic necessities. These glimpses are both inspiring and deeply depressing, like looking through a window at a party you're not invited to. Slowly, the political landscape is beginning to change. Labour unions, workplace safety laws, and the radical idea that workers might deserve basic protections are being discussed. These conversations happen in whispers because mill owners don't appreciate employees who think too much about their rights. But the seeds of change are being planted, watered by the shared misery of thousands of workers who are starting to realise that grateful for any job might not be the best approach to employment. Your relationship with work itself becomes complicated in ways that are hard to explain to people who've never spent years of their lives tending machines that seem designed to break down at the worst possible moments. You develop a grudging respect for your toughness, a pride in your ability to survive conditions that would break softer people. At the same time, you're acutely aware that this toughness came at a cost: your health, your time, your dreams of doing something else with your life. Years later, if you're lucky enough to have those years, you will probably have mixed feelings when you look back on your mill experience. You will likely feel a mixture of pride in your survival, anger at the conditions you endured, and a deep appreciation for any work that allows you to breathe clean air and keep your fingers intact. You'll tell stories that sound almost unbelievable to people who've never worked in heavy industry, and you'll probably downplay just how bad it really was, because some experiences are too big and complicated to explain to people who weren't there. The mill whistle, that sound that dominated your life for so long, will always trigger memories. Years later, hearing a similar sound will transport you back to those early mornings, those long days, and that particular combination of exhaustion and determination that characterized mill life. But here's the thing about surviving difficult experiences. They teach you what you're capable of enduring, and that knowledge becomes part of who you are. You learn you're tougher, more resourceful, and more resilient than you thought. And sometimes, on quiet Sunday mornings when you're not rushing to answer a mill whistle, that knowledge feels almost worth the price you paid for it. Almost.